Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company brings you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Alan Ladd and Veronica Lake in O.S.S. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Lux Radio Theater's presentation of Paramount's gripping screenplay, O.S.S., starring Alan Ladd in his original role, co-starred with the talented and lovely Veronica Lake. In introducing tonight's play, I'd like to quote from Major General William J. Donovan, who, during the war, directed the Office of Strategic Services. He says, "While the characters in this motion picture are fictitious, the story is based on a composite of actual incidents in the diversified activities of the Office of Strategic Services, which conducted intelligence, special operations, and unorthodox methods of warfare in support of Allied military operations. It is a tribute to the brave, resourceful men and women, living and dead, who volunteered for these dangerous assignments." In other words, tonight's play is more than thrilling entertainment. It is a glimpse into the hazardous, behind-the-lines activities of those loyal Americans who paved the way for victory, whose lives depended hour by hour on meticulous attention to the smallest detail. An agent of the O.S.S. could not afford to look well-fed in a country living on starvation diets, well-dressed among ill-clad people, or well-groomed in a land where soap was non-existent. Behind the lines, I'm sure a Lux complexion would have been a certain giveaway among women of the O.S.S., just as it's a hallmark of good grooming among women in civilian life. In fact, I can think of no better countersign or password for admission to the League of Lovely Women than Lux Toilet Soap. From LTS, we take you now to O.S.S., starring Alan Ladd as Martin and Veronica Lake as Ellen. Here's the curtain for Act One. It's 1943. In a colonial mansion set in the peaceful Virginia countryside, a group of men, some young, some middle-aged, are gathered for a meeting. From their looks, it could be a salesman's convention. Closer still, a get-together of college alumni. But the lesson these men are learning was never taught in any college.
There's nothing superhuman about being a good intelligence agent. Yes, it takes guts, brains, and patience. But this is a new game to us. You trainees are average Americans, and the average Americans are not brought up to fight the way the enemy fights. But we can learn to become agents and saboteurs if we have to. One of these days, you'll be working in Axis territory. You'll be on the spot every minute of the day or night. Your only chance will be to beat the enemy to the punch. Forget everything you've ever been told about fair play and sportsmanship. Forget everything, except that your country is fighting for its life. That's all for now. Radio laboratory at 10 o'clock. Camera room at noon. Dismissed. Come in, Commander Brady. Sorry to drag you out this time of night, but I've just had a visitor, General Donovan. Well, your orders have come through.
Operations in France, Colonel?
Right.
Well, when do we start, sir?
Now. The job won't be finished until our troops cross the Rhine. You've got two things to do. First, get information. Second, work with the French underground and sabotage key enemy installations. Now look at this map. These railway lines that feed this area here, around the city of Orleans. Right here is one of our priority targets. Recognize it?
Yes, sir, the Corbeil-Malon Tunnel.
If we can knock that tunnel out, we'll paralyze the most important traffic line into Normandy. We've assigned the tunnel to Team Applejack. What's its personnel, Commander?
Team Applejack, leader Rodney Gates, Army officer, World War I. Civilian occupation, railroad supply salesman in France.
Good man, mature judgment, stability, and balance. Next.
John Martin, lieutenant, junior grade, U.S. Navy. Civilian occupation, publicity man, knows France.
Little on the cocky side, but he'll do after he's been knocked around a bit. Well, there's balance and brains. We need a little brawn.
Bert Parker, chief petty officer. Civilian occupation, sportsman, motorboat racer.
Sorry, but Parker's been assigned to Germany. He's lived there. If he gets through, he's to lay low as a Rhine barge worker until needed.
Well, we've got another muscle man named Boucher. Used to be a hockey player.
Yeah, that should do it. Balance, brains, and brawn. The ideal setup. Except we'll need one more. Someone who knows the district. Someone to contact the French underground there.
What about a woman? They can often get through where a man can't. Personnel in London could recruit.
I'd rather see if we can find one here first. Well, see that Gates, Martin, and Boucher stay put. Oh, you too, Commander. I'll be needing your help in finding that girl.
So this is where you live, Miss Rogers.
This is it, Mr. Brady.
Alone?
Oh, no, with Jean-Jacques, my cat. Well, it's been very nice meeting you. Thanks for a lovely evening.
You're welcome.
I'm really very glad Uncle Arthur asked you to call me. Well, good night.
You're not going to ask me in?
It's rather late.
Oh, now, wait a minute. This is my first trip to San Francisco. My plane doesn't leave until 3 a.m. You wouldn't turn me loose in a strange town at this hour. Besides, Uncle Arthur wouldn't approve of that.
Well, all right, come on in.
Thanks, Miss Rogers. I knew you wouldn't let me down.
I can't afford a studio and an apartment, so this does for both. Like some coffee?
Later, maybe. So, you're a sculptress, huh?
It seems to me I told you all about that at dinner. Trying to make conversation, Mr. Brady?
I'm trying to find out how good a business it is, sculpting. Financially, I mean.
It's a bust, and no puns intended.
You've got quite a collection here. You do all these?
Yes.
Recently?
You're full of questions. No, not recently. Most of them in France. I studied at Fontainebleau.
Oh? When was that?
2 years before the occupation.
Oh, too bad about the French.
July 16th, 1429.
I never was much good at dates.
That's the day Joan of Arc liberated France after 100 years of occupation.
Joan of Arc never ran into a panzer division. No, this time the French are finished.
I'm sorry, but you don't know the French people as I do. The plain people. Their good common sense. Their stubborn pride. Their faith. Their deep faith.
That's a very pretty speech. You're pretty, too.
Why, in France, they even...
We're not in France. We're in San Francisco, and I didn't come up to talk politics.
I'm not talking politics. I'm talking about the indestructible...
Your kisses would be pretty, too, Miss Rogers, if you'd cooperate a little.
There's the door, Mr. Brady.
Not yet.
You're getting out of here right now.
I'd rather stay.
I'd hate to have to fracture your skull, and I'd hate even more to smash this figurine, but if you
Uncle
don't...
Arthur's going to be very disappointed in you.
Stop that idiotic Uncle Arthur routine. I haven't spoken to that stingy old goat in 10 years. He'd no more have given you my address than turn up at a board of directors meeting without his clothes. Now, just who are you, Mr. Brady, and what do you want?
You're a bright girl. You're right. Uncle Arthur definitely did not ask me to look you up. You see, it's not Mr. Brady, it's Commander Brady, Office of Strategic Services. Ever hear of us?
No.
Then put down that figurine and relax. You and I are going to do some serious talking. Oh, that kiss. Just a sort of test, Miss Rogers.
Message for you, Colonel Field.
Go ahead, read it.
San Francisco says yes. It's signed, Brady.
Good. Call the laboratory. Tell them Brady will be in for a full report on Thursday.
Yes, Commander, it's already here. Take a look.
That's the kind of clay a sculptor would use, is it?
It's what you ordered, plastic explosive that looks, feels, and tastes like modeling clay.
That's wonderful.
Going into the art business?
Not a bad idea. Wait a minute. Why couldn't we develop a whole line of art store merchandise? More plastic explosive to put up in tubes like tubes of paint. Time pencils as crayons. Reels of fused picture wire.
It could be done.
Now, you're sure of this stuff? You can actually model with this explosive?
Definitely.
Let me use your phone. This is Commander Brady. Get me Colonel Field, please. Now, look, start turning out that clay. We'll need a lot of it. Pack it well. It'll have a long way to go.
And the tubes, the picture wire?
That, too, right away. High priority. You can... Colonel Field? Brady. Applejack can go to London tomorrow. The girl? I'll wire her now. Everything's set. She can join us later over there. Oh, and from now on, we're referring to Miss Rogers as Helene Dupré. Well, gentlemen, now that Helene Dupré is here with us, Team Applejack is complete. As soon as your clothing and documents are in order, you'll be leaving this hotel. You'll be leaving London. You'll be leaving England.
I don't mind saying I'm scared to death.
Don't worry, we all are. Well, you men, any questions?
The young lady, Commander, she's going with us?
Yes?
Why?
We'll come to that later, Martin. What's on your mind?
Well? All right, how do we treat her?
Because I'm a woman?
That's right.
Forget it.
Look, it may get pretty rugged the other side of the channel. Tough to buy a cup of coffee and tough to find a place to sleep.
Let's clear that up right now, Mr. Martin. I'll buy my own coffee and find my own bed.
Yeah, suppose you get picked up.
Some of the most successful agents in history were women.
Yeah, I know. Women like Mata Hari.
How do you know what kind of woman I am?
Well, I think you're the kind that ought to be raising a couple of kids in the Cleveland Heights. There's bound to be a lot of excitement where we're going, and I want to be sure everybody's going to keep calm.
Now, wait a minute, Martin. Helene wouldn't be here in London unless we thought she qualified.
Nothing personal, sir. I'm only concerned about operating successfully.
I think we will. If Mr. Martin stops worrying about my sex. Treat me like any other member of the team.
Right.
Now, you all know where you're going, and you know your objectives. The Corbeil-Malon Tunnel is the jackpot. The first thing to do after landing is to contact FFI headquarters at an inn called Le Cheval Noir. When you've got something to tell us, use your radio. Now, let's go over your cover-up stories. Gates?
My name is Raoul Jassy, a Parisian. I used to be an automobile salesman. When the war came, the office was closed. I've been unemployed most of the time since. My health is bad. Lung trouble. I've come to stay at a farm near the city.
Bad lungs, you said?
I have x-rays to prove it. Here.
Let me see. They're certainly bad, all right, but whose lungs are they?
Mine.
If I were the Gestapo, I'd have you shot. These are American-made x-rays. French x-ray plates are different. Have French ones made. Boucher?
My name is Albert Bernardi. I'm an ice skating instructor. I worked winter resorts all over. Saranac Lake, Sun Valley, San Moritz. I'm looking for a man I heard was going to open a skating rink in Orleans. I can't find him, and I'm short of funds. I'll take any kind of work I can find.
You're a pretty husky young fellow. Why aren't you a prisoner of war or in a labor battalion?
That's right. I forgot to tell you. Here are my papers. I'm not French. I'm Swiss. The war caught me in France, and I haven't been able to get back.
That's better. Martin?
My name is Philippe Martin. I lost my mother when I was 8, went to live with my aunt in the United States. Came back from military service in 1935, trained 18 months, then got a job as correspondent for an American newspaper. Called back up in 39, fought at Sedan, was captured with my division. Later released by the Germans to work for them at the Renault factory. When the factory was bombed out, I was sent to Orleans to work in the railroad yard.
Too glib, Martin. Otherwise, okay. Helene?
My name is Helene Dupre. My home is Orleans, where my family has lived for generations on the Luthier. I'm a sculptress, graduate of Fontainebleau. Every year, my husband and I used to spend our vacations near there. He was a writer. His name was Jean. This year, I've come alone. Jean was killed in the Ardennes.
A writer? I said I was a correspondent, but my articles would have appeared in the United States.
You can find Jean Dupre's work in the back issues of many French magazines.
Oh, then Helen Dupree is real.
She was my roommate at Fontainebleau. We were inseparable. People used to call us the sisters.
What happens if you run into her?
I won't. She's missing. This is her last letter. She says, "Goodbye, my sister. It will be evening soon, and I shall walk down to the beach and out onto the surf. Thinking of you, thinking of Jean. Shall I go on?"
No, I'm sorry.
Well, I suggest you all go to your rooms now and get some sleep. Chances are you'll leave tomorrow night. You will be dropped, of course, by parachute. I'll see you in the morning.
I've just been talking to the pilot. How do you feel, Helene?
Oh, just fine.
No, is that what the pilot wanted to find out?
When do we jump?
We just flew over our destination. There should have been a signal from the ground. Well, there wasn't any.
Hey, that means there'll be no FFI to meet us.
That's right. You want to turn back? I say we should jump blind. Any objections?
No.
No, let's jump.
Good. We'll jump blind then. Oh, our pilot assures me our plane has been spotted by the Nazis.
We expected that, didn't we?
Yes, but that may make things a little tough down below since there's no one to meet us. Still want to jump?
Let's
Yes,
go.
sir.
Okay, I'll tell the pilot to run us in.
I have counterintelligence for you on the telephone here, Colonel.
Oh, thank you. Hello, Master speaking.
There's a lone unidentified plane over your area. Strong formation of British planes was reported earlier. This one may be a straggler or it may be parachutists. I suggest that the area be covered immediately.
Yeah. Geisman,
Ja, Herr Colonel.
possibility of parachutists in this area. Watch that inn, Le Cheval Noir. They have been rendezvousing there. Don't raid it. Only watch it.
Get ready to jump. Good luck, everyone.
See you at the end, Helene. with Cheval Noir.
I'll be there, Mr. Martin.
All right, start jumping.
In just a moment, we'll continue with the second act of O.S.S., starring Alan Ladd and Veronica Lake. Meanwhile, here's Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter, looking mighty pleased about something, too.
I guess it's the movie I saw this afternoon, Mr. Keeley. You can't beat a good Western. They're such a lot of fun.
Sounds as though you saw that new Republic picture.
That's it, Plainsman and the Lady. A real thriller-diller starring William Elliott, Vera Ralston, and Gail Patrick.
I've seen Bill Elliott in dozens of hard-riding films, Libby, but I always thought of Vera Ralston as an ice skating star.
Oh, she is, and was once Olympic skating champion. But in Plainsman and the Lady, she again proves herself a fine dramatic actress. Vera's had quite an exciting career, you know. She escaped from her native Czechoslovakia on the very last plane before the borders were closed.
That was exciting.
Mm-hmm. But the real thrill of a lifetime, she says, was getting her American citizenship papers last Flag Day.
Well, this country has gained a stunning new citizen. Vera's a real beauty.
Oh, she is that, Mr. Keeley. She's one of the most photographed girls at Republic. And the studio says she just can't take a poor picture.
I don't wonder, Libby. How could anyone miss with a complexion like Vera Ralston's?
Mr. Kennedy, you're certainly a man with a single-track mind.
When it comes to lovely Lux complexions, I admit it.
Well, you're quite right about Vera Ralston's. She uses Lux toilet soap every day. She told me active lather facials with Lux toilet soap are a wonderful aid to beauty. They leave your skin feeling fresh and smooth.
Libby, won't you tell the ladies in our audience how Vera Ralston takes her Lux soap facial?
Well, here's what she does, and it's very simple and quickly done. Smooths on lots of the creamy Lux soap lather and works it in thoroughly. Rinses, first with warm water, followed with a splash of cold. Then she takes a soft towel and pats her skin ever so gently to dry. And that's all there is to a Lux Soap Beauty Facial. And, Mr. Kennedy, screen stars find it a wonderfully effective care.
You're absolutely right, Libby. We know from actual tests that Lux toilet soap facials make skin lovelier. These tests were made by skin specialists, and they showed improvement in a short time in 3 out of 4 cases.
Hollywood stars just have to have a complexion care that works.
And that's why Lux toilet soap is the favorite beauty soap of 9 out of 10 screen stars, the loveliest women in the world. Mr. Keeley returns to the microphone.
We continue with Act 2 of O.S.S., starring Alan Ladd as Martin and Veronica Lake as Ellen. Nearly 3 days have passed since Team Applejack parachuted into a patch of woods near the French city of Orleans. Now in London, where he's been joined by Colonel Field, Commander Brady has received his first radio message from the saboteurs.
The message has just been decoded, Colonel. Well, not too good. Gates is dead.
Gates?
The night they landed, he and the girl went to the inn first. Something must have gone wrong. The others found his body in the morning.
And the girl?
Not suspected. I've ordered Martin to take over. They're proceeding as scheduled.
Well?
Martin's got a job in the railroad yard. Boucher's become a scissors grinder. He's rented some sort of a hovel to live in. He'll radio us from there as long as he can.
Helene?
She's made contact with the underground. An old man named O.S.S. has a shop that sells art supplies. She's found a studio close by.
Then things should start happening.
They will, sir. They will.
Scissors sharpen. Knives and scissors sharpen. Knives and scissors sharpen.
Can you sharpen sculpting tools?
Anything, madame. Scissors sharpen. Knives and scissors sharpen.
How much?
I have not sharpened chisels like these in a long time.
I met Martin an hour ago.
Oh, I can do them all right.
Where?
Newspaper stand, near the railroad yard. Well, how much?
10 francs each, madame.
10 francs? 20-car train, 6 a.m. tomorrow. That's ridiculous.
Oh, man must live.
But where?
Le Mans. All right, here.
Thank you, madame. I will sharpen them like new.
10 francs each. Outrageous.
Hello? Yes, this is Colonel Field. What time? Confirmed? Fine. Yes, Brady's with me now. Hope to have another job for you very soon. That was British Air Intelligence, Brady. Well, Applejack's in business. The bombers got the train at Le Mans this morning, completely destroyed. Any other news from Martin?
A little. Elaine's rounded up some FFI. They're all meeting tomorrow afternoon in Aubert's art shop.
Come in, madame, monsieur.
These two men are my friends, Papa. Monsieur Martin, Monsieur Boucher.
Your people here, Aubert?
They are here.
How many?
Reynald Lefebvre and Madame Riot. They are in back of the shop.
The military patrol saw us come in. We're apt to have visitors. If we do, just remember we're here to listen to Madame Dupree's lecture on art.
My friends, no, monsieur. Come this way.
There are some important targets the Air Force can't seem to get at, especially the Corbeil-Malon tunnel. What about it, Renaud?
That's the closed military area. Every approach is guarded. We tried again last week.
We've got to keep trying. It's a must. What about the bridge at Rostand?
That's Lefebvre's group.
Who takes the Chambon repair shops?
I will.
Fine. We have the explosives here for you.
I have already made yours up, Monsieur Reynald. Little sacks marked modeling clay, plastic explosives. Madame Riot, you will get tubes of paint. They will be ready for...
Who's that? The patrol?
Wait a moment. I have to open the door. It's Colonel Meister.
You'll continue with your art lecture, Madame Dupree.
As I was saying, the so-called new trend in art is actually a very old one. We know to return to the classic form, but with a certain utilization of
Colonel Meister.
Good afternoon. I am fortunate to find you here.
A little Sunday afternoon discussion, Colonel. If I can be of any assistance...
I am quite sure you can help me. But first, if you don't mind, I would like to listen to the young lady.
We are honored, Colonel.
The decadent spiritual attitude of a man like Modigliani. The degenerate impressionism
Of Cézanne?
Of course. If I may digress, the Colonel has brought up a most interesting
Close
point.
the door, Aubert. No need to
Those
disturb
of
the
you who study
discussion.
Cézanne readily understand the absence.
Well, Aubert, what do I see under the counter? New tubes of paint, huh?
Yes, Colonel.
Ah, let me see. Cerulean, my favorite blue. What about the other color?
I'm sorry, but
no, I won't bother. I have no time for painting. Sketching is all I can do these days. Aubert, that young woman in there.
An unusually gifted sculptress.
Oh, may I meet her?
But of course. Madame Dupree, if you have a moment, please.
Excuse me. Yes, monsieur.
Madame Dupree, may I present...
Meister, Madame, Paul Meister.
The Colonel's sketches.
Merely impressions. Oh, Aubert, I need another pad.
I am sure I have one somewhere.
Madame must permit me to see her work.
But there's nothing of mine here, Colonel.
At your studios, then? I have my car.
Really, I haven't a thing worth seeing at the moment.
Madame's modesty becomes her. I shall make the usual allowances.
Well, very well, then.
My apologies to your friends, Aubert, but I will pick up my pad later. Ah, very nice studio, Madame. Excellent light. Your husband shares it with you?
I'm a widow, Colonel. But, well, I have been going with another man.
I'm sorry. A Frenchman in the city here?
He's away. He's an engineer.
Oh, the Normandy fortifications?
He never tells me, Colonel.
This statue here is lovely. It's like yourself.
You're very kind.
Amazing technique for one so young. Your hand, Madame. Remarkably feminine for this kind of work.
If the Colonel would care for some tea,
And your
perhaps...
pulse. It's quite irregular. Could I be responsible for that?
You're very discerning.
So? And you are an incredible woman, my dear. Beauty and talent are rarely combined in a single individual. I confess I find it difficult to believe that these works of art here are yours, or that you are what you say you are.
May I prove it?
How?
Sit down. I'd like you to pose for me.
Oh? that may take several sittings.
Several.
I'm delighted, Madame, delighted.
Perhaps when it's finished, you'll believe me.
Perhaps.
Your head. A little more to the side, please. That's it.
Meister's been coming here to your studio every day now for 2 weeks, and what have we got? Nothing except a pretty fair likeness of his head.
I need more time, Martin.
Bertie's raising the roof. He wants that Corbeil-Malon tunnel destroyed now. As soon as it is, we go back to London. And believe me, I'm ready to go back.
I'm not.
Why, you have a blind alley with Meister. He hasn't told you a thing. Break it off with him.
Meister's my department.
Don't overestimate yourself. He's dangerous.
You don't have much confidence in me, do you?
I'd feel the same about any girl I was working with.
I thought we'd settled that. No special consideration for anyone. You're not a man and I'm not a woman. We're weapons. But you could stop worrying about Meister. He's leaving town.
Yeah, where's he going?
I don't know.
When?
Tomorrow afternoon.
There's a troop train leaving for Normandy tomorrow afternoon. It'll pass through the tunnel. Oh, Helene, how long would it take you to duplicate this head you've made? Exact duplicate made out of our plastic explosive clay.
Tomorrow noon.
Could you get Meister I'll forget it.
I could get him to take me with him on the train?
I said forget it.
Helene, it's Paul.
Meister,
Just a minute.
let him in. I'll wait in the kitchen.
Well, I had to come early, my dear. Staff meeting. I should be there now.
Then you won't sit for me.
I came only to say goodbye. Will you miss me, Helene?
Paul, take me with you.
Oh, I'm afraid it's impossible.
Not for an officer of your importance.
Oh, I suppose it could be arranged, but...
Please, Paul. Please.
Helene, darling, you are not deceiving me. I know why you want to come with me. I have known how matters stood since the day I met you.
Have you?
Your engineer. You are trying to get to him in Normandy.
You're too clever for me, Paul.
And you are too unscrupulous for me, Helene. All right. You may come with me.
Thank you, Paul.
After all, our little masterpiece is still incomplete. Bring it with you. Pleasant journey together, a weekend perhaps to finish it, and then, my dear girl, go with my blessing. Is that satisfactory?
Oh, yes.
Good. Be ready to leave early in the afternoon. My driver will take you to our compartment on the train. Auf Wiedersehen, Helene.
I heard what he said. All right, get to work on that duplicate right away.
Explosive clay will require a fuse, and I don't know how to set one.
Obed will bring a fuse here. He'll set it. How will you pack it for travel?
A wooden box, I suppose.
Just make sure you'll be able to open it quickly. Light the fuse when the train stops in the tunnel.
You're sure it will stop?
I'll see that it does. Reynald can get me a railroad inspector's pass. The train takes on water a few miles east of the tunnel. I'll get on then. As for getting off, we'll both have to take our chances.
Of course. Good luck, Martin.
Yeah, thanks. Maybe I'll see you tomorrow at the tunnel.
What?
Never mind. Get to work. You're the engineer?
Yes. What are you doing here?
Just came aboard. Inspector Martin, check ride.
Inspection. What do you expect of this piece of junk?
Never mind that, you're late. Should have passed the Corbeil-Malon tunnel at 3:26.
We'll pass it in 5 minutes.
All right, then slow down.
He's got a gun, huh?
I said slow down.
Why are you doing this, monsieur?
For France. Now jump, both of you.
Paul, the train stopped. What's the matter?
Oh, it's nothing.
It seems very strange stopping in a tunnel.
It makes our journey together longer.
Paul, I'm worried. Please go and ask someone.
No, later.
But I'm really frightened. Please, Paul.
All right. Corporal, where are you? I had the train. Stop.
Martin,
Don't ask questions. Hand me that box.
the fuse is lit.
Good, I'll set it by the track.
Here.
Be right back. Climb out of the window.
Hey, open the door. What's the matter?
Climb out, do you hear? You've still got a chance.
Who is that talking? Hello?
Hurry.
Corporal, break this door down. She is gone. The window.
A man and woman, Herr Colonel. There, the mouth of the tunnel.
You, guard! Stop those people! Fire!
Set bombs. There's a fuse burning.
Stop those people! Stop them!
Come in, Brady. Well?
The report's confirmed by aerial reconnaissance, Colonel. The tunnel's destroyed.
That's great.
Yes. Except there's been no word since from Team Applejack.
I know. Get a message through to Team Sombrero. Tell them to stand by to take over Applejack's assignments. Martin, Boucher, the girl, they're either dead, Brady, or captured.
I should have been back long ago. Sorry, I got lost. It's pretty dark in those woods at night.
It's the only reason we're alive. Night and a place to hide.
I found Boucher. He couldn't get a car. Meister's alive, and he closed in too fast.
We can't stay here.
I know. I sent Boucher on to Dijon. If you can get to a radio, you'll contact Brady and have him send a plane in to pick us up. When, where, I don't know. We'll meet Boucher at the park in Dijon tomorrow.
How will we get there?
The highway's full of refugees. We'll have to lose ourselves among them.
It's safer if we travel alone.
No, you're in pretty bad shape.
I'll manage.
Oh, now, look.
You look. We almost failed in the tunnel because you came back for me. Never come back for me again. Do you understand? Never come back.
Okay. Can you find the highway?
Yes.
The park in Dijon tomorrow.
It's all right. You can sit down.
Hello.
Hello. Where's Boucher?
We've had some luck. He found some FFI. They're getting us jobs at the airport.
Did he find a radio?
No, not yet. We've got to be careful. Meister and his boys will be beating down our necks.
Do you have any money? I haven't eaten since yesterday.
A little. We'll find a restaurant.
Those men.
What?
Don't look. 2 of them. They're watching us. Start smiling. That's better.
I'm going to kiss you. Sweethearts, a park bench. That may convince them.
Too bad, Martin. They're still watching.
Come on, we better go. Oh, some more luck. A booth near the door.
Just get me something to eat.
Sit tight. Company's coming. One of those men in the park.
Well, good evening. May I join you? Thank you.
I'm sorry, but there must be some mistake.
Mistake, Monsieur Martin and Madame Dupré?
You're quite wrong, monsieur.
I think not. I am Amadeus Brink, Gestapo. Oh, in case you are armed, monsieur, don't forget my colleague, Herr Ansvold, here is close by. That was fine work, that tunnel job of yours.
What are you talking about?
These papers, monsieur. A full report of your activities. They just arrived in headquarters. Would you care to read them?
This is outrageous. You intrude upon us.
Madame would prefer to discuss the matter at headquarters?
What do you mean, prefer?
Fortunately, I had access to these papers before any of the others saw them.
Well, what do you want from us?
What I want from you isn't the question. What do you want from me?
No, very sensible man, Herr Brink. His side is going to lose the war, and being a practical man, he looks to the future.
I could be very useful to you. I have access, for instance, to the weekly Dijon-Berlin military pouch, and the courier's my cousin.
And what's your price? Immunity?
That goes without saying. A small weekly payment and 50,000 American dollars deposited in my account in the Bank of Switzerland.
Maybe we can do business.
I was so sure we could.
You'll have to get us a radio.
Oddly enough, I have another cousin who might be persuaded to lend you one for 20,000 francs.
We'll be short of funds until we contact our principals.
Until then, only too glad to accommodate you. At a fair rate of interest, of course. Shall we say 15%? Well, I will leave you to think things over. Till tomorrow, then, at the same time, here. Oh, Herr Ansvold, just refugees. A couple madly in love with each other.
You believe him?
There's no choice. I have to.
And we were going back to London.
Brink is on the level. We don't dare leave. If he isn't, we'll get what Gates got. Oh, Helene, I'm sorry.
For what?
Oh, the way I snap at you most of the time, the way I...
Aren't you forgetting something?
Yeah. Sure I am. Treat you like any other member of the team. That's what you want, isn't it?
Yes, Martin. That's what I want. Someday, maybe, if we ever...
Skip it. Here's the menu. It may be our last meal.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a moment, we'll bring you Act 3 of O.S.S., starring Alan Ladd and Veronica Lake. In Hollywood, it's news when an actress gets a studio contract without having to take a screen test. It happened, though, to our lovely young guest of the evening, Miss Lucille Barclay. How does it feel to be a Paramount starlet, Lucille?
I still can't believe it, Mr. Keeley. You see, I'd come to Hollywood for a summer vacation. The vacation turned into a full-time job when a talent scout for Paramount saw me and signed me up.
Had you always been interested in an acting career?
Oh, yes. Back in New York State where I lived, I was a member of the Rochester Community Theater. Later, I studied dramatics in New York.
And all to good purpose, it appears.
Oh, I was very lucky. But for real achievement, Mr. Keeley, I nominate Joan Caulfield. I visited the set when Paramount was filming their big Technicolor production, Blue Skies, and, well, I had a chance to meet her. Just think. In Blue Skies, she's co-starred with Bing Crosby and Fred Astaire.
You're right. That is a success story. Joan deserves it, though. She's exceptionally talented.
And besides, she's about as photogenic as a girl can be. Lovely features and a truly flawless complexion.
Well, Lucille, we're proud of the fact that Joan Caulfield is a Lux girl.
So she told me, Mr. Keeley, and I wasn't a bit surprised. I've used Lux toilet soap myself a long time, and I think it's tops.
Many famous stars agree with you there, Miss Barclay.
And if I may say so, Mr. Kennedy, lots of ambitious young starlets. Every girl in pictures knows how important it is to have a nice, smooth skin for camera close-ups.
Thank you, Miss Barclay. We're glad that so many charming women everywhere depend on daily Lux soap care. It's a fact that active lather facials in a short time give skin fresh new beauty. Now, here's a suggestion to the ladies in our audience. If you haven't tried Lux toilet soap as yet, why not see what this gentle care can do for your own precious complexion? Remember, Lux toilet soap is Hollywood's own beauty soap. Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
Act 3 of O.S.S., starring Alan Ladd as Martin and Veronica Lake as Ellen. For a month now, O.S.S. headquarters in London has been receiving amazing information from Team Applejack, and Allied bombers subsequently have been smashing Nazi installations with bewildering accuracy. Back again in London, Colonel Field gets the details from Commander Brady.
It's really quite simple, Colonel. Our key man, of course, is Brink. And we're sure of Brink as long as we continue to pay off.
But getting the contents of their military
Boucher
pouches...
has a job in the washroom at the airport. He cleans hats, shines shoes. Anyway, the courier with the pouch visits Boucher every time he takes the plane for Berlin. Boucher disappears for a few minutes. He's got a camera in the laundry closet, photographs the documents on microfilm, returns them to the courier, and radios here when he's ready for our plane to pick up the film.
And how do we get a plane to Dijon?
Mr. Brink again. Another of his cousins owns a farm outside of town. We run a plane in at night.
Too good to last.
Yes, sir. I've told Applejack they can come back to London whenever they're ready. We'll be contacting them shortly, Colonel. Any message?
Yes, my congratulations. Also, my urgent suggestion that they leave Dijon. They've done their job.
Shoe shine, sir? Brush your hat, sir?
The courier. He was here, Boucher.
This morning, Herr Brink.
Good. Tell Martin our Gestapo spotters are closing in on your radio. One more message and they'll trace it to your rooming house. Suspend operations until I find another place. Oh, you might shine my shoes if you please.
The film, Boucher.
Here. One of the documents I photographed is red hot. The Krauts have busted a top American code, Martin.
Broken
It's
code.
all on a film.
A broken code. Brady's got to know about that quick. How soon can you get to your radio?
Any time now, but...
Tell Brady what we've got. Tell him to get a plane in here tonight, a big one to take us out with that film. We're through. We've had enough.
The radio. If I try to use the radio...
Yeah, what about it?
Nothing. Where will you be? And Helene?
Meeting Brink in the park. It's payday. After that, we'll go out to the farm. Come out as soon as you can. We'll be in London tonight.
Tonight? Yeah. Oh, if you see Helene, say hello for me, will you? Details of Nazis breaking code on film. Send plane tonight. Pick up Martine and Dupre. Looks like I'll be staying. Couple of men in hallway now. Someone at Skylight, too. If you can contact my mother, please tell her
You're late, Brink. How long do you think we can hang around the public park?
It was unavoidable. Oh, good evening, madame. My money, monsieur.
Here.
Oh, thank you. You're on your way somewhere?
Why?
Because it is best if you are. They picked up your radio.
Boucher.
He is dead. Oh, I warned him.
Dead?
He didn't tell me you warned him. Did he get through to London?
I think so. He was on the air when it happened. Oh, we have a new chief here. He has been inquiring about you. Colonel Meister.
Meister? Here?
Yes, definitely. It would be necessary for me to put your record and description back in the file. Oh, wherever it is you are going, if you would care to rent a car...
All right, where is it?
That one across the street. Shall we say 10,000 francs?
I'll give you 8.
I'm a reasonable man. 8,000. Good night. Good night.
Herr Brink.
Oh, Herr Answald.
Is not that your car I just saw? Who was driving it?
My car?
Yes, the man and girl. They looked strangely like the couple Colonel Meister just described to me.
What couple?
The colonel is very anxious to see you, Herr Brink, my trusted colleague.
I don't suppose we could talk in purely business terms, Herr Answald. Shall we say 100,000 francs? No, I suppose not.
Come along.
Pity. I was always such a reasonable man.
Look at it come across the field. I never thought an aeroplane could be so beautiful.
Oh, London will be there in 2 hours, honey.
Boucher didn't die for nothing. He got the message through or the plane wouldn't be here.
The door's opening. Come on.
Martin, Elaine.
Commander Brady.
Hey, what are you doing here?
Are we glad to see you?
I wish I was good at making congratulatory speeches.
Oh, skip it. Let's get out of here.
Here's your film.
Great work. Where's Boucher?
We lost him.
When?
Early tonight.
But what happened?
I'll tell you on the plane, huh?
Martin, I'm here because I have something to ask you.
We're only half a jump ahead of the Gestapo. Can't we talk about it later?
I'm afraid not. The Nazis are licked, Martin. They're falling back to the Rhine.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. What's it got to do with me?
I'd like you to do one more job.
Another job?
Some time ago, we put a man into Germany posing as a barge worker on the Rhine. The sector he was assigned to has been selected for one of our crossings. If he's still alive, he'll have invaluable information on troop dispositions and fortifications.
I don't get it.
There's no way for him to get the information to us. We need somebody to go in there and contact him and send it out on a ground-air radio. I brought one with me.
And how long do you think we can live like this, with our stomachs turning over every time a foot falls or a door opens? You've got plenty of other people working for you. Why do you have to pick on me?
Because you're the only available agent who'd recognize our man, the only agent he would recognize. You remember Parker?
Yeah, sure, I remember Parker. So what? I'm no hero. I don't want to volunteer for anything. I want my identity back.
Don't you suppose Parker wants his identity back?
If you want me to take that assignment, you've got to order me to take it.
Then it's an order.
Okay. What was that I said, Elaine? London in 2 hours? Will you be there when I get back?
When we go together.
You're going now with the commander.
That's up to him, isn't it?
Mice catching up with us. How much longer do you think our luck can hold out? Gates, Boucher, we're next. Go on back to England. I'll handle this deal alone.
We've worked well together. 2 agents are better than one. It doubled your chances.
She's right, Martin. As long as she's offered to stay, that's it.
You'd better get that plane out of here.
You're to make your way to Strasbourg. Here, instructions and directions. Burn them when memorized. You'll meet up with the Madame Prideaux. She has a place in the country, she and her grandchild. You will work from there. Good luck, Helene. Good luck, Martin.
Good luck? What does that mean, sir?
News from Martin, Colonel Field. They're at the Prideaux farm.
Any word about Parker?
Nothing yet, sir.
How is Martin getting to us?
Ground air radio. We send a plane over his area. Martin talks to the pilot. They've had contact every day now for about a week.
Just don't ease up on him. He's got to locate Parker.
More bombers, Madame Prideaux. But there are bombers. Don't be frightened, Giraud.
I'm not frightened, mademoiselle.
In the village this morning. German soldiers all over, stealing everything.
They may come here. They're retreating.
They may. But these potatoes they will not find. And we will have these potatoes planted before the spring is out.
Who's to plant potatoes, Grandmère?
Our men will come back, Gerard. Always the men come back home.
Monsieur Martin is going to the orchard again. He's talking to the American airplane.
I'd feel better if he didn't have to go so far from the house.
Maybe he can talk to our men, too. Maybe he can tell them when it's safe to come home.
Listen, there's a truck on the road.
Germans. Gerard, the potatoes. Hide them in the cellar.
I can see them. They're turning in here.
Monsieur Martin!
He will see the truck.
You can trust the boy and me, Helene. We are accustomed by now to receiving a Boche. They will learn nothing.
Can you hear me up there? Can you hear me?
Slower, pal. More distinctly. We're recording this, you know.
I said the Nazis are pouring across the Rhine. Bridges, boats, barges, anything that'll float.
What about Parker?
No sign of him. He'd be down to the docks every day. Most of the barge ran out when our plane started strafing. If Parker stayed on, we might have shot him up ourselves.
Wait a minute. You expecting a truck?
Huh? What are you talking about?
Your house. A truck just pulled up. Troops. You better duck, Martin. You got a gun?
Yes, but...
Take care of yourself. We'll be back at 100.
Stand back against the wall. All of you.
Martin, behind you, look out!
Leave them to me. Another, and another. Throw the Schwein into the barn. So, there were no men here, mademoiselle. Hey, you look frightened. Do soldiers frighten you? Well, then we will leave these soldiers. Schweigler.
Jawohl, Herr Lieutenant.
Mademoiselle and I will be in the other room. We will not wish to be disturbed. Sorry if I gave you a scare. You're Helene Dupre, aren't you?
How did you...
No time for questions. I'm Parker. Martin recognized me. That's why I didn't shoot. I heard him, but I had to. I've seen you both down at the docks, but I never was able to get to you. That's why I got this uniform filling with those drunks inside. I've got to talk fast, so listen carefully. The Krauts are heading for the East Bank. I have their troop dispositions down cold. Can you get them out?
Martin has an air-ground radio. He keeps it buried in the orchard.
Good. I'll get rid of these troops inside, but I'll have to go with them. So it's up to you and Martin to get this information through.
Go ahead.
All right. It's about 5 miles between Flettisburg and Trubin with nothing but a few patrols between. That's just one of the weak spots. There's another just north of Lacen. If our troops cross at these spots, we'll save thousands of lives. Now repeat after me. The 146th Panzer Division in reserve near Broheim.
The 146th Panzer Division in reserve near Broheim.
The 122nd Grenadiers just west of Linstein.
The 122nd Grenadiers just west of Linstein.
The 8th Infantry Division due south.
About 10 minutes ago. Parker had to go with them. Martin, are you up to talking?
I'm okay. What did Parker tell you?
I'll write it all down for you. If it gets through on time, thousands of lives can be saved and our job should be over. When will the plane be here?
1 o'clock. What time is it now?
12:30. Think you can do it?
Yeah. Go ahead. Start writing.
Madame, Girard.
Yes, mademoiselle.
Get some water. I wish I could do more for you. Your head, it's still bleeding.
Don't worry about me. Just put it down on paper.
Here. This is it, Martin. Everything written down.
I'll come back as soon as I've contacted the planes.
You will be leaving us then?
Yes.
Where you go, you will be together.
We'll be together. We'll be together from now on.
Open up here. Open up.
Grandmère, who can you see?
Oh, boss, Gerard. 2 soldiers and an officer.
Open
Quick
up,
now.
I say.
Hide in the kitchen. If they make trouble, Mademoiselle says to find Monsieur Martin. Warn him. She's going to the door now, so hurry.
I listen, Grandmère.
Open this door.
I'll warn him if need be.
Yes?
Sorry to intrude at this hour. Helene. Well, we never had our little weekend in Normandy, did we? That's a great pity. You have nothing to say? Sure you remember me, Meister, Paul Meister?
I remember you very well.
You are alone here?
I am here, monsieur.
I refer to Martin.
Then I am quite alone.
Unfortunately, we can't spend too much time finding out if you are telling the truth. Sergeant, take the old woman to the car.
And the girl, Herr Colonel?
Wait outside. I will deal with her.
Madame, come.
Helene Dupre. I still find you a remarkably attractive woman. I can almost forgive myself. Myself, not you, my dear.
Then let's get this over with. All I ask is that I be taken quickly to wherever people like myself are dealt with.
Not yet. I find this reunion curiously satisfying. At last, Helene. At last.
Monsieur Martin! Monsieur!
Gerard, what's the matter?
The woman, monsieur, they're taking them away. I heard him.
Who?
He said his name was Maestro. Don't let them take them, monsieur, please.
Who was with him?
Only two others, soldiers, but hurry. She knows I went for you. Please come, please.
The plane up there. I've got to contact
You could do it later.
Never come back for me again. Thousands of lives will be saved. Never come back. Thousands of lives.
I can't, boy, I can't.
Never thought you would be afraid. Never.
Gerard, listen.
Are you down there, Applejack?
Yeah, I'm here.
Anything wrong?
No, nothing.
And shoot. Recorder's on.
146th Panzer Division Reserve near Brunheim. 122nd Grenadiers just west of Liechtenstein. Liechtenstein.
Slow down.
The 8th Infantry Division south of Robert Canal.
You're losing range, Martin. And slower.
Robert Canal! R-O-B-U-R-G.
That's better. What's your rush?
31st Engineers at Lindgren. 31st at Lindgren. The 18th SS Division around Horst Steinbrück.
Oh, let's have that last again. I want a clean recording.
Please, I've got to get back.
With news like this, so do we, pal. Repeat.
The 18th SS Division around Horst Steinbrück. The 52nd Infantry east of Freihof north of the highway.
Just once more and we'll have it.
18th Division around Horst Steinbrück. 52nd Infantry east of Freihof north of the highway. That's it, and tell him Parker's okay as of a few hours ago.
Swell going, Martin. Sorry to leave you, but I got to get this back to headquarters.
Helene!
They're gone, monsieur. They're too late. They're gone.
Helene.
Look at them come, Martin. Trucks and jeeps, planes and tanks. Soldiers. Our soldiers, Martin. Crossing the Rhine.
Yes, sir.
Job's almost finished. Thanks, Martin.
Don't thank me. Thank them, the ones who didn't live to see this. Gates, Boucher, Helene. Tell me about her, Commander. I didn't even know her real name.
Rogers. Ellen Rogers.
Ellen. Where was she born?
I don't recall, but I can find out for you if you'd like.
No, it doesn't matter. It was somewhere back home. Like the town I came from. The same town, maybe. Yeah, she might even have lived just around the corner.
Well-deserved applause for an exciting performance by our two stars, Alan Ladd and Veronica Lake. And here they are, back at the footlights for the curtain call.
Well, one of the real stars of tonight's play, Bill, was William Donovan, whom you've mentioned in your introduction.
Yes, he was head of the O.S.S. in real life.
Didn't you make a picture on the career of General Donovan, Mr. Keeley?
That's right, Veronica. The Fighting 69th, which, of course, was late in World War I.
And made a great movie, incidentally.
Speaking of pictures, Alan, I understand that since yours were released in continental Europe, you've become the #1 box office hit over there.
And to think they had to wait 6 years before seeing Ellen on the screen.
Not to mention you, too, Veronica.
That's right, Alan. You two have been together in so many pictures. I sort of missed Veronica in your latest Paramount production, 2 years before The Mask.
Yeah, I missed her, too, Bill, but we're going back together again when we start shooting Saigon out of dear old Paramount.
Well, that's good news for Ladd and Lake fans. By the way, Veronica, what happened to that famous over-the-eye hairdo?
Well, I thought it was about time to see how the other half of the world lived, Mr. Keeley.
Say, how long did you wear your hair like that, Veronica?
How long? Oh, about 24 inches.
Well, confidentially, Veronica, I like your present hairdo even better. For one very important reason.
What's that, Mr. Keeley?
It doesn't hide any of that lovely Lux complexion.
Well, it's certainly not hard to help keep your complexion lovely with Lux Toilet Soap Care. I always use it.
And it's plain to see that loyalty is well rewarded.
Say, what are you presenting here next Monday night, Bill?
Next week, we're proud to bring our audience for a second time this season 2 of Hollywood's top artists and one of the most famous acting teams in motion picture history, Greer Garson and Walter Pidgeon. They appear in their original screen roles in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's epic drama, Mrs. Parkington, the story of a man who ruled a dynasty with daring and ruthlessness, and a woman who ruled a man with love alone.
A great cast, a great play, Bill. Congratulations.
And good night.
Good night, and thanks to both of you. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Greer Garson and Walter Pidgeon in Mrs. Parkington. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
The main cause of the current soap shortage is the worldwide scarcity of fats and oils. Industrial fats are needed also in the manufacture of many other essential household goods. So please continue to save used kitchen fats. Your butcher will pay you for every pound you turn in. Secretary of Agriculture Clinton P. Anderson says it is urgently important that American women keep on saving and turning in used fats, taking advantage of larger meat supplies to step up their fat salvage. Heard in our cast tonight were Gail Gordon as Brady, Joseph Kearns as Meister, and Richard Benedict as Boucher. Charles Seal, Norman Field, Jay Novello, Ralph Sedan, Noreen Gamil, Ed Emerson, George Neese, Howard Jeffrey, Henry Rowland, George Sorrell, Truda Marson, and Robert Conte. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our men and women overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Mrs. Parkington with Greer Garson and Walter Pidgeon.
Rely on Spry, S-P-R-Y.
Yes, it's Spry for lighter, finer, richer flavored cakes every time.
Make that next cake with pure, all-vegetable Spry, the shortening with the magic cake-making secret. Hear him say,
Wonderful.
The reason why, S-P-R-Y.
For all you bake and fry, rely on Spry.
Be sure to listen in next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Mrs. Parkington with Greer Garson and Walter Pidgeon. And why not tune in a half hour early to hear Joan Davis over most of these stations? This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, makers of Lux Flakes, brings you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Pat O'Brien and Lynn Bari in Crack Up. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. As we approach another year, we naturally think in terms of something new and different. And tonight we bring you a special favorite of the screen, Pat O'Brien, in a new and thrilling drama, and for Pat, a very different sort of role. In RKO's psychological mystery, Crack Up, he appears as a man whose temporary mental blindness threatens his entire life, turns trust into suspicion, love to doubt. Co-starred with Pat is the talented and beautiful Lynn Bari, who adds a note of romance to this rapid-fire story of murder and conspiracy. Before our curtain rises, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the motion picture studios and the many stars who have provided us with such fine entertainment during 1946. For their cooperation, we extend our heartiest thanks and our sincere good wishes for a happy and successful new year. And I'm sure that if Lux Flakes could speak for themselves, they'd also take this opportunity to wish you all a very happy 1947. Certainly, they'll help to make it happy, as they always have, by lessening your labors and lengthening the life of your nice things. In fact, for those nice things, I'd say Lux Flakes and Happy New Year mean about the same thing. Once again, our curtain rises as we present Act One of Crack Up, starring Pat O'Brien as George Steele and Lynn Bari as Terry Cordell, with Lester Matthews as Traben. It's 11 o'clock at night, and in New York's police headquarters, Lieutenant Detective Cochran is on the telephone.
Wait a minute, Johnson. Say that over again.
Yes, sir. About 20 minutes ago, see? I was just turning the corner at the Manhattan Museum when I see this guy smash the front door and break in.
Go on.
I go after him, see? He puts up quite a battle, and right in the middle of it, he passes out.
Drunk?
But good. His name is George Steele, and he's on the staff of the museum. Gives art lectures or something.
Who's there with you? I can hear voices.
Some of the big shots from the museum. They were having a meeting upstairs when all this happened. I figured I'd better call you, Lieutenant.
Okay, Johnson. I'll be right over. Just a second, if you don't mind. How's the patient doing, Johnson?
He still keeps mumbling about a train wreck, Lieutenant.
Now, let me get this much straight anyway. Mr. Barton, you're the director of the museum?
I am, sir.
And you're Lowell, and you're Stevenson?
That's right, Lieutenant, except it's Dr. Lowell.
MD?
Yes. Dr. Lowell, Mr. Stevenson, and I were attending a board meeting upstairs. The other trustees left some time ago. We three were still there when this unfortunate incident occurred.
You work here, Mr. Stevenson?
He's our curator.
I see, like Mr. Steele?
Mr. Steele's an assistant. He's been lecturing here.
I'd suggest that Mr. Steele change his brand of whiskey.
I examined Mr. Steele before you arrived. He's more than drunk. He's really ill.
There's no denying the odor of alcohol, but I know he doesn't do that kind of drinking. He keeps talking about a train wreck. What could he possibly mean?
I'll be able to answer that when headquarters calls me back.
I trust nothing of this will get to the newspapers, Lieutenant. It would be most embarrassing. A member of our own staff. Surely you can understand.
I'll take it. Hello? Yeah? You're sure now? Did you check every railroad line? Okay, thanks.
Come in.
Frank,
Oh, hello, Terry.
where's George? What's happened?
He'll be all right, Terry. He's lying there on the couch.
George! Oh, darling.
Good evening, gentlemen. What is this? Open house? Who's the girl? Who's this man?
The young lady is Terry Cordell. She's a magazine writer, a friend of Mr. Steele's. I phoned her to come. And this lieutenant is Mr. Traben of the English Museum.
I was having dinner with Miss Cordell when she got word. Will I be in
He's
the way?
talking again, Lieutenant.
What are you trying to say, dear? What do you mean? Were there many killed?
The train wreck. It plowed right into us, Terry. That other train.
George, this is Lieutenant Cochran of the police department.
Police? What do they want?
Some answers, Steele, like, where have you been tonight?
Was he kidding?
What did happen, George?
I was in a train wreck. That's all I know until I woke up here.
And where was the train wreck? Where were you going?
North. Same direction the train was going. I was half an hour out of Grand Central with the rest of the passengers. Is there something unusual about that?
The only thing unusual is there wasn't any wreck. That phone call I just received, they've checked every railroad. There wasn't any wreck.
You're out of your mind. I was in a wreck. What are you driving at? What am I supposed to have done?
Among other things, you kicked in the front door here and you struck the police officer who tried to stop you. But let's get back to the wreck. That didn't happen.
Haven't we had enough cross-examination? Can't
Now
you see
it
that
won't
he's...
help any of us to get excited.
You mind if I speak to him?
Go ahead, Doctor.
Steele, try to remember everything you did today before you took the train.
Please, George.
Okay. I was here in the museum all day. At 5 o'clock, I delivered my lecture. I have a few definite opinions about art and hypocrisy, and I said exactly what was on my mind. In any event, the people seemed to enjoy it. But when the lecture was over, Mary said...
Wait a minute. Who's Mary?
Mary Gardner. She's Mr. Barton's secretary. She said Mr. Barton wanted to see me.
And I'm not at all happy with the nature of your lectures, Mr. Steele. I agreed to the series on the basis of your war record and Stevenson's recommendation, but I'm afraid it's not working out.
But we're drawing the biggest crowd you ever had. Why, this afternoon...
This museum is supported entirely by wealthy patrons, and we cannot afford to antagonize them.
The only people who could possibly be antagonized by what I've got to say are the ones who wear culture like a mink coat. People who use this museum on the social front.
That such a condition may exist gives you no license to discuss it with the public. And your criticisms of surrealist painting, really, sir, your behavior's been inexcusable.
Well, the people don't seem to think so, nor the newspapers.
The trustees are meeting here tonight. We'll see what they have to say.
Well, in that case, I hope you'll mention the English exhibit. There are a lot of people who'd like to see those paintings, Mr. Barton, besides the friends of the Board of Trustees.
The paintings are crated for shipment back to London. To hang them again is unnecessary, expensive, and inconvenient. I will say so at the meeting. I will also say that your suggestion about X-ray equipment is ridiculous.
Why?
Because this is a museum. We're here to show paintings, not to question their authenticity.
The Metropolitan and the Louvre have used X-ray without any complications. I thought it might be interesting to the public if we showed them some of those masterpieces under the X-ray.
I will do my best to present your position to the board.
All right. And tell them to make up their minds whether this place is to be run like a public institution or a tea party. Good night, Mr. Barton. Well, I left Barton's office, Lieutenant. I came downstairs, met Miss Cordell, and then
Just a second. Can you verify what he's told us, Mr. Barton? That argument in your office?
What he said is true. I resent calling it an argument.
Okay, Steele. You met Miss Cordell. Then what?
She wasn't alone. Mr. Traben here was with her.
I enjoyed your lecture very much, Mr. Steele.
Thank you. Say, Terry,
You're Captain Steele, aren't you?
I was Captain Steele.
Yes, you're the lad who turned up all those forgeries in the Nazi art collection. That was a great job.
Thanks. Terry, you free for dinner?
Oh, I'm sorry, George, but Mr. Traben and
Why don't you join us? I'm very anxious to hear more about your work on those forgeries.
Some other time. Good night.
George! Oh, now, wait a minute. Hey.
Well?
You're pouting. Come on, what's the beef?
There's no beef. Only sometime when you can spare a few minutes, cut me in, will you?
George, I'd like a cocktail. It's early. I can tell Mr. Traben to pick me up in an hour. Please.
Okay. I'll meet you at the door in 5 minutes.
We took you out for cocktails, Miss Cordell. Where?
Barclay's. It's a sort of restaurant. We eat there quite often.
But this time you just drank, is that it?
Take it easy. We had one drink. We just sat there talking. Got a nickel, Terry? Because if you haven't, I have.
What do I need a nickel for?
Phone call. That's all it'd take to break your date with Traben.
I'm tempted, darling. You know, I haven't really seen you for days. I hate to admit it, but I miss you.
Excuse me, Mr. Steele. There's a call for you, long distance.
Long distance? I'll be right back, Terry.
Who was it? George, is anything wrong?
It's from the hospital in Glenby. My mother's sick. I just have time to make a train.
Oh, darling, I'm sorry. I'll go to the station.
No. You go ahead and have your date with Traben. I love you, Terry.
Call me in the morning, darling. Let me know.
Yes, sir?
Round trip to Glenby. I'm in kind of a hurry.
Yes, sir. That'll be...
Here.
Hey, mister. Hey, you change, hey?
Good. All aboard.
Hey, Bud, tell him to hold it a minute, will you? My friend here's had a few too many, and I'm...
Okay. You to hold it for a second, conductor? That fellow's trying to help us friend make the train.
Oh, sure. Hey, mister, wait a second. I'll give you a hand. So you got on the train to Glenby, Steele. The train you think was wrecked.
Yes.
See anyone you knew on the train, George?
No, Doctor. I sat down and looked out the window. That fellow with the drunk, they sat down right behind me, and I tried to read a newspaper, but I couldn't. I was thinking about my mother, hoping I'd get there in time.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have here a 1-pound box of delicious chocolate-covered bonbons shortly going on sale at $2 a pound. Now I'm giving them away absolutely free as a special advertising offer. Of course, there'll be a slight charge of 25 cents for boxing and wrapping. Okay, lady, how many?
Just one, please.
Yes, ma'am, and thank you. And the gentleman here, how many, mister?
Any cigarettes?
Maybe you didn't hear me, mister. This trip is candy.
All right, I'll get you the next trip.
Next trip is coffee, sandwiches, and apples. The next trip is cigarettes. Now, folks, I'm going through this car just once with this special introductory offer.
Marlin, next stop, Marlin. Oh, how do you do, Mr. Ames?
Evening, conductor.
Next stop, Marlin. Marlin, next.
I just looked at my watch, Lieutenant, when I saw it coming. There was a curve so I could see it through the window clearly. The headlight of another train cutting through the darkness. Brighter and brighter and brighter. It was my imagination. It had to be, but it wasn't. That other train was on our track. I wanted to shout some kind of warning, but I couldn't. I just sat there watching, and then it happened. Everything exploded in front of me. There were screams. That's all I remember until I woke up here.
Quite a story. Can you think of some way to prove it?
Yes. Where's my coat?
Don't bother. You haven't got a ticket stub. We went through all your pockets. Oh, Johnson.
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Call the hospital in Glenby. Check on a Mrs. Steele.
Mrs. Albert Steele.
Okay.
I don't get it. I just don't get it.
George, you've been working pretty hard, you know.
Of course I have. I've been overseas, Dr. Lowell. I've got a lot of time to make up.
Well, did you have any, unusual experiences overseas?
Yes. One day I got a V-mail letter I could read.
I didn't mean to sound unsympathetic. But it's possible that your war experiences plus overwork would be the answer.
Lieutenant, what are you going to do?
Right now, I'm going to have a smoke.
George, tell me. Do you recall ever being in a railroad wreck or having some similar experience when you were in charge?
Here's a match, Lieutenant.
Thanks, Straben. Dr. Lowell's working on him.
Yes, you played that quite well inside. I'm much obliged.
The museum, Barton. Do they really know why you're in New York?
I don't think so. Would you mind very much turning Steele loose?
I can't do that. He's ripe for a psycho ward.
He'd be much safer there, but I'd rather have him running around for a while. It might help.
What's your guess? That he's mixed up in this thing you're working on?
That's what I'd like to find out.
How?
I was wondering if I could borrow a couple of your men to put on his trail.
It won't look very good on the records if somebody gets hurt.
Well, I'll try and see that nothing happens. Well, let's get back in there.
Now, it's just a matter of facing the facts realistically, George.
All right. I'm psychopathic. Sure, I was frightened by a train when I was 6 years old, only I don't remember it.
George, please, dear.
Did you get to hospital, Johnson?
Yes, sir. They got a lot of patients, but no one named Mrs. Steele.
I thought so.
Go on, then. Lock me up.
Mr. Barton, you willing to forget the damages to your front door?
Please, my only concern, Lieutenant, is to avoid publicity.
How about you, Dr. Lowell? How do you feel about it?
When a friend's ill, you want to help him, not punish him.
Okay. I'm probably making a mistake, Steele, but I'm letting you go. Now lay off that vino. And don't take any more train rides or you're liable to wind up in Bellevue.
Here's your coat, George. Better put it on.
Thanks. Mr. Barton, I'm sorry about this. I can't understand, but I'll make up for it. From now on, my lectures will be conservative and dull.
The board has already tentatively considered canceling your lectures. I think, under the circumstances, we'd better make the decision final.
I see.
Let's get you home, George. You need to rest.
Sure.
I'll find a cab, Miss Cordell. Good night, gentlemen, and thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
George, how can you just stand here smiling? Well, look. Your whole apartment's been wrecked. Furniture, papers.
Have a chair, Mr. Traben. Just pick anyone off the floor that you like.
George.
Maybe I wrecked the place. Sure, maybe I did it. Well, if I can dream up train wrecks, why not this?
Except you didn't.
I couldn't have.
The police, probably. One of Cochrane's men while he was with us at the museum.
Routine checkup. Somebody should have dropped one of Cochrane's men on Nagasaki. Would have accomplished the same thing much cheaper.
Cops mean well. They're just notoriously untidy.
It's strange, but you Americans are always fighting an undeclared war against your police. Now, cops are only human. They might respond to a little respect and affection.
George, these papers
They're
here...
part of my file on the German forgeries.
I wonder why they'd interest the police. Well, I hope you'll feel better after a little rest. Good night, Mr. Steele. Let me know if there's anything I can do.
Yes, I will.
You coming, Miss Cordell?
Later, I want to talk to George. Thanks for being such a help.
Well, that's all right. Good night.
Terry, what do you think? What is happening? All of a sudden, I don't know myself. Everything has become unfamiliar.
It'll clear up.
Oh, I've quarreled with you a lot since I've been back home, haven't I?
You've been normally jealous.
Seen a lot of good guys crack up in this war. Cool, composed cookies one day and the next snap like a tight violin string. It was the one fear everybody had. You kept thinking it might happen to me.
There's nothing wrong with your mind, so stop it. Your ego's a little bruised because for once you don't know all the answers. But there's nothing wrong with your mind.
I still don't know whether I've been in a train wreck or not. I've got to find out.
All right, do handstands. Knock your head against the wall. Show your muscles. Do anything you like.
What's wrong, darling? What's going on?
I'm sorry. I'm mad, I guess. Confused. A little scared. Last night in Barclays, for the first time in 3 years, I began to sense what life could be like again. You and I, and then... Oh, I don't know what happened any more than you do, darling. I don't really care. I just resent it.
How's the dinner with Traben? Did you have any fun?
No. George, I'm going home. Will I see you tomorrow?
Oh, I hope so. How about Barclays at 6 o'clock?
6 will be fine. Now, come here, you big lug, and kiss me goodnight. We're supposed to be engaged, remember?
Yeah, I remember, darling. Don't worry, Terry. I'll get to the bottom of this, and soon, too.
George, where on earth have you been all day?
Hello, Terry. Sit down.
I called your apartment. I called the museum. Oh, darling, what's the matter?
You wouldn't be working with Cochran, would you, Terry?
Don't be silly.
He could have told you where I've been. You see that fellow at the bar? The one in the raincoat, I mean. He's been on my trail all day, follows me everywhere, and I mean everywhere.
George, don't. Whatever you're going to do, don't.
I've got to find out what happened last night.
How can you? Where would you begin?
Well, for one thing, if I could lose that Joe, I could get on the same train. Keep my eyes open. I've got to find somebody or something to tip me off as to what went on.
Just leave it alone. What would that accomplish?
Excuse me, Terry. I'll be right back. Say, waiter, come here, will you?
Yes, Mr. Steele.
There's a fellow over there at the end of the bar. You see him? He just got up. Tell him Lieutenant Cochran wants him on the phone. Oh, well, wait a minute. Here. This is for you.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Steele. I'll tell him. Oh, I beg your pardon, sir.
Where'd that man go? One you were just talking to?
The washroom, sir. Oh, you wanted on the phone. Lieutenant Cochran, sir.
How'd you know who I am?
The man on the phone. He said you'd be wearing a gray raincoat.
Okay, thanks. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello, Cochran.
This is Detective Waters, Lieutenant. Sorry, sir, but your boyfriend's shaking me.
Where are you, Waters?
At Barclays. Steele rigged up a phony telephone call. When I went in the booth, he slipped out through the washroom window.
That's a tough break. He's got something on his mind, Waters. And whatever it is, he wants to do it alone. Don't worry. We'll be hearing from Steele again.
Act 2 of Crack Up, starring Pat O'Brien and Lynn Bari, will follow in a moment. Why that satisfied look, Libby?
I was just thinking what a wonderful year it's been here in Hollywood for the many actors who served in the armed forces, who came back and found a welcome from producers and public.
Like Tyrone Power, lately of the U.S. Marines?
Yes, he's one. You know, Darryl Zanuck thought Tyrone was so right for the part of Larry Darrell in The Razor's Edge that he held up production at 20th Century Fox for 8 months until Tyrone got out of the Marines.
Knowing Somerset Maugham's book, I'd say Power was just about perfect for the part of the idealistic hero.
Who, believe it or not, spurns the love of his fiancée, Jean Tierney. Imagine, and she's so beautiful in The Razor's Edge. Her clothes were simply gorgeous. 20th Century Fox outdid themselves.
I didn't know gorgeous fabrics were plentiful these days.
They're not, but the studio improvised like wizards. For instance, they made a lace gown out of lace tablecloths.
They couldn't improvise stockings, though, could they, Libby?
No, but you don't need many stockings when they get Lux Care, as they do at the Hollywood studios.
That holds true for girls everywhere, Libby. Because with Lux, stockings last so much longer.
When I see girls using a strong soap for stockings, it really hurts me. Why, they're practically cutting the wear in half.
That's right, Libby. And, I was thinking of all the girls who got stockings for Christmas. I hope they'll remember what our strain tests proved, that stockings washed with Lux Flakes lasted twice as long as those washed with a strong soap.
That's just like getting an extra pair with every new pair.
So be kind to those new stockings, won't you, ladies, and Lux them after every wearing. Here's your producer, William Keeley.
We continue with Act Two of Crack Up, starring Pat O'Brien as George Steele and Lynn Bari as Terry. Convinced that he was involved in a train wreck, George Steele tries desperately now to retrace his steps of the night before. Again in Grand Central Station, he hopes to find his first clue at the ticket window.
Next, please. Round trip to Glenby.
Glenby? Yes, sir.
Say, were you on duty last night?
Yes.
The same window?
I don't know, mister. We switch around.
I bought a ticket here last night. I left some change. I wondered if you might have remembered me. Say, buddy, I got a train to catch.
I see hundreds of faces every day, mister. I can't remember them all.
Okay, thank you. What is this, a game? Give me a round trip to Albany.
Cigars, cigarettes, candy. I got cigar, folks. I got cigarettes and candy. I'm passing through the car just once.
Say, fella.
Yes, sir.
Cigarettes.
What kind?
What kind did I get last night?
Are you kidding, Joe? What do you think? I keep books?
You don't remember?
Get this guy. You want I should remember what kind of butts you smoke?
It is important. Please, try to remember.
What a character. Cigars, cigarettes, candy.
Marlin, next stop. Marlin.
Conductor.
Yes, sir?
Do you recall seeing me on this train last night? I sat right here, the same seat.
Oh, sorry, mister. I can remember a name, but I can never remember a face. Marlin, next. Marlin.
They don't remember. None of them. But I remember. I looked out the window and I saw it coming. There was a curve in the roadbed. And I saw it coming toward... It's there again. The headlight. Straight for us like a shell out of a gun. We're going to crash. We're going to crash. We're going to crash.
Marlin. Marlin's the next stop.
Marlin. Yes. That's the place. I'll get off. I'll get off at Marlin.
Ticket office is closed, mister. Sorry.
No, I didn't want a ticket. Are you the station master?
Sure am.
Do you remember if anyone got off the train here last night?
What train?
Same train I just got off.
Well, now, I don't know.
Here's $5. Will that help your memory?
Now, that's a funny thing.
What?
You a private detective? You checking on Mrs. Anderson's husband?
Anderson?
Mrs. Anderson gave me $5, too. Just to tell her if he gets off the train with a certain party.
Well, did he? Did anyone get off?
Yeah, but not Mr. Anderson. A couple of fellas got off. They was carrying another fella so full of liquor he couldn't even walk.
Look at me. Could I have been the man they were carrying? Could I?
Didn't notice, mister. Sorry.
Where'd they take me? Where'd they take this man?
Put him in a car.
What kind of a car?
Mister, I ain't been able to tell one kind of a car from another since 1924. Anything else I can tell you?
No, not now. Thanks. Thanks very much.
Hello?
Mr. Stevenson?
Yes?
Frank, this is George.
George, where are you?
On the way to see you if I can. Anyone with you in your apartment?
No, come on up.
Things are starting to make sense, Frank. I need your help. I'll be there in 10 minutes.
I'm sure of it, Frank. I'm sure of it. I was on that train last night, and the drunk behind me was a plant.
Go on.
Well, I was slugged. Hit on the head when that other train rushed by. Then they took me off at Marlin. It looked, well, just like two fellas helping a drunk.
Oh, but why would anybody want to...
Discredit me! Make it look like I was a dipso or crazy or both. I'm in somebody's way, Frank. And it connects with the museum.
But how do you account for swearing you were in a train wreck? Or for trying to break into the museum last night and still not know about it?
Yes, I don't know yet. Look, something's going on at the museum. You know. I want you to tell me.
Okay. This is strictly confidential, George. You remember that painting by Gainsborough we had in the museum? The one that was lost at sea in an explosion?
Yes, of course I do.
Well, Barton got a letter from a friend of his in London named Montague, telling him that it was not an accident,
Not an accident.
That's all I know. Barton's been suspecting everybody ever since.
Frank, you've got to get me into the museum tonight.
Tonight? But why?
To check the files. You have a key. I've got to find out if anybody connected with the museum has a house in Marlin.
Oh, you can't risk going near the museum. The police had...
Oh, yes. I guess maybe you're right.
I'll go. You wait here. I'll get your information and call you within the hour.
Hello?
I've got to talk fast, George. I'm at the museum. Barton was here when I arrived. We had a serious run-in. Can't tell you now, but you've got to get down here and help me check something. It's important.
How will I get in and not be seen?
I'll leave the basement door open. You'll have to hop over the back wall. I'll be waiting at the vault. That you, George? Over here by the vault. Careful. I don't dare turn on the light till we can close the door. I found something, George. These paintings we're sending back to England. Someone's been trying to open the crates. I think... Who are you?
Hello? Hello, George? Is that you? Darling, where are you?
Terry, Frank Stevenson's dead. Murdered at the museum.
Oh, no.
I've got to see you. Do you remember that penny arcade on 6th Avenue? How soon could you get over there?
20 minutes.
I'll meet you there. I'm sorry, darling. I can't tell you anything more till I see you.
Stand next to me, Terry. I'll keep playing this pinball machine. I don't dare look up until I have to.
There's a policeman out front.
Yes, I know. This isn't going to make sense, Terry. But I'll tell you what I know. That train last night, I was slugged. Who did it, where they took me, I can't answer that yet. Tonight, Frank Stevenson went to the museum to find something for me. I was going to meet him there. I met him all right. He was dead. The watchman must have spotted me. Before I could leave, the police rushed in. I got away, phoned you, and here I am.
The police aren't wasting any time. I had the radio on in my car on the way here. Your description's bouncing out of every loudspeaker in town.
I'll keep out of their way.
Darling, you can't dodge the police forever. Go to Cochrane. Get this out in the open.
No, fine. That's about as smart as slitting my own throat to get some fresh air.
But you didn't kill Stevenson. Surely you can prove that.
Yes, I can. But not if I'm behind a lot of iron grill work. I've got a lot of things to do, and I've got to be free to do them. Terry, what do you know about that Gainsborough painting that was lost at sea?
Only what I read in the papers. It was destroyed in an accidental explosion, and the insurance company paid off.
It wasn't an accidental explosion.
How do you know?
Stevenson told me. And I know that's why he wanted me to meet him at the museum. He must have run into something. Because he did, he was killed.
For an art expert, Mr. Steele, you pay a whale of a game of pinball.
Traben!
I phoned Mr. Traben, George. I told him I was meeting you here.
Oh, that's swell, Terry. Did you send for Cochrane, too?
George, you can't handle this alone.
She's quite right, you know. You need help.
Suppose you tell me how all this concerns you.
I'll tell you what I can at the moment. The only reason you weren't arrested last night after you broke into the museum was because I was able to intervene with Cochrane.
Huh. My fairy godfather. Why?
I'll get to that. You're in pretty deep now. A man's been murdered. Your life is in danger, too.
You haven't answered my question.
You have some information I need. And I know a number of things of great interest to you. Let's get Cochrane and put the pieces together.
I thought I'd see the hook eventually.
Darling, please be reasonable.
Why, I'm overwhelmed. Everybody has my interest at heart. Everybody wants to take me to the cops.
No, we're only asking you to come.
Well, I'd like to think it over. You know, it isn't every day that a man can be booked as a psychopathic killer.
George, you've got to trust us.
I'm not trusting anybody this week.
For Terry's sake, and the sake of your own safety, I'm afraid I must insist. There's a police officer just outside.
Oh. Okay. You win, Traben. I'll...
Oh! George!
He's a sucker for a right in the solar plexus. So long, baby.
That man, what happened?
Somebody fainted. You better get some water.
Good evening, Mr. Barton.
Now, look here, Steele.
Sorry to drag you down here this time of night, but we couldn't very well discuss it on the telephone.
Your audacity, ordering me to meet you here at the waterfront.
And why did you come?
You're wanted for murder. I should have notified Lieutenant Cochrane.
But we both know why you didn't. Cochrane's liable to ask you some embarrassing questions, Mr. Barton. I think I mentioned that when I phoned you. He might want to know what you were doing at the museum when Frank Stevenson was killed.
I was going through my papers. I've had some personal things on my mind. I've been very upset.
Because of that Gainsborough?
Yes.
Well, first of all, Mr. Barton, the Gainsborough destroyed at sea by an accidental explosion was not the original. It was a forgery.
What?
Now, it's your turn to tell me something. Your friend in London, Mr. Montague, did he tell you how they discovered the forgery?
They examined some of the pieces of canvas found after the explosion. The pigment, it was obviously not the original.
That must have been quite a blow to someone. Someone who has the original in his possession now. Someone who had the forgery painted and then arranged for its destruction. Who is it, Mr. Barton?
I don't know.
Stevenson had found something when he was killed.
How do you know?
Because he had opened some of the packing cases in the vault. There's been another forgery, Mr. Barton. One of those paintings you're shipping back to England.
Don't you think I'd know that? Why do you think I pleaded with Stevenson to let matters alone?
I'm supposed to be an expert at spotting forgeries.
I don't want it exposed. Hasn't there been enough tragedy, enough scandal? Whatever painting it is, and whoever wants it, let him have it. Don't you realize my whole career's at stake? So is my life!
It's my guess they'll try the same trick they pulled with the Gainsborough. Another accident of some kind. Well, I've got to spot that forgery before it leaves this country. That means you've got to get me into the museum tomorrow night.
I refuse, definitely. It's too dangerous.
Since when are you so interested in my health?
Besides, I can't possibly be at the museum tomorrow night. I'm giving a reception for Mr. Trapen in my apartment.
Oh, yes. I heard something about that. Well, you're going to have 2 more guests.
What are you talking
I
about?
want Miss Cordell there. Trapen will be very happy to take her. She may learn something. I'll be the second guest.
Are you insane?
With your help, I should be able to find a nice, cozy spot on the fire escape. Maybe I'll learn something, too.
And what if you're discovered?
Oh, that would be a pity. But I know you won't turn me in, Mr. Barton. You've withheld too much information from the police.
Be at my apartment early. I'll do what I can.
Well, Barton, I've been trying to get you alone all evening.
I'm sorry, Dr. Lowell. I'm always at a loss when it comes to playing host.
Stevenson's death, it's upset you. It's upset all of us.
I would have canceled the reception, of course, except Mr. Traben's sailing next
By the
week.
way, any news of the fugitive, George Steele?
There's no news. I am sure you would have heard as soon as I.
You're much too nervous, man. You better stop by my office tomorrow. I'll give you a prescription.
Some champagne, Terry?
Thanks, Mr. Traven.
Well, here's luck.
It seems so cruel. Sipping champagne and not knowing where George is or what happened to him.
Well, Cochran has his best men at key spots all over the city. They won't let him get into too much trouble, so I repeat, here's luck.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Mr. Traven.
Yes?
There's a telephone call for you, sir. You can take it right here on the extension.
Thank you. Yes? What? You're sure that's the painting? But it wasn't to be shipped until next week. What vessel? Yes? Yes? What time does she sail? Right. SS Arcadia, Pier 31, North River. Thanks. Terry, do you suppose you could take me for a fast drive?
Now? What's happened?
Come with me while I find Mr. Barton.
What was that you said, Mr. Traben?
Excuse me, I'd better close the door. I said, by whose orders is the Adoration of the Kings being shipped out tonight?
Tonight?
Mr. Barton, it's my job to see that the collection of English paintings on loan to your museum are returned safely to England. The Adoration of the Kings was to leave next week aboard the Regency.
Of course.
But I've just had word it's been taken aboard the Arcadia, sailing at 1 o'clock tonight. Why were the arrangements changed?
Nothing's been changed. The painting is still in the museum.
It better be. Call the museum at once, please. And tell the watchman that I'm coming right over with Miss Cordell.
Steele.
So, the Adoration's leaving tonight, Barton.
You heard Traben?
Yeah.
I swear I know nothing about it. He must be mistaken.
And I must be nuts, because I think you're telling the truth. Miss Cordell's driving him to the museum?
Yes.
They're wasting their time.
Where are you going?
To the SS Arcadia, Pier 31, North River.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We'll continue with Act 3 of Crack Up, starring Pat O'Brien and Lynn Bari in a moment. Our special guest tonight is one of those rarities in moviedom, a rising young actress who was actually born in Hollywood, Jacqueline White. How did RKO discover you, Jacqueline?
The talent scout saw me in a class play, Mr. Keeley.
Had you thought of a movie career before?
Practically all my life. I was so happy to sign with RKO.
Have you seen Frank Capra's latest for your studio, It's a Wonderful Life?
Oh, indeed I have.
You know, Jimmy Stewart chose that for his first picture after 5 years in the armed services. His fans are giving him and Donna Reed a warm reception.
Oh, and I had a wonderful time exploring the sets for that picture, Mr. Keeley. You know, they reproduced the whole town of Bedford Falls where the story's laid. And then I saw the colorful Arabian Night sets RKO made for Sinbad the Sailor.
Quite a contrast, weren't they?
Oh, yes. I walked all over that enormous ship with a big high deck.
You know, Douglas Fairbanks can put his commando training to good use in that picture.
Marina Harrow's costumes are gorgeous, too. But for every day, I'll take my own simple ones.
Yes, why?
Well, for one thing, they're so easy to lux.
As a matter of fact, Miss White, RKO luxes more things than you dream possible. Anything safe in water alone. From beruffled costume petticoats to smartly simple 20th century slips.
All I know is that mine look lovely after they're luxed.
I'm glad to hear you say that, Miss White, because that's just what our tests prove. You see, lots of women told us that they luxed their lingerie time after time, but they wondered how much longer Lux Care helped it keep that nice new look. So a well-known laboratory made some tests for us.
On actual slips?
Yes, lace-trimmed and tailored ones. Nighties, too. They found that underthings washed the wrong way soon looked faded and drab. But those washed the Lux way stayed color fresh and lovely 3 times as long.
Oh, that's a big difference.
It is. So you can just imagine what women all over America save, or what studios save, with Lux Care.
I'm making a New Year's resolution to use Lux Flakes for every single thing that's washable.
A mighty good suggestion for the ladies in our audience. Thank you for coming tonight, Miss White. Here is Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
After the final curtain, our stars will join us for a brief chat, and I hope you'll join us too. Here's Act 3 of Crack Up, starring Pat O'Brien as George and Lynn Bari as Terry. At Pier 31, North River, the steamship Arcadia is making ready to weigh anchor. Through the crowd of passengers and well-wishers that line the deck, a figure emerges from the hold, loses itself in the throng, and slips out of sight in the shadows of the wharf.
Well, Lieutenant Cochran, there goes Mr. Steele.
Yeah, with the adoration of the kings under his coat. He's got that painting, Trading.
Undoubtedly. The painting was not at the museum. It must have been on board the ship. Steele found it.
And you're letting him walk off the dock with it.
Steele's not the man we're after.
I'm getting a little tired of hearing that.
I'm using Steele as bait. I have to. If we're ever going to learn who's behind all this.
What about that girl, Miss Cordell?
She's at the end of the dock. She's waiting in her car.
For you or for George Steele?
You're beginning to catch on, Lieutenant. Oh, I trust your men will be trailing him. I'd really hate to see Steele get into any more trouble.
George.
Terry.
Come on, get in the car. It's better than the subway.
Except I can trust the subway. I used to think you worked on a magazine, Terry. What's your real racket? What do you do for a living?
I drive around in cars picking up psychopathic killers. Oh, sometimes you make me so... I was at a party at Barton's. All of a sudden, things started to happen. I drove Traben to the museum and then down here.
Yeah, I know, and I spotted him on the ship, Cochran, too.
Did they see you?
Think I'd be here if they did?
Look, as far as I'm concerned, we can sit here in the car all night unless you have some dim idea of what you're doing and want me to help you.
All right, let's get out of here. Terry, who is Traben?
An art expert.
I know that, from the British Museum.
No, from Scotland Yard. He was sent here to check on the missing Gainsborough.
I've got something here under my coat.
So I noticed. Except I'm not supposed to ask questions, am I?
A canvas, and I just stole it. It's supposed to be Durer's The Adoration of the Kings. I think it's a phony.
How did you get it?
Oh, our friend Traben isn't as nimble as you think he is. I got aboard the Arcadia, went down in the hold, and found a room marked bonded cargo.
And nobody stopped you?
One guy tried to, a sailor. At least he was dressed like a sailor. He was in the hold playing with matches. I put him out first and then the fire.
George.
Yes, the same thing all over again, except that the Gainsborough was an explosion. This time they were trying arson.
That sailor.
What would you want me to do? Take him to Traben? I had to leave him there. I'm wanted for murder, and I've just stolen the painting. You know, it's a funny thing. That night on the train, the fellow with the drunk? I could almost swear he and the sailor are one and the same guy.
I'm driving uptown. Is that okay with you?
Yes. This painting, I've got to get it x-rayed tonight. Make sure it's a phony.
There's no laboratory open this time of night.
Well, I've got an idea. I'm phoning Mary.
Mary? Barton's secretary.
Yeah, she's just a kid, but she's all right, and I know she's got a girlfriend who works in the Contemporary Institute. They've got all kinds of x-ray equipment. Come on, let's find a telephone. Where'd she go, Mary, your friend?
Well, Dorothy thought she'd better wait in the corridor, Mr. Steele. She's terribly worried. She had no right to let us in here, you know, and using the laboratory...
Well, tell Dorothy she can stop worrying. I'm about finished.
George.
Well, I've x-rayed the canvas. You take a look, Terry. Here, I'll put the x-ray into the machine. Well, what do you see?
I don't know. What am I supposed to see?
What you're supposed to see, what you do see, is a forgery of the Adoration of the Kings. The painting I brought here tonight is the Scola copy. Scola was one of the cleverest forgers in the 18th century. Fine artist, but not as good as Dürer.
But how can you tell this isn't Dürer's painting?
Well, the real Adoration of the Kings has been x-rayed before. When Dürer painted it, he used an old canvas, a canvas on which he had once started to paint something else, a landscape. Now, if this were the genuine Adoration, you'd see plenty of evidence of the landscape in this x-ray plate.
But, Mr. Steele...
Yes, Mary?
If that's true, then the painting we had at the museum
was a phony. Sure. This is it, the Scola copy.
Well, I'll tell Dorothy you're finished.
I'll need a couple of minutes to clean up.
George, finding this out, does this clear you?
No, but with what I know now, I can take my chances.
You were expecting a forgery.
Yes. Frank Stevenson's death gave me that lead.
You mean just knowing was enough to get him killed?
Plenty. Who's ever engineering this isn't kidding.
But they already had the original. This forgery was bound to be discovered.
No, not if it were destroyed. No one would suspect it was a forgery. And even if they did, how could they prove it from a pile of ashes? Well, I better put in a call for Cochran.
Mr. Steele, Dorothy heard someone upstairs. It may be the watchman. Can't we go now?
Well, all righty. Let's go, Terry.
Dorothy says we'll have to go out the same way, the back way through the park.
I hope Dorothy found a taxi. I don't know why she wouldn't let us drive her home.
Oh, you mustn't be offended, either of you, but as soon as she can forget having seen you tonight, the better.
Well, at least we can take you home, Mary. What would be the quickest way to...
Wait a minute. I heard someone. Right there, back of those bushes. Walk ahead with Mary.
Please don't move. Either of you.
Mary.
Yes, I'm talking to you, Miss Cordell and Mr. Steele. I've got a gun, and if necessary, I'll use it. This way, Dr. Lowell. Hurry, please.
In here, Miss Cordell, if you don't mind.
Where's George, Dr. Lowell? What have you done to him?
There on the sofa. I'm sorry, but it was necessary to render him unconscious.
What place is this?
My home, just outside of Marlin. I'm not at all happy to find you involved in this, Miss Cordell. But we'll just have to make the best of it. Mary.
Yes?
Keep that revolver handy, please. Miss Cordell, I sincerely hope you and George will cooperate with me.
By doing what?
I have only one simple question for you to answer. Who else knows the Scola copy was substituted for the original, the Adoration of the Kings?
If I tell you, then what?
You might as well tell me. I have a very valuable Gainsborough and a very valuable Dürer in my possession. I intend to keep them. A fact which Stevenson's death should have impressed upon you. Who else knows?
George mentioned a sailor on the Arcadia.
Oh, yes. One of my employees, as is Mary here. That sailor is now standing guard outside. Well?
All right. The police know. George phoned Cochran as soon as he found out.
George couldn't have known himself until he x-rayed the forgery. And Mary was with you all the time.
He didn't call anybody. She's lying.
Why not ask Mary if she left the lab while George was working?
Did you, Mary?
Yes, I had to. I had to call you.
Of course you did.
She left another time to talk to her friend.
I know she's lying, Doctor.
Then we'll just have to find out the truth from George. I'm preparing a hypodermic needle, Miss Cordell. This drug is called narcosynthesis, something quite new. Discovered during the war. One small injection and the brain is illuminated with accuracy. It also acts as an hypnotic.
Oh.
You're doing fine, George. Just fine.
Oh.
Have you up and around in the morning? I'm going to give you a little injection now. It won't hurt. There we are. Now, George, count with me. 1,
1,
2,
2,
3,
3,
4.
4.
George, can you hear me, George?
Yes.
You're in the laboratory now. You've X-rayed the painting. What are you going to do?
Telephone Cochran. No. No, I can't.
Why not?
Mary. She just came in the door.
Don't you trust Mary?
She's a nice kid. I don't want to involve her. I'd better wait. I'm sleepy.
Yes, that's it, George. You rest for a while. Well, Miss Cordell, George called your bluff. He didn't telephone.
What are you going to do with him?
I must dispose of you both. You can't understand how much these paintings mean to me, can you? Museums have a habit of wasting great art on fools who can't differentiate between trash and these masterpieces that mean everything to me. My method harmed no one, but now it's menaced. It was threatened when George first came to the Manhattan Museum. He alone of the staff was an expert on recognizing forgeries. What time is it? It used to be that you could set your watch by the trains that pass here. Our schedules are more uncertain these days. You'll forgive my waiting, though. Gunshots at this time of night. Well, I wouldn't like to wake my neighbors. However, they're used to the roar of the Chicago train. Ah, yes. That gun, Mary. Thank you.
Please. You must know you'll be discovered. Sooner or later you'll
Sooner or later, we all must die.
Mr. Traven!
I'm sorry, Terry. We had to do it this way. Cochran, take care of Mary.
Sit down, sweetheart.
George!
He'll be all right in a moment when the injection wears off. But I'm afraid he'll think he's been in another train wreck.
Was this where they brought him the first time?
Yes. Lowell drugged him that time, too. Under the hypnotic, it wasn't hard to convince George that he'd been in a train wreck. The trains roaring by here helped the illusion. A devilishly brilliant plot to make George seem insane. Well, Mary, anything to say? We want those paintings. The original Gainsborough and the original Dürer. If you don't help us, we'll see that you're tried as an accessory to Stevenson's murder.
Come on, sister. You heard him.
There. That picture over the mantel.
What are you trying to pull? Even I know that's not a Gainsborough.
Well, help me get it down, Cochran.
Take care of the dame, Wilson.
Yes, sir. This way, miss.
It's a heavy frame. Better take it slowly.
How long have you been here?
15 minutes.
All the time this was going on?
Easy now, Cochran. What's the mantle? The lieutenant here was right behind you, Terry. I was detained a little, taking care of that sailor outside.
Well, why didn't you stop, Lowell?
I was under the impression that I had.
No, I mean before. You could have.
Yes, I could have, but I didn't have the paintings. I waited until the last possible moment for Lowell to reveal them. He didn't. But I couldn't let him shoot both of you, could I? Hence our melodramatic entrance. There you are, Cochran. Hidden in the back of the frame. Number 1, the Gainsborough.
You knew from the beginning that there was a forgery in the museum? That the Dürer had been switched in the vault?
Yes, I knew. Number 2, the Adoration of the Kings. No doubt about it, those boys could paint.
Well, you might have told me. I was supposed to have been helping you.
You've been a great help, Terry. But the forgery is one thing I couldn't tell you. It's obvious from 10 paces that you're in love with George, and I couldn't take the risk of your telling him. Had he known, he might have stopped running about and working on the mystery.
And Mr. Barton, he knew nothing about it?
If you mean Lowell, no. Barton's been just an unhappy old gentleman trying desperately to avoid a scandal.
The train. We're going to crash. We're going to crash.
This is where I came in, remember?
It's all right, darling. It's all right.
Terry! What place is this? What's been... Traben. Cochran.
Now, don't tell me you've been in another train wreck.
Yes, I have. What do you want to make out of it? When I say I've been somewhere, I've been somewhere, and this time I can prove it. Terry was with me, weren't you?
Yes, dear. We were in a train wreck, a big one, enormous.
There, you see? No, you weren't with me.
No, of course not, darling. I was here all the time.
Everybody's nuts around this place but me.
Well, I won't deny I'm slightly dizzy about you.
What?
She should make a wonderful wife, Steele.
No, wait a minute. Enough's happened I don't know about. Don't tell me we got married.
Why, darling, that's the sweetest proposal I've ever heard.
Well, I give up. Come on, honey. As long as I need a keeper, you've got the job for life.
Before our stars return for their curtain calls, let's see what happened at the Browns tonight. It's their wedding anniversary.
Come on, Mom, open her up. Gosh, nothing but a box of Lux.
Nothing but? You don't know how lucky you are when you get Lux these days. And I'll be doing a lot of dishwashing during this week with the holiday, Johnny.
Well, I still think that's an awful funny kind of a present.
Go on to bed, you scalawags. This is your mother's night.
Well, good night. Good night.
It was a strange present, John.
I was thinking of all the dishes your hands had washed.
Oh, I don't quite see.
Well, perhaps I'm just being sentimental, but do you remember a very special evening 14 years ago?
Yes, John. You apologized for not giving me an engagement ring.
I couldn't afford one that was good enough for your pretty hands.
Oh, silly.
I wanted to wait until I could give you a really beautiful one. And so, close your eyes.
Oh, John. Oh, John, it's too gorgeous. You shouldn't have.
Yes, scores of women wash dishes every day, yet their hands never show it because they use gentle Lux flakes in the dishpan. If you've let your hands get rough and red, change right now from strong soaps to Lux. You'll see a definite improvement in just a few days. Budgeteers find Lux thrifty, too. Ounce for ounce, it washes up to twice as many dishes as any of 10 other leading soaps tested. We can't make enough Lux to satisfy all our customers all the time, but we're spreading it as fairly as we can. So keep on asking for it. We return you now to William Keighley.
Here's the last curtain call of 1946 as we bring our stars back to the footlights to receive our thanks. Pat O'Brien and Lynn Bari. You helped us end the old year in a blaze of glory.
Thanks, Bill. It was great working with you again.
You got back just in time, Pat.
Yes, and I'm sure our audience would like to hear about your trip to England. That's the first time a command performance for the King and Queen has included picture stars.
That's right, Bill. Naturally, it was quite a thrill.
What did you do personally, Pat?
Well, I did a Burt Williams number, a poker game in Panama.
Oh, I remember that number. I'm sure your audience enjoyed it.
After the performance, didn't you travel quite a bit?
What do you mean? I had to get out fast? Yes, we slipped over to Ireland, saw the Abbey Players.
And, of course, you kissed the Blarney Stone.
Think I really had to, Bill?
No, Pat, I don't.
After that, where'd you go, Pat?
Well, we started to fly to Italy. Got grounded in Switzerland, drove 550 miles across the Italian frontier for a private audience with His Holiness the Pope.
Sounds like a highly eventful trip. What was the first thing you did when you got back?
Well, one of the first was to catch Lynn Bari in her new RKO picture, Nocturne.
Oh, that's sweet of you, Pat. And speaking of pictures, what are you presenting next week, Bill?
Next Monday night, we start the new year off with a timely and highly provocative romantic drama. It's RKO's recent screen hit, Till the End of Time. And our cast is an excellent one, headed by lovely Lorraine Day, and co-starring two of Hollywood's outstanding younger players. First, Bill Williams, who has soared to stardom in a series of fine roles. Second, that equally brilliant young actor, Robert Mitchum, both appearing as the ex-Marines who face the problems of adjustment and romance against the background of this turbulent era.
A very moving and exciting play, Bill.
And a great cast. If we'll be listening, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Good night and Happy New Year to you. As we usher in another year, I hardly need remind you that the world today is faced with grave responsibilities. It's time indeed to ring out the old, ring in the new. Ring in a new world order of cooperation, mutual respect, and peace. For the years ahead are years of great decision, years that call for the larger heart, the kindlier hand, to ring out the 1,000 wars of old, ring in the 1,000 years of peace. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in wishing you the best of health and happiness in 1947. And we invite you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Lorraine Day, Robert Mitchum, and Bill Williams in Till the End of Time. This is William Keighley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
During the holidays, you'll probably be doing extra cooking. Be sure to save every drop of used fat, grease from ham or bacon, or the drippings from turkey or roast goose. Save the fat in a tin can and turn it in to your dealer. He'll pay you for every pound. Used fat is badly needed to supplement the short supply of fats and oils in this country. Remember, fats are needed not only for soaps, but for making automobiles, refrigerators, washing machines, and scores of other things you want. Pat O'Brien will next be seen in the RKO production, The Amazing Mr. Hammer. Heard in our cast tonight were Lester Matthews as Trabin, John McIntyre as Dr. Lowell, Herbert Butterfield as Barton, and Cliff Clark, Stanley Waxman, June Whitley, Eddie Marr, Norman Field, Dick Ryan, Charles Seal, Ed Emerson, Tyler McVeigh, and Franklin Parker. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our men and women overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. This program has come to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Flakes, the safe, gentle care recommended 33-1 by makers of nice washables. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Till the End of Time with Lorraine Day, Bill Williams, and Robert Mitchum.
Spry.
When you bake and fry.
Spry.
For your cake and pie.
Spry.
It's your shortening by.
Rely on Spry.
Yes, it's pure all-vegetable Spry for tender, flaky pastry, light, rich-flavored cakes, and crisp, golden, digestible fried foods.
Rely on Spry.
S-P-R-Y.
Rely on Spry.
S-P-R-Y.
Be sure to listen in next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Till the End of Time with Lorraine Day, Bill Williams, and Robert Mitchum. And why not tune in a half hour earlier to hear Joan Davis over most of these stations?
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Robert Montgomery, Wanda Hendricks, and Thomas Gomez in Ride the Pink Horse. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Most everyone who visits the little Mexican town of Taos makes the acquaintance of Tio Vivo, Spanish for Uncle Lively, the antique merry-go-round which at fiesta time becomes a center of activity. A similar antique carousel provides the title of Universal International screenplay, Ride the Pink Horse, a violent drama of pursuit and vengeance. And this time we present not only the original star of the picture, but its director as well, Robert Montgomery, co-starred with Wanda Hendricks and Thomas Gomez. Laid in a typical southwestern town, the action takes place at fiesta time, which traditionally calls for music, ancient ceremonials, and colorful costumes. And the job of keeping those costumes new-looking for tonight's screenplay was, naturally, assigned to Lux Flakes. For a studio, you know, well, they can't take chances with expensive costumes. And according to our director star, Lux Care kept those fabrics lovely looking throughout the shooting schedule. Here's Act One of Ride the Pink Horse, starring Robert Montgomery as Gagin, Wanda Hendricks as Pila, and Thomas Gomez as Pancho. It's the week of the fiesta in San Pablo, New Mexico, and the little town revels in gaiety. Celebrating tourists jam the hotels and mingle with colorfully dressed Indians and Mexicans on the crowded streets. But one visitor has come to San Pablo for anything but a good time. Leaving the bus station, he's taken a wrong turn and wandered to the edge of town. There, on a vacant lot, is a seedy little merry-go-round. Pancho, the proprietor, is clamoring for customers.
Vengan, young ladies, come. Get on the horses and go round. Solamente 10 centavos, only 10 cents. The most beautiful of all the games. The best of the fiesta. Senor, you ride the carousel? 10 cents.
No. I'm looking for a hotel. The La Fonda Hotel. Where is it?
La Fonda Hotel. Other way, senor.
I'll show you the hotel.
Vila, you shut up.
What's the matter with her? You. Why are you staring at me like that?
I show you hotel.
Okay. Show me.
This way, senor.
Vila, all the time she says she has dreams. She dreams she meets men. Oh, she and her dream. That baby, she should be home playing with her dog.
Come on, Sitting Bull. Pick up your feet. Where's that hotel?
There's hotel. Over there.
Thanks.
Please, you take this, senor.
What is it?
Little door, carved of wood. My grandmother gave it to me yesterday when I come here so I'll not be run over.
No, I'm not buying any souvenirs.
No, you don't buy. You keep it. It protects you.
Protect me? From what?
Take care, senor.
Hey, come back here. I don't want your doll. Crazy kid. Yeah. I want to see Frank Hugo.
Mr. Hugo's not here.
These are his rooms, aren't they? Suite 315, La Fonda Hotel?
I said Mr. Hugo's not here.
I'll wait for him.
You can wait in the lobby.
I don't like the lobby. It's too crowded. Who are you?
I'm his private secretary.
How soon will he be back? I said how... Who are you phoning?
Hotel manager.
I wouldn't do that.
Hello? Give me the...
Never mind, operator.
Oh, hello. Is Frank in?
No.
But where's Jonathan? I thought he... Oh. Did you do that to him?
He'll be all right.
Do you mind my asking what you're doing here?
Waiting for Frank Hugo.
Well, he ought to be here any moment. I'm having dinner with him. Do you expect to join us?
Look, why don't you just sit down and stop pumping, huh?
I was just curious. Do you mind if I... Shall I answer?
You stay right where you are. Hello? No, Jonathan's not here. Yeah, this is Mr. Hugo's room. Oh, hello, Mr. Hugo. No, there's nobody here. This is the bellboy speaking. I just brought up some ice. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I will.
That obviously was Frank.
Frank himself.
Miss Lundin.
Oh, hello, Jonathan.
The police. Call the police.
I don't think this gentleman would approve.
Your boss just telephoned, Jonathan. He won't be back till morning.
Well, that thing stood up with a vengeance. Oh, you're not leaving, are you?
Yeah.
When I see Frank, who shall I say drop by?
Tell him Shorty's pal is looking for him.
Shorty's pal?
Yeah. And tell him I'll be back.
Hello there, Mr. Gagin.
Who are you?
Well, my name's Retz, R-E-T-Z, Retz.
I don't know you.
I know a lot of things about you. You got here on the 4 o'clock bus from Washington, D.C. Little Mexican girl showed you the way to this hotel. You went to Frank Hugo's rooms, but he wasn't there.
Anything else?
Oh, little. Let's talk it over in the coffee shop.
Sure. Let's talk it over.
More coffee, Gagin?
No.
You've got a real tough problem on your hands, young fella.
Now, look,
I mean accommodations. Not a vacant room in town. Fiesta's going on. Big nights tomorrow. Lots of excitement.
Yeah. Look, you a cop?
That's about right.
Washington?
Mm-hmm.
Government cop, eh? My. How come you're tailing me, Uncle Sam?
Oh, I'm not tailing you. I got in yesterday, way ahead of you. You see, I saw you in Washington run after Shorty Thompson was killed. You were at the inquest, correct?
Some inquest.
You testified you had no idea who killed your pal.
Yeah. The cops and I were equally baffled.
Maybe not so much now.
What are you doing here?
Oh, I'm tailing Frank Hugo. Been watching him for months.
You don't watch him very close, do you?
You mean you think he killed Shorty?
I'll leave the thinking to you, Uncle Sam.
I think you're here to square things for Shorty by knocking off Hugo.
Go on.
Also, you're as dumb as they come.
I am, huh?
Why, Mr. Hugo's a big man in these parts. He's got a lot of friends in this state. Leave him to us, Gagin. We'll get him.
Anything else?
Only that I wouldn't like it if Mr. Hugo got you. You're not a bad fella, Gagin. You're like a lot of the boys. All worked up because you fought a war and got nothing out of it but a dangle of ribbons. Now, why don't you let your Uncle Sam take care of guys like Hugo?
How long you been after him?
Too long to let anything happen to it now.
Be a shame, wouldn't it? Well, thanks for the advice, Uncle Sam.
Maybe I sized you up all wrong. Maybe you're after something else.
And maybe you're working for Hugo.
I told you I work for the government.
Doesn't the government work for Hugo? It did all during the war. Sorry, Mr. Retz. I gotta start looking for a room.
Please don't crowd the desk, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very sorry, but there just isn't a room to be had.
Hey, you, bellboy. Any luck?
Oh, senor, I telephone all my friends. No rooms anywhere, but maybe you try Tres Violetas. You find something there.
What is that, the Tres Violetas?
Hey,
huh?
saloon, senor, a Mexican part of town. You find Indian or Mexican, they have room and house. Give them a couple of bucks, you move out.
Where is this, whatchamacallit? Where is it?
It's very easy to find, senor. I tell you just where it is.
Okay. Hey, you. That place there, is that the Tres Violetas?
Yes, senor.
Do you know if, Oh. So it's you again. What are you doing here?
I'm waiting.
You don't say.
I thought I would never see you anymore.
Look, Sitting Bull, do you know where I can get a room?
A room? Why?
To sleep in.
Oh, Mamma Mia has a room.
You know her?
Yes.
Where does she live?
I don't know. I'm lost.
I thought you knew this town.
I know where a hotel is because I walked past it, but I've never been to San Pablo before today. I live in San Melo, 75 miles
Okay. Now, what are you doing here in front of a saloon?
My girlfriend left me. They say I'm too little.
Where'd they go?
Inside, looking for muchachos.
Looking for what?
Boys.
Oh. Do they know where Mamma Mia lives?
I don't know what they know.
Look, there's something going on inside that head of yours. What is it?
Nothing, senor. Only I don't know what to do tonight.
Oh, why don't you get yourself a muchacho like your friends, huh?
I don't know how.
You telling me. So long, Sitting Bull. Hey, barkeep. I want a drink.
Si, senor. Si.
Whiskey. Big one, see? A big drink. Here.
Senor, this money.
Well, what's the matter with the money?
Too big. No change.
That's the smallest I've got.
Smallest he got. Such a man, he take my whiskey and he give me this.
¿Cuánto es, eh?
20 pesos. ¿Qué cree el señor? ¿Que este es el Banco de México? Un momentito. Senor, I will help you. My name is Pancho. I will be your friend.
Hey, wait a minute. You're the guy at the merry-go-round, eh?
Si, senor. 10 centavos, 10 cents a ride. That's me, Pancho. Give me your money. I tell you what I'm gonna do.
Yeah?
Is 20 pesos, huh?
Yeah?
Is your 20 pesos.
Sure, it's mine.
But the barkeeper, he can change only 10, huh? $10 bill I can change. $20 bill, too much. Pancho fix everything. We drink $10. Everybody have a drink. $10 disappear and everybody happy, eh?
Okay, why not?
You want to make everybody happy, see?
Yeah, sure. Let's make everybody happy.
Otra botella. Tequila for everyone. Amigo, you are the blood of my heart. You are true friend. Salud, amigo, salud.
Salud. Yeah.
Vasco, la música. We have pretty music, senor, and much to drink, eh? Big drinks is more better even than music.
You got something there, Fatso.
Those fellas that play music, amigo, they play because tomorrow we burn Sosobra.
Who?
Sosobra, god of bad luck.
Oh, yeah.
He got face even worse than me. Viva la fiesta! Free drinks for everybody! Free drinks!
Hey, Pancho. Where are we going?
You come with me, amigo. My beautiful amigo. You got kind of face I like. Panchito help you.
You help me what?
You say you got no place for to sleep.
Yeah, well, what can you do about that, huh?
That's the kind of man I like. The sad man with no place. Amigo, Pancho give you most fine place for to sleep in all San Pablo. Now you feel better?
Yeah, what place?
I show you. Hey, you know something? Somebody follow us. Listen.
I don't hear anybody.
Somebody back in shadow there walk very soft, very... It's a girl, senor. She no good, too skinny.
Wait a minute. Hey, will you quit following me around? Now beat it.
It's your girl, huh?
I don't even know her.
She show you to hotel this afternoon, remember?
Go on home and play with your buffaloes, will you?
Them kids. The fiesta bring 'em like honey. They come for sing, for dance, for to get fella, have good time, then go home and pull plow for another year. Hey, Skiddo, hey! Oh, look, she gone. Oh, my goodness, where'd she go?
Hey, forget it. Just tell me where I'm going to sleep, will you?
You don't know? With me, amigo. Right there in back of merry-go-round.
Yeah, but where's your house?
House, senor.
You know you're drunk?
It's possible. But never too drunk for know my own house. Here, the Palace of King Pancho. That fine roof, senor, see? It's fine walls, too.
It's a shed. It's falling to pieces.
2 mattress, amigo. 1 for you.
Yeah, thanks. Well, I've slept on worse, I suppose. Hey, you own that merry-go-round?
Pancho own everything. 12 beautiful horses, 3 beautiful chariots, all Panchos. Hey, you drink pretty good for gringo.
Yeah, and you talk too much. I'm going to sleep.
So long Pancho got somebody he can tell, amigo, I love you. That's enough. They can keep everything else, keep the whole world.
Yeah. Go to sleep.
See, amigo.
Senor.
Are you still here? What do you want, huh? You want to ride? Is that it?
Yes, I want ride. Merry-go-round.
Hey, Fatso, you got a customer.
All closed. No more custom.
Come on, get up.
No ride. It's too late.
Turn it on.
Oh, merry-go-round for skinny kid. Hey, where's 10 cents? There's no free rides. It's a rule.
Okay, here.
Muchas gracias, senor.
You, kid. You ever ride one of these things before?
No, senor.
Well, get on.
Which one I should get on? Or which horse?
Why don't you try the pink one? Okay, Pancho. Let her go.
Senor, look.
Okay, Sitting Bull. Why don't you give us a war whoop? You know.
Senor, I like.
Hey, Pancho. She likes. Hey, what are you doing?
I turn off, that's all. 1 10 cents is 1 ride.
Okay. Now beat it, kid. Scramble. Go on.
Buenas noches, senor. Gracias.
Yeah.
That skinny kid. Fortune teller, I think.
How do you know?
A crazy dress she wear. Too so many charms for good luck.
You know, this afternoon she'd give me this doll. What is it?
Ishtam, the good goddess.
Good for what?
Good for keep away death. Very good charm.
I got a better charm, fatso. See?
Oh, big gun, huh? Why?
Best charm in the world. Keeps away the boogeyman.
Senor, wake up.
What's the matter? Who? Oh, brother.
Wake up. Someone is coming.
Who? Who's coming?
Over there, senor, by merry-go-round. Someone is hiding.
Gagin,
What do you want?
it's me, Rex. I got to thinking maybe we ought to have a little talk. I got a couple of new ideas.
We had a talk, Uncle Sam.
I sort of hinted that I didn't want you removing Mr. Frank Hugo from the scene. Well, I'm not worrying anymore about Mr. Hugo.
Why not?
Because of the way you're handling it. Walking into that hotel room saying Shorty's pal is looking for him. Playing it tough, huh? Well, there's a friend of Mr. Hugo's named Locke. Mr. Locke's got a couple of bad boys out looking for you right now. Does that interest you?
Yeah, kinda.
I got an extra bed in my room. You'll be a little more comfortable there.
No. I'll stay here.
Have it your own way, Gagin. Kind of figured I'd be wasting my time.
Hey, Rex.
Now, what is it?
Thanks.
Don't mention it. It's your funeral.
We'll present Act Two of Ride the Pink Horse in a moment. You know, Libby, it's encouraging to see the film industry tackling a controversial question, as Darrell Zanuck does in Gentleman's Agreement.
Some mighty fine acting by Gregory Peck went into that story of present-day intolerance. And I was especially interested to see Celeste Holm, the musical comedy star, in a straight dramatic role.
And most attractive, too. 20th Century Fox designed some gorgeous clothes for her to wear.
Well, after all, as a fashion editor, she had to look the part. But you know, she was so enthusiastic about the clothes she wore in Gentleman's Agreement, she had most of them copied for her own wardrobe, at a fraction of what the originals cost.
Do stars care about economies?
Well, I should say they do. They know all the tricks, like luxing stockings to make them last longer.
A trick smart girls everywhere use.
That's
because
why-
it really works.
That's why Celeste was so furious one day when she tore her nylons on an electrician's stand on the set. Her maid had lavished such loving Lux care on them they'd worn for ages and ages. And there was still lots of life left in them.
Well, of course, Lux can't protect stockings from splinters, nails, or sidewalk falls, but it does cut down those needless runs that seem to pop for no reason at all. Runs that actually come from using a strong soap or rubbing with cake soap. These gradually weaken the delicate threads. Now, with Lux Flakes, nylons last twice as long, and a famous laboratory actually proved this by strain tests.
Lots of girls have discovered that for themselves, John.
Yes, indeed. So it's wise never to take chances. Keep a big box of Lux handy. Give stockings nightly Lux care and see how much you save. Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
Act Two of Ride the Pink Horse, starring Robert Montgomery as Gagin, Wanda Hendricks as Pila, and Thomas Gomez as Pancho. It's early the next morning. In Pancho's dilapidated lean-to, the young man named Gagin has just awakened. A dozen feet away, staring at him, is the unsmiling Mexican girl, Pila.
Well, now what do you want?
I asked Pancho if you have water to wash. He says no. I bring you.
Service, eh? Well, bring it here.
Hey, that's very fine bucket. You sign of good luck when you find bucket full with water.
Why do you have to look like that?
Like what?
Like you come out of a sideshow.
Sideshow?
It's a place where they keep freaks.
I look like freak.
In that get-up, you look like Zip. What is it? Well, maybe it's the dress.
This is my grandmother's dress. I never had so nice as this.
Well, take off some of them spangles and comb your hair.
My hair? It's not dry.
It's all right for mice to sleep in. Here's some money. Take it and get yourself a permanent wave or something.
No, I can't take the money.
Go on, take it. Make yourself look human.
You like me if I look human?
Look, Sitting Bull, just move on. Disappear. Beat it, will
All
you?
right, I go.
Amico, you crazy for waste money on the steak. Fellow like you can get princess.
I've had princesses.
Hey, where you go?
To the hotel. I'll see you around, Pancho. Hello, Mr. Hugo.
Gagin, well, come in. I understand you were looking for me yesterday.
You all alone?
You mean Jonathan?
Among others, yeah.
Others? Oh, yes, Miss Lundeen dropped by yesterday, too, didn't she? Well, I assure you, we're alone. How's our friend Mr. Retz? I hear you've been talking to him.
What would I have to talk to him about? He's no pal of mine.
But Shorty was, huh? Shorty Thompson?
That's right.
Shorty was a nice guy. Gave him a good job when he got out of the army. Too bad he turned out to be a crook.
He learned fast, huh?
Come now, Gagin. Shorty was the kind of crook nobody likes, not even me. And I'm rather broad-minded about such matters. You see, Shorty tried blackmail.
He had something you wanted.
Yes, and he wouldn't give it to me.
You had Shorty killed, Hugo.
Let's just say he lost an army.
You never got what you were after, did you?
No?
No, because I've got it. A canceled check for $100,000. Signed by you and made out to a guy who was making patriotic speeches about the time Shorty and I were getting a tan in a place called New Guinea.
You sound like a disillusioned patriot.
If there's any doubt in your mind that I have the check, the number is 6437.
All right, Gagin. Shorty had his price. What's yours?
30 grand.
Your pal only asked for 15.
The extra 15 is on account of Shorty.
A real friend.
Do I get it, Hugo, or do I turn the check over to Mr. Retz? He'd be awful happy to get a hunk of evidence like that.
You know something, Gagin? I like you. We eat out of the same dish. Nerve, lots of nerve.
Do I get the 30 grand or do I drop it on you?
I'd be a sucker to start paying blackmail. You might keep a photostatic copy of the check. Then I'd have to pay you again. I have nothing for my 30 grand except a headache.
20 years in the jug for stealing from the government. That's also a headache.
You know something else, Gagin? I'm getting tired of having that check haunt me. I'll give you 15 grand.
30.
30? Oh, well, I came down here to enjoy the fiesta. I'll charge it up to pleasure. You'll want it in cash, naturally?
Right here in my hand.
Well, give me time to round it up. Say 7 o'clock tonight. Where'll you be?
Any place, as long as there are people around.
People?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. You know the Tip Top Cafe?
I'll find it.
I'm having dinner there with a few friends. Just bring that little item with you.
You'll get the check when I get the dough.
Me too, Gagin. I wouldn't trust my own mother.
Tip Top Cafe, 7 tonight.
Oh, hello, girlie. What are you doing in the hotel? Waiting for Mr. Gagin, huh?
He went upstairs, I think.
Yeah, that's right. You know something? He's in trouble.
I know.
You know what?
But soon he will die, maybe.
Yeah? How do you figure that?
I saw him. I saw him dead.
Oh, now, wait a minute. You mean you had a dream, huh?
No, I saw it. Yesterday afternoon, he came by merry-go-round looking for a hotel. I see his face. Dead. His eyes are closed and his skin is white. He's dead.
Well, do you see many people like that, dead?
My grandmother says I've seen things other people do not see. I don't think so. But this man I do see. Dead.
You could be right, you know. Anyway, I'm trying to help him.
Hiya, Retz.
Oh, hello, Gagin. I was just talking to your friend. She's quite... Where'd she go?
Over there in the corner. She must be scared of me.
Is Hugo scared of you?
Come again?
Now, look, Gagin. I'm after Hugo. I've got a hunch you've got something on him that'll help me send him up. I don't know what it is you've got, but chances are 10 to 1 you'll wind up just like Shorty. Now, I'm asking you officially to tell me what it is. Uncle Sam can handle Hugo.
You tell Uncle Sam to take a walk for himself.
Okay, I've spoken my piece.
I've heard enough pieces, too. They just don't register anymore.
I'll be around, soldier, if you change your mind.
Well, look at you, Sitting Bull. You've been to a beauty parlor, huh?
Do you like? Do I look human?
Oh, brother.
I fix dress, too. What else should I do?
You've done everything. Are you hungry? A little early, but we could have some lunch here in the hotel.
No, I can't.
Well, a restaurant can't hurt you. It's not going to bite you or scalp you. All you have to do is to pretend you're a human being. Come on. Well, don't just look at it. Eat it. It's a fruit cocktail. It's good.
It smells very nice. Look, I saw it on dish. It's cold.
Yeah, ice usually is.
You keep laughing at me, I'll go away.
Nobody's laughing at you. What a goon.
In San Pablo, where I live, ice is very hard to get. Everything we put down the well by a string. And
Mr. Gagin, I must talk to you, Mr. Gagin.
Miss Lundeen, eh? Well, go ahead and talk.
It's very important. I've only a few minutes.
You said you put things down the well by a
Please,
string,
Mr.
huh?
Gagin. Couldn't we go to another table?
No, we couldn't. The lady and I are having lunch.
All I'm asking is 3 minutes, but they're very important minutes to both of us.
Okay. Go on over there to the table, Sitting Bull. Go on.
my name is Taylor.
Yeah, that's fine. Go on, over there. All right, Miss Lundeen.
Frank Hugo, tell me what you're doing. You've no reason to believe anything I say, but you can't lose by listening.
I'm listening.
Frank's very clever. He's seen to it that I have everything I want, except money. With money, I could get away from him. Well, here's my chance. To get what I want and get you much more than $30,000.
How?
Don't give him that check. We'll find a lawyer. Put the check in a sealed envelope and tell the lawyer if anything happens to you or me, he's to send it to the FBI. Then you tell Frank what you've done and ask for $100,000.
No.
Don't you see it's more than the money? It's the only way you can keep alive.
I'll keep alive, all right.
All right, you're not afraid. But why not get more? It's so simple.
For one thing, I don't trust that lawyer we'd hire.
We'd find an honest lawyer.
Hugo buys them all.
But he won't know who this one is.
You'll know.
Oh, I see. And, of course, you can't trust me.
Right.
Then do it yourself. I'll trust you.
You're a smart cookie, aren't you? No. I'll do it my own way.
You're being so foolish.
Maybe. I'll buy you a drink, though. What'll you have?
I can't. Frank will be looking for me. I'm sorry I intruded.
I'll come back now.
Yeah, come on back. She make you feel bad?
She's very beautiful.
Yeah, and the dead fish where our heart ought to be. I've known a lot of them babies.
She's not a baby.
Look, do you understand what a human being is?
Yes?
Well, they're not human beings. They're dead fish with a lot of perfume on them. You touch them and you get hurt.
You do not like her?
No.
My friend Maria is like that. Jose bought her a new pair of shoes and she wouldn't wear them in front of him, but tonight at dance she'll wear them in front of other men. I told her she shouldn't be like that because Jose bought them for her and she should wear them for him because a man doesn't like her. Girls always go barefoot.
Eat your lunch. I got some business to attend to.
Business?
At the bus depot. A little piece of paper I checked in a locker. I think maybe I'll be picking it up.
I trust your dinner is satisfactory, Mr. Hugo.
Yes, everything's fine. We want some more wine.
Yes, sir. I'm glad everything's fine, Mr. Hugo. It's 7 o'clock.
Ah, Gagin, nothing like being on time. I believe you met Miss Lundeen.
Good evening.
My friends, Mr. Locke and Miss Dutton. Meet Mr. Gagin.
How are you? Great.
I'm afraid you'll have to wait a few minutes. The bank messenger's a little late. You all set with your end of it?
Yeah.
He's scared stiff. I'm going to stand him up. Why don't you wait at the bar?
Why the bar? There's plenty of room here.
I prefer Mr. Gagin at the bar.
Don't be silly. Besides, I feel like dancing. After all, it is a fiesta.
Your squab is getting cold.
Keep it warm for me, will you, Frankie?
Now, look.
Mr. Gagin, would you mind dancing with me? Frankie'd rather eat. Thanks. I've been furious at you all afternoon.
What did I do?
You've cost me both a fortune and my freedom. I don't know why I feel this way about you. Oh, I'm not making a pass. I'm just being silly.
Don't stop.
Frank's watching us, and I have something to tell you. We'd better go out on the terrace.
Okay. What have you got to tell me?
Frank Hugo has no intention of giving you that money.
No?
He's figured out one of his typical tricks. Can anyone see us?
We're the only ones out here.
I shouldn't be telling you this. You certainly haven't done anything to deserve it. But there isn't any bank messenger coming. There's someone else.
Who? And why should he?
You are, Gagin. Don't move. All right, Eddie. He's got that check. Get it. The knife. Use it now.
State Police, Sergeant Hughes. This is Rhett's, Treasury Department.
Oh, yes, Mr. Reds. Heard you in town.
I'm at the Tip Top Cafe. There's been a little trouble here. A couple of guys tried to knife a fella named Gagin. I got them both. One's dead. But Gagin's disappeared. There's a trail of blood leading out to the street.
We'll be right over.
Thanks. I got an idea there'll be others looking for Gagin, too. I'd sure like to find him first.
Pancho, come quick.
You, Pila, what you do here?
There in your house. I bring him there.
Who you bring?
Your friend, Americano. He's hurt very bad. Knife in the back.
Aye, knife.
I find him in park. Blood. So much blood.
Stay with merry-go-round. Stay with the kids. Yes. ¿Qué pasa aquí? Amigo. Oh, que sangre. Blood.
There's a knife. My back.
I fix, amigo. I fix. Oh. A knife is good, amigo. More easy to fix. I got knife 3 times. When you young, everybody stick knife in you. Here. First take big drink. Tequila. Pretty soon you are more better as before. Drink long time. Ay, que lástima. She help you, eh, Pila?
Yeah. Get it out. The knife.
That's one good kid. Now, amigo. Now. Now we wrap up. Very tight. Very tight. Hurt you more, but is best. Pancho fix, amigo. Pancho fix good. Hey, how you feel?
I passed out, huh?
You leak so much blood before.
Give me my coat.
Sure. Coat pretty bad torn. I don't think we can fix.
Inside pocket. Give me the wallet.
The wallet. He's here, all right.
Gun. Give me the gun.
No gun, amigo. He's gone. You don't need gun. You got Pancho now.
I can stay here, huh? A little while.
As long as you want. Amigo, I better go watch merry-go-round. I come right back, amigo. Right back. Pila, what you wave hand at me for?
Pancho, look. Men. 2 men over there.
2 men? Hey, they look bad guys.
They are after him.
Quick. We go get him. We hide him. Merry-go-round. We put him in chariot. You sit with him, see? They don't find.
Pancho, he does not talk. I think maybe he's unconscious again.
Never mind. You sit with him in chariot. You have big skirt for cover him up, eh? Quick.
Make it go around, Pancho. Hurry.
You kids, muchachos, come back. Everybody gets free ride. Everybody, get on merry-go-round. Free ride. Jump on.
Hey, you. Come over here.
Me, senor? What do you want?
He said come here.
What's the matter?
Your name Pancho?
Si, senor, Pancho.
Where's Gagin?
Gagin? Who is he?
The fellow you met last night in that saloon.
Oh, him. Last night I pretty drunk. I don't know nothing. Oh, please. I don't know nothing, senor.
Cut the line. Where's Gagin?
Oh, my. You hurt Panchito.
He was heading this way.
I don't know. If I know, I tell you. I don't know nothing.
Keep working on him. Where is he? Where's Gagin?
Pancho, they beat you so.
He's all right. They gone. I chase kids home. Just us now.
Hila told me. What they did to you?
They tell me your name. Pleased to know you, Mr. Gagin. They want to know where you are. I don't know. Boom in the nose. I don't know. In the mouth. I don't know. Kick in the stomach, but I don't tell.
Thanks.
I told you, Pancho, he very proud man.
I'm going to cut you in, Pancho. Money. A hatful.
You got hatful of money?
I'm going to get it.
Lots of people's going to get lots of things, but they never don't.
This time I'll get it.
No, don't move. You're very sick.
I'm not going to get any better if those guys come back here. I know who sent them, and you won't stop looking.
We will go to San Melo. You'll be safe.
Where's that?
On the bus, 2 hours. It leaves at 10 o'clock.
More than an hour yet, huh? Well, we can't wait in the bus station.
You go to the Tres Violetas. You Pancho friend. They remember. Take him, Pila. Now, Tres Violetas.
Hello.
This is Locke. No sign of Gagin, Frank.
You mean the cops have found him?
No, they haven't found him. They're all over town, still looking.
Find him, do you hear, and get that check.
We got everything covered. Railroad station, airport, bus depot.
Well, try those Mexican saloons. That's where he was yesterday. A joint called Tres Violetas. Get over there right away.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We'll return with Act 3 of Ride the Pink Horse in a moment. Acting in a mystery film these days is a very strenuous experience because the public has come to expect realism even in the most harrowing scenes. Secret Beyond the Door, Diana Productions' story of intrigue and murder, more than comes up to their expectations. For instance, in the storm scene, Joan Bennett and a group of party guests were blinded by rain and deafened by the roar of a violent summer squall. And yet our guest tonight, blonde, blue-eyed Pat Alphin, tells me she would love to have had the experience.
I meant I'd be thrilled to play opposite Michael Redgrave, Joan's handsome new leading man, Mr. Keeley. That is, someday. Right now, I'm still going through a training course at Universal International.
Have you been directed by pistol shot yet?
Oh, I haven't been that bad.
Well, that's not quite what I meant. That's the way the storm scene was directed in Secret Beyond the Door, when the sounds of the storm silenced even the director.
I remember that scene and was so disturbed when I saw Joan's lovely summer formal about to be drenched. But then they told me it had already been Lux for several retakes. I suppose that's an old story to John Kennedy.
But one that never loses interest. Hollywood wardrobe departments count on Lux Flakes to see them through all sorts of washing problems. They discovered long ago that Lux is safe for anything safe in water.
That's what Joan Bennett said. You know, she's famous in Hollywood for being a wonderful homemaker. She told me that Lux Flakes has been a standby in her household for years. She has 3 daughters at home, you know, so you can see that her mate has plenty of use for Lux Flakes.
And Lux Care really does keep nice things lovely longer, Pat. Actual washing tests showed that Lux things stay lovely up to 3 times as long. You can come to grief with colors if you use wrong washing methods. Dresses and blouses fade, look drab in a short time. But Lux things stay lovely up to 3 times as long. Thank you for coming tonight, Pat Alphin. Back now to our producer, William Keeley.
Act 3 of Ride the Pink Horse, starring Robert Montgomery as Gagin, Wanda Hendricks as Pila, and Thomas Gomez as Pancho. In the town of San Pablo, the fiesta is at its hilarious height. It's a night of raucous gaiety as the costume merrymakers jam the decorated streets. Desperately, through the throng, Gagin has staggered to the Tres Violetas Cafe, Pila struggling to keep him on his feet. His wound has stopped bleeding, but Gagin is barely conscious as the bartender leads them to a little room.
You keep him in here, Pila. Nobody see you here.
He's so sick.
See, but somebody come in and they think him drunk. Everybody get drunk tonight anyhow. Here, I leave bottle of beer and put sombrero on his head. He fall over table, nobody see his face.
Gracias.
Ah, big fight, huh?
See, we go to the bus later.
Está bien. I close door.
Senor Gagin, can you hear me? They try to kill you.
You want to know why?
Because they are bad.
And I'm good, huh?
Yes. I will take care of you.
You're just like Shorty. No brains.
Don't talk. Don't talk. It hurts better now.
It's hot in here. Hot in the jungle, too. Rain turns to steam.
Oh, please, you must not go to sleep, no.
Okay, Shorty. Okay.
Shorty. Oh, senor, it's Pila.
I got something for you. In my wallet. Here. Check. Keep it, Shorty. Hang on to that check. Don't let anybody touch it.
I keep it for you, senor.
Attaboy, Shorty. Attaboy.
Muchacha, two strangers, Americanos. Man and lady, they keep looking for someone. A man and girl, senor. Man very drunk, I think.
He's coming here.
Hey, you, sit up.
Don't touch him.
Shut up. I'm looking for a friend of mine. He's, well, what do you know? Hello, Mr. Gagin. Hey, Marjorie, in here.
Oh. Hey, you hit him good, muchacha.
Lock the door. We will leave the other way.
Si.
Senor, we must leave here. Lean on me. I help you. Please, senor, please.
I can't go any further.
A few steps more, senor, please.
Where are you taking me? There's noise. Too many people.
We're by the bus station, and the bus is here, right here. Nobody's in it yet. You can rest in the bus, senor.
Bus?
The steps. Try get in the bus. There, you sit down now. You feel better.
Yeah. Where are you going?
I buy tickets. Then we can stay here. Nobody will find us. Senor Gagin. Senor, can you hear me? Please, you must listen.
Oh.
Nobody in the bus station, only a janitor sweeping up. The ticket seller's watching the parade. You must stay here, senor. I'll find him. I'll get the tickets and I won't be long, senor.
She's gone. I can't stay here. Gotta find Hugo. Gotta find the hotel. 3rd floor. Gotta find the hotel.
But he was in the bus. Now, where did he go? Where?
I sweep the floor. He come in here. He asked, where is the hotel? That's all I know.
Which way did he go?
Into the street. I don't know. So many crowds.
Senor!
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Hugo. We did everything.
Shut up. I told you not to come back till you found Gagin. Look at you. 5 of you. How many more men do I need to find him?
If you saw the mob of people on
He
the
had
street...
a knife in his back, didn't he? How far could he get?
Well, which one of you is Frank Hugo?
Well, look who's here.
Mr. Gagin, please.
See who that is in the hall, Dutton.
You want Mr. Gagin? He's right here, sister.
He made a mistake. He's sick. He should not be here.
Hugo.
Don't you recognize me, Gagin? I'm Hugo.
I'll handle him,
Put
Frank.
your gun away. Don't you see he's out on his feet? Sit him down. Now, who's this girl? You, what's the matter with him?
He cannot remember. He's hurt.
Okay, Gagin. Why did you want to see me?
Check.
Yeah, the check. You want to sell it to me?
30 grand.
Have you got the check with you? Help him find it, boys.
Money.
Sure, Gagin, sure. Lots of money.
He hasn't got the check. It's not in his wallet.
Pockets are clean, Frankie.
What happened to it, Gagin? What did you do with the check?
I don't know.
What do you know about it?
I don't know nothing.
You do know. What were you doing with him?
He's sick. Please, he's sick.
Gagin, wake up. Listen, Gagin, you hid the check because you were afraid you wouldn't get your money. But I have the money. Now, where's the check?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Maybe I can help him remember.
Okay, go ahead.
No, please.
Shut up, you.
Where is it, Gagin?
He don't know. He lost it.
Where did he lose it?
I don't know.
Then how do you know he lost it? Maybe she'll talk for you, Tommy.
You see this cigarette, sister? You know what I'm going to do with it? Unless you start remembering things, I'm
Why
going
don't you help him, Mr. Hugo? You're the one who knows how to treat a lady.
Rats, maybe you don't like knocking on doors, huh?
This gun let me in. I can go wherever it takes me. Just keep your hands where I can see 'em, boys. Now, if you don't mind, I better take your gun so we can talk nice and peaceful like. Yeah, that's better.
Gagin tried to blackmail me. One of those haywire veterans tried to put the bite on me for 30 grand.
And what's your bite, Hugo? Gagin, get up, boy. You better help him, Curly.
Senor, I help you, please.
A little copper, huh? Government cop.
It's all right, Gagin. I've been following you ever since you left the merry-go-round. Sorry I had to use you for bait, but I wanted to be in on it when Hugo tried to wangle that check out of you. Need it bad for evidence.
So you think there's a check, huh? Well, find it.
I think it might have appeared in another few minutes, but I guess I couldn't wait. Ain't nice seeing folks pushed around. Guess you and the girl better come with me, Gagin.
Go ahead, Gagin. Be a sucker.
Sucker?
You came here to pick up some easy money. Just as it's in your pocket, you walk out. You know what's going to happen, don't you? He's going to give you a lot of gas about duty and honor, fill you with fancy words like responsibility and patriotism. That's how he's going to get that check from you.
I know where it is. I remember now.
$30,000 you could have. But no, he'll talk you out of it. Sure, I'll be sent to the pen. A lot of bucks that'll put in your pocket. You'll spend the rest of your life worrying about a job, a $2 raise, a pension, and end up borrowing enough money to buy a hole in the ground to get buried in.
All through, Hugo?
Gagin, I'll give you $100,000 for that check. I'll set you up for the rest of your life.
100,000, huh? Give me that check.
I keep it for you, senor. Here.
Gagin?
No. Take it, rats. Take it.
Thanks. Think it over, Hugo. Of course, you can skip town if you want to try. I'll let the state troopers worry about that. Take his arm, girlie. We better get this fellow to the hospital. What's the matter with you, Gagin? After a week in the hospital, I think you'd eat like a horse.
I'm not hungry.
$2 worth of breakfast gone to pot. What's fretting you, son? It ain't that hatful of dough you promised Pancho, is it?
No. He never expected to get it anyway.
Well, it couldn't be that 100,000 you turned down.
That chance I had of collecting that with you around.
Where's the kid?
What kid?
Well, that little mouse with the big eyes. You wouldn't be fretting about her now, would you?
Why should I worry about her? All I got to do is to say goodbye, and that's the end of that.
All you got to do is say goodbye. Any particular way you're going to do it?
I'll tell her.
Sure. But what'll you say?
That's my department, Rets. She's over at the merry-go-round with Pancho. I'll see you at the bus station.
Oh, I'll go along with you. All you're going to do is say goodbye.
All right, then come along.
Maybe she isn't even there. Then you won't have to say anything. That'll make you happy.
She'll be there. You don't know dames. Even a kid like that, they like to get their hooks in you. You don't know what kind of a fuss they make.
Well, looks like this is your lucky day. There's Pancho, but I don't see the kid.
Mr. Gagin, amigo.
Hiya, Pancho.
Buenos dias, howdy. Glad to see you.
I just come over to say so long.
Oh, so long. Oh, it's a sad word. But you make me happy if it's not too long, eh?
Yeah, and about that money,
forget money. Merry-go-round give me all the bucks I want. We same kind of peoples, you and me. We both born for to be broke.
Do me a favor, will you, Pancho?
Sure.
If Pila shows up, why, you tell her that I...
Pila is here. Hey, you, Skinny. She very bashful. Hide behind pink horse.
Hello.
Hello, senor.
Well, I got out of the hospital, and I'm going home now. And did you have a good time at the fiesta?
Si, senor.
I just dropped by to thank Pancho and you, too. And I'm much obliged for that little doll you gave me. You remember?
Si, I remember.
Well, I want you to take it back now. Here. And remember me to your grandmother. She'd be glad to see you. Lots of people will be glad to see you. Well, what I mean is,
Goodbye, senor.
what?
Well, say goodbye to the lady.
Oh. Yeah. Goodbye. Come on, Reds. Let's get out of here.
Hey, he kissed your cheek, huh? Me, just shake my hand.
Pila, what happened with you and this Americano? Pila, what happened? Tell us.
So, Pila is big shot now, eh? You don't leave her alone no more. Aye, now you all want for to be Pila's friend, eh? Now she very important person, huh?
Okay, I tell you. When he first sees me, he asks, which way to the La Fondo Hotel? I say, I will show you the hotel. The next day he gave me some money and I fixed my hair another way to see if he liked me better, like human being. Pero él es malos. También el hombre que vino a la cantina. Pero a él le pegué on the head with a bottle of beer like so.
Hey, she laughing. First time. Look, Pila, she laughing.
I think I go home now and tell grandmother. Adios. Goodbye.
In just a moment, we'll bring our stars back for a curtain call. From now until December 25th, girls all over the country will be giving hints to Santa on what to leave under the Christmas tree. What's on your list, Libby?
Well, I love pretty undies, so I'm asking Santa for some longer slips for my new longer dresses, and for some frilly nighties in those heavenly new colors. This year, there are gorgeous silk things in the stores again, as well as nice rayons.
But, like everything else, they cost more than they used to.
That's true. So some girls may get only one slip for Christmas when they'd hoped for 3. But they can make that one pretty slip equal 3. All they need do is wash their lingerie with gentle, lukewarm Lux suds. No strong soap, no hot water, no rough handling. Slips washed the Lux way stay lovely 3 times as long.
That's really true. A well-known laboratory proved it by washing different types of lingerie 2 different ways. Those washed the wrong way soon looked faded and drab. But those washed the Lux way stayed lovely 3 times as long.
So you can have Christmas all year round if you let Lux Flakes play Santa. Have 3 pretty slips or nighties for the price of 1. Because Lux undies stay new-looking 3 times as long.
We return now to William Keighley.
For a very exciting ride on Ride the Pink Horse, all our thanks to the 3 stars of the picture, Bob Montgomery, Wanda Hendricks, and Thomas Gomez. Bob, you're the first person to appear in Hollywood direct from the royal wedding in England.
Yeah, I guess I am at that, Bill.
Were you actually at the wedding ceremony, Bob?
Well, we didn't go into the Abbey itself, but we did see the procession to and from the Abbey.
Did you attend any of the festivities connected with the wedding?
Oh, yes. Command performance was the reason for my going. There was a combination of American and British stars. Bob Hope, Loretta Young, Alexis Smith, Vivian Leigh, Larry Olivier, David Niven, and myself.
And you met the king and queen?
Yeah, we were presented to them afterwards at a reception in a sort of private lobby in the theater.
Did you see much of the British people themselves, Bob, and the way they're living?
Well, I was there, as you know, just when the band went on pleasure driving, and that was a hard blow to them.
I guess they've had plenty of hard blows.
Yes, plenty. It was unbelievable to me, the shortages and the restrictions that they suffer. And yet I can promise you they aren't complaining. Their one thought is to help themselves get back to normal.
Yes, their spirit's magnificent.
But to come back to this country, more specifically this stage, what's on the agenda for next week, Bill?
Next Monday night, we prepare for the holiday spirit with a bright and sparkling comedy from RKO and 2 of this theater's favorite stars, both from the picture, Jimmy Stewart and Jane Wyman in Magic Town.
The play's tailor-made for Jane and Jimmy, Bill.
Yes, with Jimmy Stewart as the young man, almost too smart for his own good, who not only becomes enamored of a small-town girl, but turns the whole town into bedlam.
Sounds awfully entertaining, Mr. Keighley.
We'll be listening, Bill. Good night.
Good night, and thanks from all of us. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents James Stewart and Jane Wyman in Magic Town. This is William Keighley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
With fats and oils still critically short everywhere in the world, it's doubly important that we save used kitchen fats. The Department of Agriculture asks every housewife to continue to save and turn in every drop of used fat as long as the present situation continues. Reuse your fats as often as you wish, but when they're useless to you, they're still good for industry. There's money waiting for you for every pound you turn in. Many stores are now paying higher prices for used fats. Wanda Hendricks appeared by arrangement with Paramount Pictures, whose current release is Golden Earrings, starring Ray Milland and Marlene Dietrich. Thomas Gomez will soon be seen in the Universal International release, Casbah. Heard in our cast tonight were Alan Reed as Hugo, Bill Johnstone as Retz, Frances Robinson as Marjorie, and Paul Conrad, Robert Griffin, Cliff Clark, Don Morrison, Alma Lawton, Alvina Temple, Bernard Phillips, Ed Emerson, George Neese, and Eddie Marr. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is rebroadcast to our men and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This program has come to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Flakes, the safe, gentle care recommended 33-1 by makers of nice washables. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Magic Town with James Stewart and Jane Wyman.
Pepsodent won by 3-1. Yes, by an overwhelming average of 3-1. Families throughout America who compared toothpastes they were using at home preferred new Pepsodent with Irium over any other brand they tried. They said new Pepsodent toothpaste tastes better, makes breath cleaner, makes teeth brighter. Yes, with families who made comparison tests, Pepsodent won by 3-1.
Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Magic Town with James Stewart and Jane Wyman. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Ingrid Bergman and Joseph Cotton in Notorious. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. With the collapse of Nazi Germany after World War II, it was commonly believed that many of Hitler's more fanatic followers escaped to the Western Hemisphere to pursue their relentless plotting for world domination. Our play tonight, while purely fictional, is a sample of how these isolated groups may operate and how they may be brought to justice. It's Alfred Hitchcock's thrilling hit, Notorious, produced by RKO, and stars its original leading lady, Ingrid Bergman, and Joseph Cotton, two of Hollywood's leading performers. Notorious might take place in any city, but actually we find ourselves in teeming and exotic Rio de Janeiro, one of the most exciting cities of the New World. I have an airmail letter from a friend of ours who made a flying visit to Rio and reports, while shopping in the fashionable Copacabana section, I purchased several exquisite examples of Brazilian lace. Imagine my surprise when I examined them to discover each piece labeled, "Wash only in Lux." Fortunately, Lux Flakes are available at almost every store in Rio.
So, were we to stay here longer, I'd have little trouble following such sensible advice. Well, for that message from Rio de Janeiro, all our thanks, as we take you shortly to that colorful metropolis with Act One of Notorious, starring Ingrid Bergman as Alicia Huberman and Joseph Cotton in the role of Devlin. It's the height of the tourist season in Miami, Florida, and the passengers of a plane from New York have hastened to their hotels, all save one, a Mr. Devlin, who has gone directly to a building owned by the United States government. There, in an obscure and private office...
Last Thursday, John Huberman, traitor, was sentenced to 20 years in the federal penitentiary.
So I heard, Prescott. Congratulations.
Oh, thanks, Devlin, but I didn't drag you down here to pat me on the back. Huberman has a daughter here in Miami.
Oh?
Well, she was in no way involved with her father or with any of the other Nazi agents who worked against us during the war. I believe she can be of great help to us now. That's what I want you to find out.
You've approached her?
Well, not yet, but we know a great deal about her. Oh, here's her photograph.
Alicia Huberman. Attractive.
Very. And something of a problem. Miss Huberman is not what our mothers would have called a nice girl. Out every night, drinks a lot, gets arrested once a week for reckless driving.
Huh.
But whatever she may be, we think she's still a good American. I've made arrangements for you to meet her tomorrow night.
That should be pleasant.
Yes. Tomorrow night, Alicia Huberman is throwing a party. If it's her customary party, it'll be loud, long, and alcoholic. On Sunday, she plans to leave on a cruise with friends. I want you to find out if she'll go to work for us instead. In South America.
South America?
Yes, Rio de Janeiro. Well, here's the whole file on Miss Huberman. Look it over and then start asking questions.
Do this often, Miss Huberman? Leave your party, go for rides at 2 in the morning?
Oh, I thought you invited me to take a ride.
Didn't think you'd accept.
Oh.
Yeah, don't you think I'd better drive?
No, I thought that was understood. Or do you think I'm drunk?
Oh,
huh?
no.
You know something, Mr.
Devlin.
Devlin. How'd you get to my party?
The Hopkins, remember?
No, I don't remember.
Anyway, you were saying...
Anyway, I like you. You're quite a boy, aren't you?
Oh,
huh?
terrific.
How am I doing?
80 miles an hour.
Oh, you can stop grinning. I don't like gentlemen who grin at me.
I was really grinning at the man in the mirror.
What mirror? What man?
A man on a motorcycle. We're being pursued.
Cops. Oh, they make me sick.
Well, I'm glad you're stopping. I think this cop wants to talk to you.
Oh, am I drunk? If I am, I go to jail. Oh, my whole family in jail. Who cares?
Having a time for yourself, aren't you?
know, people like you ought to be in bed.
Been drinking, huh?
Just a minute, officer.
No arguments, mister.
Yeah.
What do I want your license for? She was at the wheel.
This isn't a driver's license.
Huh? Oh. Sorry.
Okay.
Sure you can handle it?
I think so.
Well, you ought to know. Night.
Night.
Oh, wait. Oh, that cop, he saluted you.
Did he?
Why, you double-crossing. You're a cop yourself.
We'll argue about that later. Right now, I'm taking you home.
Get out of my
now,
car.
Look.
You're not taking me
Move
anyway.
over. I'll
get
drive.
out of, get your hands off me crashing
Here.
my party. You are a federal cop, aren't you?
I
aren't
said
you?
move over.
Get out. Leave me alone. You're trying to get something on me.
You gotta calm down.
Get out. Get out. Get out.
Well, I'm sorry, Miss Huberman. First time this week I've socked a lady. Morning, Alicia. Feeling better?
Oh, what do you care how I feel? You cop.
It's 8 o'clock.
Oh.
Your other guest left about 3 hours ago. Want a refill for that ice bag?
Say, what's all this about? What's your angle?
What angle?
Why did you crash my party?
Wanted to meet you.
Oh, so you could frame me?
No, got a job for you.
Don't tell me. There's only one job that you coppers would want me for, but I'm not a stool pigeon, Mr. Devlin.
My department has authorized me to offer you a job in Brazil.
Oh, go away.
Some of the German gentry whom your father once worked for are in Rio now, busy as little bees.
I'm not interested.
We're working with the Brazilian government to smoke them out. My chief thinks that the daughter of a...
Of a traitor.
Well, he thinks you could be valuable to us, and you could make up a little of your daddy's peculiarities.
Why should I?
Patriotism.
Patriotism. Waving the flag in one hand and picking pockets with the other. That's your patriotism, and you can have it.
What'll you have?
My own life. Go away and leave me alone.
Your own life? What's that?
Good times and laughs with people I like. No underhanded cops who want to set me up in a shooting gallery. People of my own kind who treat me right and like me and understand.
I like Mr. Hopkins.
What about Mr. Hopkins?
Just phoned. Said to remind you his yacht sails at noon. They're all calling for you at 11.
Oh, then why don't you get out of here?
The plane to Rio leaves tomorrow morning.
Then you must drop me a postcard, Mr. Devlin. Rio must be beautiful this time of year.
We're coming into Rio, Miss Huberman.
Well?
Well, what?
When are you going to ask me why I changed my mind? Why I took a plane instead of a yacht?
Well, you're here, aren't you? As soon as we land, we'll look up Mr. Prescott.
Who's Mr. Prescott?
Our boss.
Mm-hmm.
Miss Huberman. Just now, when I was talking to the pilot...
I told you we were coming into Rio.
He told me something else. A message came in over the radio. Your father.
What about my father?
He committed suicide this morning in his cell.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
I don't know why I should care, but I do. When I found out about my father a few years ago, who he was, what he was doing, everything went to pot. I didn't care what happened to me, but now I suddenly remember how nice he once was. How nice we both once were.
Anything I can do?
No. It's a very curious feeling. As if something had happened to me, not to him. You see, I don't have to hate my father anymore. Or myself. Well, Dave, how do you like the apartment Mr. Prescott found for me?
It's very attractive.
Will I be staying here?
I wish I could tell you. I don't know.
When will you know?
Soon, I think.
Oh.
Prescott's meeting now with the Brazilian intelligence. Oh, so you fixed dinner, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Have time for another drink?
Oh, thanks, I've had enough. Oh. Well, aren't you impressed? I'm practically on the wagon.
Oh, it's a phase.
You don't think a woman can change?
Sure. Change is fun, for a while.
For a while.
You've been sober for 10 days now, and as far as I know, you've made no new conquests.
Well, that's something, isn't it?
10 days. Practically whitewash.
What a rat you are. I'm very happy, Dev. Why won't you let me be happy?
Nobody's stopping you.
Why don't you give that copper's brain of yours a rest? Every time you look at me, it tells you, no, stay away from her, it says. She's no good. She never will be.
Alicia.
Go on, Dev. Go on. You can take my hand. I won't blackmail you for it afterwards.
Thanks.
You are afraid. Afraid you're falling in love with me?
That wouldn't be hard to do.
Oh, no. Careful, Devlin, careful.
You enjoy making fun of me, don't you?
No. I'm making fun of myself. I'm pretending I'm a very nice, unspoiled child whose heart is full of daisies and buttercups.
It's a nice daydream. Then what?
I think I will have another drink.
Yeah. Thought you'd get around to it.
Why won't you believe in me, Dad? Just a little. Why won't you?
How do you know I don't?
I know because you're sore. You've fallen for me and you don't like it, no. People will laugh at you. Poor Dad, in love with a no-good gal, huh? It must be awful.
Come here. Hey.
Don't say anything, Dad. Just kiss me. Don't say anything.
Devlin? Something wrong?
Wrong? No. Nothing's wrong, Prescott.
I'm sorry I had to send for you. I'm sorry I interrupted your date with Miss Huberman. Well, here's the setup. Okayed by Brazil intelligence. The leader of the German agents here in Rio is a man named Alex Sebastian.
Well, if we know who he is, why can't we pick him up?
Oh, sure we could pick him up. The next day, someone else takes his place, and whatever it is they're working on continues. Their headquarters is Sebastian's home. We need somebody to get inside that house. Somebody in Sebastian's confidence.
In other words, Alicia Huberman.
Right. You said you were having dinner with her when I called? I'll go back to her apartment then and tell her. She's good at making friends with gentlemen, so...
If that's meant to be funny,
The devil's eating you.
I don't know if she'll do it.
You haven't even discussed it.
No, but I don't think she's that type of woman. She's never been trained for that kind of work. They'll see through her.
Miss Huberman was chosen for 2 reasons. 1, her father was a Nazi agent. 2, Sebastian once knew her in Washington.
Sebastian knew her?
Yes, he was in love with her.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Well, you know it now. You've got to get Miss Huberman inside his house and find out what's going on there.
How does she meet him?
Well, I think the riding club would be best. Sebastian rides every morning. The rest is up to you and Miss Huberman.
You've hardly said a word, Deb. My cooking isn't that bad. It's a little well done, maybe, but still.
I'm sorry I was so late getting back. Prescott, Billy...
What's the matter, Deb? Trouble?
In a way.
All this secret is going to ruin my little dinner. Come on, handsome. What is darkening your brow?
Later.
No, now. Look, I'll make it easy for you. The time has come when you must tell me that you have a wife and 2 adorable children, and this madness between us can go on no longer.
Bet you've heard that line often enough.
Oh, that wasn't fair, Deb.
Then skip it. You remember a man named Sebastian?
Alex Sebastian?
Yes.
He was one of my father's friends.
Had quite a crush on you.
Oh, I wasn't very responsive.
Well, he's in town. Part of the combine that built up the German war machine. He hopes to keep on going.
Something big?
All the earmarks. We'll have to contact him.
Go on. Let's have all of it.
We're meeting him tomorrow morning, and you're going to go to work on him.
Mata Haring. She makes love for the secret papers? Prescott's orders?
Yes.
Did you say anything? Well, I mean that maybe I wasn't the right girl for such shenanigans.
No. I figured that was up to you if you cared to back out.
Mm-hmm. I suppose you told him that Alicia Huberman will have this Sebastian eating out of her hand in a couple of weeks. She's so good at that. Always
I
was.
didn't say anything.
Not a word? For the little lovesick lady who cooked dinner for you?
I told you that's the
Oh,
assignment.
don't get cross, Deb. I'm only fishing for a little bird call from my dream man. One little remark such as, how dare you suggest that Alicia Huberman, and you, Miss Huberman, be submitted to so ugly a
That's
fate?
not funny either.
Oh, darling. What you didn't tell Prescott, tell me. That you believe I'm nice. And that I love you and that I'll never change back.
I'm waiting for your answer.
What a little pal you are. Never believing me, not a word of faith. Just down the drain with Alicia. That's where she belongs. Oh, Deb. Pour me a drink and tell me what I do for Uncle Sam.
We'll meet Sebastian on the bridle path. When he questions you about me, I'm with Pan American Airways Public Relations.
Anything else?
Happen to meet you on the plane from Miami. The less the tale, the better. That's all.
That's all. My beautiful dinner. Cold. Cold as ice.
I can't get over it, Alicia. Meeting you this morning, of all places a bridle path in Rio de Janeiro.
Oh, how do you know I wasn't looking for you, Alex?
Oh, if I could only believe that.
You should. Didn't I prevail upon you to take me to dinner?
Prevail.
You look very well, Alex.
After 4 years here, dullness and disintegration.
You look younger than you did in Washington.
Entirely due to your presence, Alicia. You always affected me like a tonic. Who are you looking at, my dear?
That man who just came in.
Do you know him?
I don't think I do.
His name is Prescott. Espionage.
Oh.
The American embassy is loaded with them.
Really?
They bothered you since you came here?
No, not yet. That's one reason I left Miami, to get away from their snooping.
I wondered why you left your father.
He insisted, Alex. He was so unselfish. He kept begging me to leave. I had no idea he was going to die.
Many have died, Alicia. We mustn't let our spirit die with them. Perhaps I can help you forget.
Oh, Alex.
There's someone else, of course.
Is there?
Who, Alicia? That Mr. Devlin who was with you this morning?
Mr. Devlin doesn't interest me in the least. I've just been so lonely. I could have gone riding this morning with Peter Rabbit.
You will let me help your loneliness?
Oh, you're very sweet to forget what a brat I was once.
Well, then I'll test your repentance immediately. Will you have dinner with me again tomorrow night? My mother's giving a little party at home.
Oh, Alex, how nice. Are you sure she won't mind an extra guest?
Oh, an old friend is never an extra guest.
Thank you, Alex.
You look very beautiful, Miss Huberman. Don't you agree, Devlin?
Sebastian is sending his car for Miss Huberman. I suggest we get out of her apartment.
Oh, there's time. Now, part of your job tonight, Miss Huberman, will be to get the names of all the men you see in Sebastian's house.
You mean the Germans? That won't be difficult.
Don't underestimate them. They're a very keen and desperate bunch.
Anything else?
No, nothing. Good luck.
Thank you.
Oh, unless you have something urgent to report, we'd better avoid each other for the next few days, just in case Sebastian's crowd wants to check on you after tonight.
Very well.
And don't meet here when you do. What about the racetrack, Devlin?
Racetrack's fine. We can arrange a date by phone. Night, Alicia. Miss Huberman, well, good afternoon.
Mr. Devlin, how nice seeing you again.
Picking any winners? You alone?
No, Alex and his mother.
Where?
A box in the clubhouse. I'm sure they can't see us.
Play it safe and keep smiling. Well,
I've seen Alex twice since the dinner at his house.
who was there?
His mother, her servant named Joseph, and 4 other men. William Rossner, Eric Matisse, Emil Hupke, and a Professor Anderson.
Go on.
Have you ever heard of Anderson?
No.
He's some kind of scientist. Medium height, gentle face, 60 years old, gray hair, deep crease on his forehead. You writing this down?
Oh, I'm just trying to check these horses on my program. Look happy, will you?
What about Emil Hupke? Heard of him?
No.
He made quite a scene after dinner about a bottle of wine.
Bottle of wine?
Yes, it was on the buffet. Hupke became quite excited. He said it should be removed at once.
Well, what happened?
They just ignored him and kept this conversation going. Hupke seemed quite flustered, apologetic. I couldn't figure it out.
Did they serve the wine?
No, not that particular bottle. Do you think it had any significance?
I don't know. What brand was it?
All I saw of the label was vintage 1939, 1934.
Has Hupke pulled anything since?
I haven't seen him since.
Well, what else?
Just a minor item you may want for the record.
Well?
You can add Sebastian's name to my list of playmates.
Pretty fast work.
That's what you wanted, wasn't it? His mother suspects me.
What?
Oh, don't worry. She believes I'm after her son's money. You betting on this race, Mr. Devlin? They're about to start.
No.
Alex says number 10 is sure to win.
I can't help recalling some of your remarks about being a new woman. Daisies and buttercups, wasn't it?
What are you angry about? You knew very well what I was doing.
Did I?
You could have stopped me with one word, but no, you threw me at it.
I threw at you, nobody. Now keep your eyes on the race. Use your binoculars.
Didn't you tell me to go ahead?
A man doesn't tell a woman what to do. A woman tells herself. You almost had me believing in that little hokey-pokey miracle of yours that a woman like you could change her spot. That's why I didn't try to stop you. The answer had to come from you.
I see some kind of luck.
That's right.
But you never believed in me anyway, so what's the difference?
That goes you number 10. What if I had believed in you? What if I had figured she could never go through with it? She's been made over by love.
You only once had said that you loved me.
Listen. You chalked up another boyfriend. That's all. No harm done.
I hate you.
No occasion to. You're doing fine work. I'll see that they're told.
Who?
We're having a meeting tomorrow with Barbosa, Brazilian intelligence. In case you're interested, number 10 is winning the race. Sebastian knows how to pick them.
That's all you've got to say.
Oh, dry your eyes, baby. It's out of character, and be quick about it. Here comes Dreamboat.
Oh, no.
Mr. Devlin.
Sebastian.
Oh, Alex. What a wonderful race.
Alicia tells me you had a bet on that number 10. Sorry I didn't meet you early, Alicia. Well, I'll see you soon, I hope.
Yes. What's the matter, Alex? You're not at all excited about the race?
I didn't see the race. I was watching you and Mr. Devlin. You had an appointment to meet him here?
Oh, don't be absurd. I just happened to bump into him.
You didn't appear anxious to get away.
So?
I watched you. I thought maybe you're in love with him.
Alex, really, I detest him.
I'd like to be convinced. Would you maybe care to convince me, Alicia?
You know Mr. Devlin, Senor Barbosa?
Mr. Devlin.
And this is Mr. Beardsley, also of our office.
How do you do?
Senor Barbosa, Brazilian intelligence.
Sit down, gentlemen. Well?
Our little theatrical plan is working, Senor.
Good.
Thanks to Miss Huberman, we know that Otto Renzler is working here in Rio.
He was one of Hitler's scientific wizards, now known as Professor Anderson.
Anderson?
And that body found in the surf 2 days ago.
Yes, identify.
His description fits Emil Hupke. One of the boys who must have said the right thing at the wrong time.
I'd still like to know about that wine bottle.
Excuse me, senor.
Yes?
Miss Huberman has been Mr. Press cover, Mr. Devlin.
Here?
Yes, sir.
Show her in. I don't like this, her coming here.
Yeah, she's had me worried for some time. A woman of that sort.
What sort is that, Mr. Beardsley?
Oh, I don't think any of us have any illusions about Miss Huberman, have we, Devlin?
Not the slightest. Miss Huberman is first, last, and always not a lady. She may be risking her life, but when it comes to being a lady, she doesn't hold a candle to your wife, sir, sitting in Washington playing bridge with 3 other ladies of great and impeachable honor.
Take it easy, Dev.
Sorry.
I think those remarks about my wife are uncalled for.
Go on, I apologize.
Oh, come in, Miss Huberman. Mr. Beardsley, Senor Barbosa.
How do you do?
Senorita, you have the esteem of my governor.
But we're worried about your visiting this office.
I promised not to break the rules again, but I need advice. I couldn't find Mr.
Something
Devlin.
happy?
Yes. Mr. Sebastian has asked me to marry him.
Well.
I'm to give him my answer at lunch. I didn't know what the department might think about such a move.
You're willing to go that far for us, Miss Huberman?
Yes. If you wish.
Devlin?
May I ask what inspired Sebastian to go this far?
He's in love with me.
And he thinks you're in love with him.
Yes, that's what he thinks.
Gentlemen, it is the cream of the jest.
Then it is all right.
Oh, it's an ideal marriage for us.
Yes, everything seems to be arranged perfectly. I don't think you need me here any longer, Prescott.
Oh, no, but we...
All excuse me then. Congratulations, Alicia.
Thank you, Dev. I knew you'd be impressed.
In a moment, we will return with Act 2 of Notorious. Meanwhile, here's Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter. I looked for you last Monday evening, Libby, at the Metro Golden Mare premiere of Cass Timberlane.
Oh, I was there, Mr. Keeley. But I don't wonder you didn't see me in those crowds.
It certainly was an exciting opening. It looked as if practically every star in Hollywood turned out to see the screen version of Sinclair Lewis's powerful novel.
You know, it seemed just as dramatic the second time, even though I'd seen a preview at the studio. Spencer Tracy is marvelous in the title role.
With Lana Turner for romantic interest, well, it just couldn't miss. The triangular love story is always a great theme.
Especially when Zachary Scott is the rival for Lana Turner's love.
A perfect cast in a gripping play like that is every producer's dream.
And every feminine moviegoer will envy Lana Turner when, as Ginny in Cass Timberlane, she goes on a shopping spree in New York. She buys herself an expensive glamour wardrobe, including some wonderfully wispy nylon stockings. I said to myself, if John Kennedy here had been technical advisor, he would have included a shot of her buying Lux Flakes to take care of them.
Well, Libby, it's highly probable that Sinclair Lewis heroine did. Because smart women everywhere know that Lux makes stockings last long.
Well, as a matter of fact, I know that the studio kept those stockings lovely as new for retakes by washing them with Lux Flakes after every wearing.
A wise procedure for women everywhere. Because tests show that stockings actually last twice as long when they're washed with Lux. It was really surprising how quickly identical stockings, washed with a strong soap or rubbed with cake soap, went into runs. The Lux ones kept going twice as long, and the colors looked so much fresher, too.
That extra wear is just like getting an extra pair of stockings every time you buy a pair. That's why Lux Flakes are America's favorite stocking care.
We return you now to William Keighley.
Continuing with Act 2 of Notorious, starring Ingrid Bergman as Alicia and Joseph Cotton as Devlin. A few hours have passed. Elated by Alicia's consent to marry him, Alex Sebastian has just brought the news to his mother.
Marry her. What are you, a moonstruck boy? Of course she is beautiful, but...
But what?
But many things. Her sympathies, for instance. Where do they lie?
I've told you a dozen times, Mother. Alicia does not concern herself with politics.
At her father's trial, why did she not testify on his behalf?
Because her father insisted she be kept clear of it.
So she says.
Mother, are you accusing Alicia of lying?
I accuse only you. Thinking of marriage at a time like this. Risking everything we have worked for, suffered for.
Oh, Alicia knows nothing. She will know nothing.
But I know.
Know what?
That she came here for one purpose. To capture the rich Alex Sebastian for a husband.
Ah.
And she has succeeded.
Oh, you're being absurd.
We will discuss it more fully tonight.
We will not discuss it tonight. You're jealous, just as you've always been jealous of any woman I've been interested in. Now, Alicia and I shall be married next week. Be private. We shall both be pleased to have you present, if you wish.
Come in, Joseph. Did you want something?
Only to tell you how happy I am that you and Mr. Sebastian are home again. The house needs you, madame.
Thank you.
You had a pleasant wedding trip?
Very. Oh, as long as you're here, Joseph, my clothes. I'd like all my dresses put out on the bed, please.
I have aired all the closets, madame.
But there isn't enough closet space in this bedroom. Isn't there a storeroom down the hall?
Yes, madame. But the door, it is locked.
Then bring me the key, please.
Mr. Sebastian's mother, madame, she has all the house keys.
Oh. Do you know where Mr. Sebastian is?
I believe he is having a business meeting in his study.
Business meeting?
Professor Anderson, madame, and the other gentleman.
What are you saying, Professor?
That I have news for you, my friends. My work is done.
Ah, you've been successful.
Yes, Alex, yes.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, Alicia, my dear. Come in.
Oh, I didn't know you were busy, Alex. Some of the closets seem to have been locked. Could you give me the keys?
The keys? You mean my mother hasn't given... Yes, I'll get them for you at once. Excuse me, gentlemen.
Shall I go with you, Alex?
No, if you'll just wait in your room, Alicia. Mother! Mother, where out?
Are you sure this is all right, Deb? Meeting you like this in a public park?
Oh, stop worrying. We're talking about keys.
Yes.
His mother keeps them.
Yes, all but one. The key to the wine cellar. Alex keeps that one himself. Joseph told me.
Then get it from him.
Get it? How?
Don't you live near him?
What do I look for in the wine cellar?
Look for a bottle of wine like that one that unnerved the late Mr. Hupka. Vintage 1934.
All wine bottles look alike to me. I'm no mastermind.
You're doing all right.
It's no fun, Deb.
Too late for that now, isn't it? Look, why don't you persuade your husband to throw a large shindig and introduce his bride to Rio society next week, say?
Why?
Invite me, and I'll try to find out about that wine cellar.
I don't think my husband is interested in entertaining.
Don't underestimate your charms, Mrs. Sebastian. You can promote a party.
It won't be easy getting you there. He thinks you're in love with me.
Then, tell him that you think if you invited me and I could see how happily married you are, the horrid passion I have for you might diminish.
I'll try.
Good. And get the key.
I'll be looking forward to seeing you, Mr. Devlin.
It's always a pleasure meeting you, madame. Good day.
Still shaving, Alex? Do hurry, dear. Our guests will be arriving soon.
Oh, don't tell me your dress.
Of course.
Oh, let me look at you.
Well?
Oh, Alicia. Like a dream. A dream.
Now, please hurry, dear.
Don't go. Stay there and talk.
Oh, what about? Oh, your dressing table.
What's wrong with my dressing?
Do you mean to say you carry all these things around in your pockets?
Oh, what thing?
Oh, talk about a woman's purse. Look at this litter. Papers and letters, 2 wallets, cigarette case, cigarette holder, keys. Keys.
You know, my dear, I'm really surprised that Mr. Devlin's coming.
The key to the wine cellar.
Alicia.
Yes, dear.
You're suddenly silent. Don't worry. I don't blame anyone for falling in love with you. Oh, it's not that I don't trust you, darling, but when you're in love at my age... Alicia, is anything wrong?
Wrong?
Oh, my word, you look so serious. Oh, I'm a fool. I should never have mentioned Devlin. Forgive me, darling.
Of course.
Well?
What do you want?
Hold your hand, dear. Mayn't I kiss your hand? Oh, Alicia, not that clenched-up little fist. Are you hiding something
Alex,
in your hand?
Alex, doesn't it occur to you that I might like to kiss you, too?
Oh, Alicia. Alicia.
Good evening, Mr. Sebastian.
Mr. Devlin, I'm glad to see you.
It's kind of your bride to invite me.
Well, we both invited you, Mr. Devlin. Excuse me, Alicia. I must introduce Madame Esther.
The key?
Yeah, in my hand.
Good. Now, this won't be easy. He's quite sensitive about you. He's going to be watching us like a hawk. How's the liquor supply up here?
What do you mean?
I mean, if he should run out, he'd go down to the cellar for more, wouldn't he?
Oh, I hadn't thought of that.
That's quite a point.
Then you must work fast.
I can't. I'm supposed to be a guest here. I'll slip away later on. You better go to your friends. I'll find you.
It's a nice party, isn't it, Alicia?
It's a wonderful party.
You handled things perfectly. I'm very proud.
Thank you. Thank you, Alex.
What happened to Mr. Devlin? I haven't seen him for an hour.
Oh, he's around, I imagine, trying to drown his sorrows.
Oh.
Excuse me, dear. I think I'll ask the orchestra to play something livelier. We've had nothing but waltzes all evening.
This is the pantry, huh? Yes. Anyone see you come in here?
No, I don't think so.
And, is this the door to the wine cellar?
Yes, for heaven's sake, Deb, hurry.
Oh, lots of time.
I'll be out in the garden. There's a door from the wine cellar that leads to the garden. When you get downstairs, open it.
You'll be there?
Yes, I'll be there in case anything happens. Now, hurry.
Vintage of 1934. 34. And,
What happened?
Butterfingers.
That bottle. What was in it?
Look. Sand. It was filled with sand.
It couldn't be sand.
Probably some kind of metal ore. I've got to try to clean this up. I'll push the glass onto the bottom shelf.
What about the sand?
I'm taking some of it for a sample. It's a little weird, isn't it?
Here, I'll put this bottle in place of the one you broke. It has the same label.
Stop shaking.
Well, I have a feeling we're so slow. Shh. Someone's coming.
No, relax.
Look, there is. Listen.
Yeah, get out of here. No, not upstairs. The door to the garden.
But he's coming that way.
Keep quiet.
It's Alex. He sees us.
Keep looking at me.
No.
I'm going to kiss you.
No, he'll only think that...
That's what I want him to think.
Dad. Oh, Dad.
It's almost as if we meant it, wasn't it? Now, push me away.
I'm sorry to intrude on this tender scene.
Alex, I couldn't help it. He's been drinking.
Why are you out here? Or did he carry you off?
Oh, Alex.
You love him.
Oh, no, I don't. Please go, Dad, please.
For what it's worth as an apology, Mr. Sebastian, your wife is telling the truth. I knew her before you, loved her before you, but wasn't as lucky as you. Sorry, Alicia.
He kissed you.
Oh, Alex, don't. I came out here because he threatened to make a scene unless I'd see him alone.
Kissed you.
I couldn't stop him. I tried.
All right. We'll talk about it later. We have guests inside.
You're not coming with me?
I came to get more wine. No, I'd better go back with you. People may wonder. Alicia, darling, it's late. I thought you went upstairs long ago.
I've been helping Joseph clean up. Besides, you said you wanted to see me.
Oh, Devlin.
Yes.
Oh, I acted like a stupid schoolboy. Once again, I'm ashamed of myself.
You do believe me?
Oh, Alicia, of course.
Thank you. Aren't you coming up there?
No, not for a while. Professor Anderson's still in the study. Sleep well, Alicia.
Good night, Alex. Thanks for being so nice.
Mother!
Come in. Why are you up so early?
I need your help.
Something is wrong.
It's a great deal. Alicia.
I have expected it. I knew it. I knew. Who is it? Mr. Devlin?
No. It's much more serious than that. I am married to an American agent.
Alicia.
Late last night, after she went to bed, Joseph came to me. There were some bottles to be returned to the cellar. He asked me for the key. This key. It was gone.
Gone? Where was it?
10 minutes ago, when I woke up, it was back on my keychain. She'd been down there, the wine cellar.
It is easy to see now. I knew long ago, but I did not see. They picked her up because of her father.
I must have been insane to behave like an idiot, to believe in her.
Oh, stop wallowing in your memories.
I'm done, Mother. I'm finished. They'll find out. Anderson, Eric, Matisse, Rossner. Well, look what they did to Hupka. He did next to nothing, and I betrayed them. I'd do the same thing myself, kill the fool who betrayed them.
There is no need for them to find out.
Oh, they're too clever.
Who would imagine that you are married to an American agent? No. For a while at least, the enormity of your stupidity is your protection.
But Alicia, I'll take care of her myself.
No, not that way.
I stood looking at her just now as she lay sleeping in there. Be so easy.
You are almost as impetuous as you were before your wedding. You barred me from that episode. Let me arrange this one. No one else must know what she is. There must be no suspicion. She must be allowed to move about freely. But she will be on a leash. And then in time it will happen. But it must happen slowly. She will become ill. Remain ill for a time. Until one day...
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Our stars will return with Act 3 of Notorious in a moment. Our guest tonight is that rarity in movie town, a native Californian, long, blue-eyed Jacqueline White. I understand you've been interested in a movie career since childhood, Jacqueline.
That's right, Mr. Keeley.
And now you've seen your dream come true with many successful picture roles.
Well, I was especially happy with my part in RKO's new picture, Night Song.
You gave a very fine performance, Jacqueline, as Merle Oberon's best friend.
She was wonderful in her role, Mr. Keeley. It's an inspiring performance.
And Dana Andrews at his best in those tender, sensitive love scenes with Merle.
Dana told me he really enjoyed playing the part of a composer because he loves music so.
There's plenty of that in Night Song, and for every taste.
I loved every minute we were working. But I did have a twinge of envy when I saw those gorgeous clothes designed for Merle Oberon. One negligee in particular. It was very simply made, but the softest, most beautiful satin imaginable. Merle told me she was going to have it copied for her own wardrobe. And John Kennedy might be interested in something else she said about it.
Something about Lux?
Oh, yes. Because she didn't think it would wash until the studio luxed it, and it came out lovely. Was she impressed?
RKO, just like other leading Hollywood studios, insists on Lux care for all nice washables. So what could be safer for a star's own lovely things? Or for any girls? And here's another interesting point. Did you know that with Lux Care you can have 3 times as many pretty underthings?
Well, that's for me, Mr. Kennedy. But how do you figure it?
Well, underthings washed the Lux way stay lovely 3 times as long. Tests proved that. Identical slips and nighties washed the wrong way soon look faded and drab. So, instead of replacing slips often because they're old-looking, you can buy extra new ones. Have 3 times as many. And as you say, Jacqueline, that's something any girl would like. Thank you for coming tonight, Miss White. Back now to our producer, William Keeley.
Be sure to join us after our final curtain for a brief chat with tonight's stars. Here's the third act of Notorious, starring Ingrid Bergman as Alicia and Joseph Cotton as Devlin. The passing days have brought to Alicia not the slightest inkling that her husband and his mother are well aware of her real purpose in the Sebastian residence. Now, in response to a phone call from Prescott, Alicia meets Devlin in a quiet corner of a public park.
I'm sorry I couldn't make it on time, Dad.
Gets a bit lonely squatting on a park bench all day.
I was ill. Oh, don't let it alarm you. I'm all right now. Prescott said you'd have a message for me.
Want you to know you can be proud of yourself. That sample of sand I got shows uranium ore. Your job from now on is to help us find out where the ore is coming from.
Anything else?
Putting some new men on the case, you may soon have a new contact.
You're leaving?
Possibly. Paris may be more interesting.
Yes. Yes, there really isn't very much for a brainy fellow like you to do here anymore.
That's right. Going stay, all right. Say, you don't look so hot.
Well, this fresh air will help me.
Getting too much sun?
Oh, don't be so charitable, Dev. It could be a hangover, you know.
Back to the bottle again, huh?
It lightens my chores.
Big party?
Oh, just a family circle.
Must have been quite an evening. Well, go on, have fun. There's no reason why you shouldn't.
No. Well, goodbye, Dad.
What do you mean, goodbye?
Just goodbye. Goodbye. Fresh air isn't as good for hangovers, I thought.
Sit down. You're still tight.
No, I don't want to.
Where are you going?
Home, back home. Alex is coming home early. I'd better be there.
Alex, a drug. You were able to get some more.
Yes, I've got it. Mother, you're sure? You're sure she doesn't suspect?
She knows she is ill, that is all. She is going to feel a little worse after dinner. As a matter of fact, right after she drinks her coffee. Well, we might all go into the living room. Joseph will bring our coffee in there.
Alicia.
Yes, Professor.
My dear, you don't look at all well. Alice, what's wrong with her?
We just don't know.
It's those highballs I sneak on the side.
What?
Oh, darling, don't joke about it. Why, she hasn't had so much as a sherry all week.
Well, hadn't you better see the doctor, Alicia?
I never go near doctors. They always want to cart you off to a hospital.
Perhaps you belong in a hospital. When did all this start?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe after the party.
I still think a sea trip would be much better for you, darling, than doctors and hospitals.
Ah, no. I'll be all right.
What about the mountains? Altitude, fresh air. I'm going next week.
Oh, you're leaving us, Professor? I'm sorry. I'll miss you.
You could come with me. The Amores Mountains are beautiful, covered with flowers.
What Alicia needs is rest, not mountain climbing.
I've heard about the Amores in those little native towns. Are you going to Leopoldina?
No. I am going to Santa Maria.
Well, here's our coffee.
Just leave it, Joseph. I'll serve.
Yes, madam.
I will not allow you to wait on me, madam. I can serve myself.
No, that is not your cup.
My cup?
No, that's Alicia's cup.
Well, but
it's not quite full, you'll notice. Oh, you're giving our little secret away, Professor.
Yes, we have a confession. You know how Alicia loves coffee, Professor. Alex and I think she has been taking too much. We cheat a little. Here you are, dear.
Thank you.
Is it hot enough?
It's fine, Alex.
Perhaps Alex is right, Alicia. About rest. When you are young, rest is the best, Doctor.
Excuse me, Alicia. I want to go to bed, I think.
Oh, the pain again, darling.
I'm sorry to complain all the time.
May I take you to your room?
Oh, please forgive me. I'll be all right.
Alex, I'm worried about her.
We wanted to call a doctor yesterday, but she simply won't...
Sebastian! Mr. Sebastian!
Yes?
What is it, Joseph?
Mrs. Sebastian! She collapsed.
No, go away. No.
It's all right, Alicia. It's all right. You'll feel better soon.
No,
You're here in your own bed.
I don't want...
Please let me call the hospital.
Professor, you're already late for your meeting with Eric Matisse.
Yes, I must go, I suppose. Good night.
I'll go to the door.
Joseph.
Yes, madam?
She must have absolute quiet. Disconnect the telephone.
No.
Take it out of the room, Joseph.
No.
5 days now, Prescott. Alicia hasn't been near the park for 5 days.
She was to check with one of us at least every other day. That must be quite a binge she's on.
No, I don't think so.
Well, you were the one who said she was drinking.
I've had time to think it over. I don't believe it now.
Why should she lie about it?
I don't know. I don't know, but it wasn't a hangover. She was sick. She looked like the Ragged Ed of nowhere.
Yeah, well, it still sounds like a hangover to me.
Well, I'm going to pay a call.
Now, wait a minute.
Don't worry. I won't mess anything up. Just a social call. I'm a friend of the family.
Well, call me when you get back.
I'll do that.
For a man about to be leaving for Paris,
I want to talk to you later about that. I'd like to see that transfer held up for a while.
I'm very sorry, Mr. Devlin. Mr. Sebastian asked me not to disturb him.
Company?
He's in the study with some business associates, sir.
How long will he be tied up?
I do not know.
Mrs. Sebastian at home?
Yes, sir, but she is very ill.
Oh, how long has she been ill?
A week, sir.
Has she had a doctor?
I believe so, sir. I really do not know. We are very concerned about her. If you will wait here, Mr. Devlin, I will tell Mr. Sebastian.
Let's go on, Professor. This sounds serious to me.
Yes. What happened Monday?
The same thing, Eric. When I left the bank, a man was following me. And this morning when I went to the ticket office, he was there again.
Yes?
I'm very sorry, sir. But Mr. Devlin is calling.
Oh, tell him I'll be with him in a minute.
Yes, sir.
Now, the ticket office. What man, Professor? What did he look like?
Oh, obviously not a Brazilian. It's hard to describe
Alex,
him.
Mr. Devlin, he's waiting.
Well, let him wait, Eric. This is terrible news, Professor. This is terrible.
Alicia.
Sam.
Oh.
Well, how did you get up here?
I'm supposed to be downstairs waiting for your husband.
Oh, I'm so glad you came.
I couldn't stand it anymore, waiting and wondering. Alicia, what is it?
I'm sick. They're poisoning me. I couldn't get away dead. I tried when I was too weak.
How long?
Ever since the party. Alex and his mother, they found out.
Come on. Try to sit up.
Yes.
Here, let me help you. I've got to get you out of here.
I thought you'd left Rio.
Oh, I had to see you once more and speak my piece. I was getting out because I love you. I couldn't bear seeing you and him together.
You love me. But why didn't you tell me before?
Oh, I just couldn't see straight, think straight.
You love me.
Long ago, all the time since the beginning. Here, darling, your robe.
I can't have it. I'm afraid they gave me pills to sleep.
Yeah, you've got to keep awake. Keep talking. Keep talking. Here, my coat. Put it over your robe.
Alex and his mother, they don't want the others to know about me.
Don't stop talking. What happened?
Alex found out.
Not the others.
No, they'd kill Alex if they knew. Matisse would kill him. He killed Emil Hupke.
Here, put your arm around me. You've got to stand up.
Oh, damn night. Say it again. It helps.
I love you. Alicia, please, stand up. Come on, talk.
Professor Anderson.
Yes.
Sand comes from Aimore's mom.
We'll find it.
A town called Santa Massa.
Good. We'll take care of that later. Now you're on your feet, Alicia. Now move them. Move them. Walk. Start walking.
They're all down there in the stuff. We can't make it.
You've made the doorway. The stairs aren't far. I've got hold of you, darling.
Yes.
But you've got to walk yourself. If you don't keep moving...
Oh, don't ever leave me.
You'll never get rid of me again.
I never tried to.
Brace up.
Yes.
Here he comes.
Oh.
What are you doing, Alicia? What is this, Mr. Devlin?
Taking her to the hospital to get the poison out of her.
Poison?
How would you like your friends down there to know?
I'm taking Alicia back to her room.
No, Devlin,
I've got a gun, Sebastian.
No.
It'll raise quite a rumpus if you try.
Alex.
Be quiet, Mother.
Alex, he knows.
Yes.
What is happening, Alex?
Alicia.
Was she at work?
Yes.
Stay right where you are, Sebastian.
There, go on. Go.
We're going downstairs. You haven't forgotten what they did to Emil Hupke, have you, Sebastian?
Help him, Alex.
Yeah, I'm glad you have a head on you, madame.
I'm not afraid to die.
You've got your chance to die right here and now. Just call your friends to come out in the hall and tell them who Alicia really is.
You need any help, Alex?
No, we can handle her.
Now, where are you taking her?
You answer that one, Sebastian.
To the hospital. Alex, talk to them.
I'm glad she's going, Alex. You should have waited not this long.
Well, what do I do, Sebastian? Start shooting? Hold on, darling. Hold on. Only 20 yards to go out the front door and then into my car.
Alex, what are you doing?
Who's that one?
Matisse, Eric, Matisse.
Alex?
We're taking Alicia to the hospital, Eric. She had another attack. Mr. Devlin heard her scream as he was waiting for me. Now, come, Alicia, come.
I phoned the hospital as soon as I saw how she was, Mr. Matthews.
Why didn't you send for an ambulance?
Here, Alex, your coat.
You are not going with them, madame?
No, Alex will call me. I'll wait here.
Oh, the poor child. Here, I'll open the door. A few more steps, Alicia. Yes. How do you feel?
Oh, the air, dizzy.
Take some deep breaths.
I'll open the car door.
Oh, you made it. Made it, Alicia. Sit down, darling.
Yes.
Easy.
Yes.
Easy now.
Hurry, please, hurry. They're in the doorway. They're watching me.
Close the door, Sebastian.
Just a minute. I must go with her.
No room, Sebastian.
You must take me. I can't go back to them.
That's your headache.
Please. Please.
Alex, come here.
Alicia.
I have just been up to her room. There is no telephone in her room, Alex. How could he have called the hospital?
Alex, will you come in, please? We wish to talk to you.
our stars return for their curtain calls, Libby Collins and I have some really big news for the ladies. A brand new, easy-to-enter contest.
Tell about the wonderful prizes first, John.
They're just about the most sensational prizes you ever heard of. $100,000 in gorgeous furs and cash. Imagine, first prize every week for 5 weeks is a $3,000 mink coat.
And if there's a girl in this country who wouldn't like a mink coat, I haven't heard of her.
And there are other superb prizes, too. 3 fur coats worth $1,000 each. 5 fur jackets worth $500 apiece. 20 fur scarves, each valued at $200. 50 scarves worth $100 apiece.
And that's not all.
There are 250 additional prizes every week. Each one a crisp $10 bill.
And here's a really unusual feature. We don't select the fur for you. No, ma'am. You choose it yourself. The kind of fur, the style you want, at any furrier you want.
Or you can take your prize in cash if you prefer.
There's a contest every single week for 5 weeks. So if you don't win the first time, try again.
This is just about the easiest contest to enter you ever heard of. Here's all you do. On entry blank, available at your dealer, or on any piece of paper, write 25 words or less telling why you like any one of 6 famous Lever products. Lux Flakes, Lux Toilet Soap, Lifebuoy, Rinso, Swan, or Spry. Yes, any one of these products, and you can send in as many entries as you wish every week. Just be sure to include with each entry a wrapper or box top from any one of these 6 Lever products. Print your name and address on your letter, together with the name and address of the dealer from whom you buy your Lever products. Mail your entry to Lever, L-E-V-E-R, Lever Fur Contest, Box 1, New York 8, New York.
The first contest closes in just about 2 weeks, February 8th. So get your entry in tonight or tomorrow, sure.
Entries received after this date will be entered in the next week's contest. Winners of the big prizes will be announced on this program. Incidentally, you have to live in the continental United States, Alaska, or Hawaii to enter. The contests are subject to all federal, state, and local regulations and to the complete rules printed on entry blanks you can get from your dealer.
Now, I'll repeat. Just write 25 words about why you like any Lever product. Lux Flakes, Lux Toilet Soap, Lifebuoy, Rinso, Swan, or Spry. Be sincere. Give us your own experience. Print your name and address on your letter. Print your dealer's name and address, too, because if he helps you to win, he, too, will get a prize. Enclose a wrapper or box top from one of these 6 products.
Address your letter to Lever, L-E-V-E-R, Lever Fur Contest, Box 1, New York 8, New York.
I'll repeat that. Lever Fur Contest, Box 1, New York 8, New York.
There are 5 weekly contests. You can enter as often as you wish. So get busy, and a beautiful fur coat may soon be yours. Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
It's time for that tradition of the theater, a curtain call for our stars. And here they are at the footlights, Ingrid Bergman and Joseph Cotton. We enjoyed you both immensely in tonight's play. And incidentally, Ingrid, one could say that word notorious applies to the kind of character you play in your next Enterprise production.
I guess you could say that of Joan Madou, Bill, whom I played with Charles Boyer in Archer Prime.
Very different kind of Joan, then, from the one you're currently so famous for.
Well, nothing alike but the names, Joe.
I understand, Ingrid, you've become quite a winter sports enthusiast these days.
Well, my husband and I just returned from 4 weeks of skiing, Bill.
Oh, there's nothing like skiing.
Oh, the way I do it, there's nothing like it.
I didn't know you were a skiing enthusiast, Joe.
Oh, yes. Down south, where I come from, I used to get quite a kick out of it.
Oh, no. They have snow down south?
Not much, but they have those newsreel theaters where you can sit with watch the experts whizzing down frozen mountainsides while you sit comfortable and warm. That's really getting pleasure out of skiing.
While Joe does his armchair exercise next Monday night, Bill, what will you be presenting in this theater?
Next week from 20th Century Fox, a rollicking romance of the theater. The backstage adventure of a lovable, laughable couple in their climb to success. It's that musical screen hit, Mother Wore Tights, starring Betty Grable and Dan Daly. And in this warm, nostalgic story, Betty and Dan present those popular songs that made the original screenplay such a smash success.
Yes. Mother Wore Tights was a great hit, Bill.
And it ought to make a great hit with your audience next Monday, Bill. Good night.
Night.
Good night, and thanks for Notorious. Most of us are happy insofar as we look forward to the future, to security and continuing to have those simple luxuries and pleasures we deserve through work and careful, conscientious saving. And there is no form of saving that is at once so easy and so safe and at the same time so helpful to your economic welfare as United States savings bonds. They offer you a cash reserve plus profit. For United States savings bonds, return $4 for every $3 that you invest. Buy them where you work through the payroll savings plan, or if you're self-employed, through the bond-a-month plan at your bank. Make United States savings bonds the basis for your future happiness. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Betty Grable and Dan Daly in Mother Wore Tights. This is William Keighley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Joseph Cotton appeared by arrangement with David O. Selznick, producer of Alfred Hitchcock's The Paradine Case. Heard in our cast tonight were Joseph Kearns as Alex Sebastian, Gerald Moore as Prescott, and Janet Scott as Madame Sebastian. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Mother Wore Tights, starring Betty Grable and Dan Daly.
Pepsodent won by 3-1. Yes, in a recent survey, families throughout America compared new Pepsodent toothpaste with the brands they'd been using at home. By an overwhelming average of 3-1, they preferred new Pepsodent with Irium over any other brand they tried. They said new Pepsodent toothpaste tastes better, makes breath cleaner, makes teeth brighter. Yes, with families who made comparison tests, Pepsodent won by 3-1.
Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Mother Wore Tights, starring Betty Grable and Dan Daly. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Jane Wyman and Ronald Reagan in Nobody Lives Forever. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. One of the pictures I directed at Warner Brothers some time ago included in its cast two young, talented players destined not only for triumphant screen careers, but also for a happy married life together. They were, as you've already guessed, the stars of tonight's Lux Radio Theater play, Ronald Reagan and Jane Wyman. They bring you Warner Brothers' recent screen hit, Nobody Lives Forever, an exciting drama of what happens when love complicates the intrigues of a big-time racketeer. Naturally, since pictures first united us, I've always valued Jane and Ronald's friendship, and I'm grateful to Lux Toilet Soap for bringing us together in another dramatic venture. But in a larger sense, that's what Lux does every week for millions of people, brings them together in a common liking for good plays, fine stars, and for the product that makes possible these Monday night reunions, Lux Soap. I'm sure that latter preference is well rewarded.
Our clock says curtain time, and here's Act One of Nobody Lives Forever, starring Jane Wyman as Gladys Halverson and Ronald Reagan as Nick Blake. Through the night, several hours out of New York, a fast train speeds westward. In a Pullman compartment, two men have sat in silence for some time. But silence is something that Al Doyle can't endure for very long.
You like your dinner, Nick? You serve a pretty good meal on this train, huh?
Yeah, it was okay.
Feeling all right?
I'm feeling fine.
Nick, you mind if I ask you a couple of questions?
Why should I mind? Go ahead.
I don't get it, Nick. When I started asking you questions before, you got sore. You clammed right up.
Try me now.
Well, for one thing, what are we doing on this train?
We're going to California.
Yeah, that much I can read off the tickets. But why, Nick? Why California?
Like I said, I'm tired. I want a vacation. I've been 2 years in the Army overseas and 8 weeks in the hospital. Yesterday, the Army says I'm a civilian again. Okay, I want to relax for a while.
Yeah, I know, Nick, I know, but what's the matter with someplace closer to New York? Nick, the town is buzzing. I never seen so many square johns with loose dough in my life. The boys are making takes you wouldn't believe, and very few beefs.
Well, why'd you come with me then, Al? Why leave the gold mines?
Because you're the smartest operator I ever seen. Because you always cut me in on all your deals. I'm dumb, but not that dumb to shake you loose, Nick.
And let me handle things my own way, Al.
I still got one question left, Nick. What about her? What about Penny? You saw her last night, didn't you?
Yeah, I saw Penny. Al, you didn't see much of her while I was in the Army, huh?
Oh, now and then, Nick. She don't like me.
I had some dough when I went overseas. $50,000. I turned it all over to her.
You what? You gave that thing?
She was going to hold it for me. Except last night she told me it was gone. She'd opened up that nightclub and lost it all.
Lost it? Oh, Nick, that place is doing great. Every nightclub's doing great. How could she lose $50,000?
Eddie King.
Eddie King?
Penny said that when she went broke, he took the place over. But he did more than take over the nightclub. He took over Penny, too.
Did she tell you that?
She didn't have to tell me.
Huh. No dough, no girl. And you let him get away with it.
Depends how you look at it, Al. From where I sit, I'm happy just to be alive. I feel okay.
Yeah, I guess Eddie King feels okay, too.
That I'm not so sure about.
Ah, so you beat up on him. What good did it do you? You can't eat it.
Since when? Here, look.
Huh?
Open up the envelope. Go ahead.
Hey, Nick. Nick, this is money. All this dough. Where'd you get it?
Mr. King kicked in.
Oh, how can you do this to me? Why didn't you tell me?
$60,000, Al. My original 50 plus interest.
Well, what do you know? And me thinking that Army life had slowed you down. Okay, Nick, what do we do when we get to California?
We take it easy. I'll rent a place down by the ocean and lap up that sunshine. I'd also like to see an old friend of mine, Pop Gruber. Remember him?
That old has-been?
In my book, he's okay. You know what he's doing now? He wrote me last Christmas. There's a park somewhere near the station in L.A. Pop's got a telescope in the park. 10 cents to look at the moon.
Grubbing for dimes.
You know, the first thing I'm going to do when we get to California? I'm going to look at the moon.
Look through the telescope, see the wonders of nature. Only a dime, folks. 1 dime. See the mountains of the moon. Know what you say, mister?
Where I come from, it used to be a nickel.
And when I come from, guys like you... Nick! Nick, how are you, boy?
I'm fine, Pop. How's the telescope racket?
Looking up, Nick, looking up. Where'd you come from?
Just got off the train. Thought I'd check up on you.
Oh, am I glad to see you. And what happened, Nick? You lamb out of the Army?
No, I talked him into a discharge, Pop.
Talked your way out, eh? Same old Nick. You here alone?
Al Doyle's with me, waiting in a cab. Pop, I wanted to thank you for the box you sent me. You know, you and Al were the only guys that remembered me while I was across.
Oh, forget it. Nick, what are you doing out here? You got something lined up?
Not a thing. All I want to do is rest.
Well, where are you going to be staying?
I'll let you know as soon as we settle down. You'll come out, Pop. We'll split a bottle of beer, huh?
Oh, I'd sure like to, Nick.
Well, I'll look you up in a day or two. So long, Pop.
Gosh. How about it, folks? See the wonders of nature? Just a dime, folks. Just 10 cents.
Hello, Pop.
I'm working, Windy Beat.
I just seen something better in the moon. It didn't cost me nothing.
I said blow.
Nick Blake, huh? What's he up to, Pop?
He ain't up to nothing. If he was, you don't think I'd tell you, do you?
It's okay, Pop. But I better tell Doc Jensen that Nick Blake just come to town.
on, Doc. Relax. No use getting all worked up all the time.
No use, huh? No use when there's a $2 million sucker just waiting for us? I can't sleep at night thinking about it. But look at me. No front, no clothes, no nothing. Hanging on in a third-rate hotel just like...
I just been down around the park. I seen someone there, Doc. You remember Nick Blake? I seen him buzzing Pop Kruger.
Nick Blake.
He used to be your pet hate, usen't he, Doc?
Yeah, how come, Doc? He's a top man in the racket, ain't he?
Top man, my foot, he'll get caught up with.
They never caught him yet. I used to know Blake around Broadway. Dames used to go for him like he was...
Swell-headed phony.
Wait a minute, Doc. We could use a guy like Blake. That dame with the $2 million?
I'll make the play myself. But I need a bankroll first. I've told you both a dozen times. Front. I gotta have front, and that takes money.
Well, now you could make the play, Doc, but I was just thinking. Somebody like Blake, see? Maybe you could talk him into staking us.
It's possible. He's not so hard to break down. Just a lucky small-timer with a front, that's all.
Huh.
What's the meaning of that?
Small-timer? Blake?
You heard me. When I first saw him, I had a suite in the best hotel in Miami, and he was knocking around trying to pick up the crumbs.
Oh, maybe so, Doc.
I don't like the guy, and I never did. But you're right. We could use him. I can forget my pride when I have to. Okay, I'll go have a talk with Pop Gruber. Hello, Pop.
Huh?
Where you been the last 2 days, huh? Been looking for you.
I ain't been around, Doc.
You weren't here last night. I thought you come in every night for a beer.
Well, I'm here now, ain't I?
Drink up, pal. Buy you another one.
I only drink 2 beers a night. This is my second.
Now. Nick Blake's in town.
Yeah? He's in town. Matter of fact, I was with him last night.
I've located a sucker, Pop. Blake might be interested in financing the project.
Forget it.
Look, this is the biggest thing there is. All we
I
need
tell
is...
you, it's no use.
It'll be worth $500 to you if I can find him.
Because you got $500.
I will have, and you know you can trust me.
Doc, you and Wendy and Shake haven't seen 5 C's in 5 years.
We all have our ups and downs. I was the biggest there was once.
Yeah, once don't count. Well, I guess I'll call it a night.
No, wait a minute. Look, Pop, I found a widow with $2 million, and she's very lonesome. The easiest touch there is. Doesn't know a soul out here.
I tell you, Doc, Nick's taking it easy. Besides, he'd never work with you.
I've been living for this one, Pop. I'm going to see that sucker gets taken no matter what. A small bankroll's all I need to put me right back where I was, on top. That's where I belong, and you know it, right on top.
Not so loud, Doc. Take it easy.
Take it easy? Well, there's $2 million begging for a sleigh ride?
Maybe I will have another beer. What else do you know about this widow?
You call me, Al? Come here, Nick. We got company.
Didn't expect me back so soon, did you, Nick?
Well, Pop, fine. I just been in for a swim. Sit down, Pop.
This sure is some swell layout, Nick. House like this, ocean right at your door. Well, don't blame you for wanting to take it easy.
You're itching to spill something, Pop.
Oh, you're too young to take it easy, Nick. In spite of all these high income taxes, $2 million is still a lot of money.
How much did you say? Come on, Pop, open up.
Well, there's a nice $2 million job in town, but Nick would rather go in swimming.
All right, Pop, put on the con.
I used to be a pretty fair confidence man in the old days, Nick, but age caught up with me, just like it does to all of us.
Who sent you to see me?
As far as I can make out, this is a right touch, and a guy like you, Nick, could turn it in a month.
Go on, we're listening.
It seems there's a widow. Come out a few weeks ago from Minneapolis.
That's a switch, taking a widow.
Nick, at least listen to
This
her.
widow can stand a take. She's loaded. You can set yourself for life, Nick, and you'd be helping me out, too. I'm sure getting tired of that 10-cent telescope.
And picking pockets while the customers are looking at the moon.
Well, I'm getting old. I do the best I can. This widow now, she's living at the Marwood Arms. Her husband died a year or so ago, and she's lonesome. Why, it's just your dish.
The swimming was sure swell today, Pop.
All right, Nick, if I'm born, you...
No, Pop, wait. Nick, please.
It's okay, Al. Nick always was stubborn as a mule.
I've done all right, haven't I?
Yes, you've done all right. When I was your age, I had the world by the tail, too. Making plenty of money and throwing it out the window just like you're doing. I thought there was no end to it. All right, look at me now.
Don't get sore, Pop.
Maybe you got a bankroll. Living like this, how long's it going to last? What are you going to be doing when you're 65, Nick? Selling pencils?
I don't think it'll ever come to that.
I didn't think it would either. So long, Nick.
Pop, stay for dinner. We got a good cook.
No, I got to get back to town.
Well, not on a bus anyway. Drive him in, Al.
Sure. I'll get the car, Pop.
No hard feelings.
I think you're making a mistake, Nick. But no hard feelings.
Sit down, Nick. You've been pounding that carpet ever since dinner.
I've been jumpy all evening.
Well, have a drink and relax. Was the idea coming here, wasn't it?
Sometimes ideas don't work out.
Yeah, you said it. Look at Pop's idea for making a big roll. That sure blew fast. This afternoon, I thought you were crazy for nixing it. But I guess you were right.
Why?
Well, that proposition's pretty big, Nick. You've been away a long time.
Don't be dumb. It'd be like rolling downhill.
Well, listen, Nick, if you never want to work another deal, that's okay with me. We got plenty of dough. Only it's a shame to see a guy like you throwing away his talent. Oh, but don't let me or Pop influence you.
Get the car, Al.
Where are we going?
To see Pop.
Now you're talking, baby.
Take it easy. I'm curious, that's all. Just curious.
That's the whole story, Nick. I can set up a meeting with Doc and his boys any time you say. Tomorrow, Nick.
There's a lot about this I don't like. Most of it, Doc Ganson.
Yeah, there's sort of a cafe on Main Street, Nick. Be a good place to meet. There's a little private room where we can talk. Tomorrow, huh?
Thursday. I want to look around first. Thursday night.
Well, here he is, Doc. Here's Nick and Al. Told you Nick would be here.
Hiya, Blink. Let's skip everything else, Doc, except what I'm here for.
Suits me, Nick. Sit down, boys.
Pop's information was a little sketchy. I've been doing some investigating on my own.
What do you mean, Pop's information? I located this. I stirred it.
That's understood, but just to get it straight, the sucker's name is Mrs. Gladys Halverson, widow. Husband, Carl Halverson, died about a year ago and left her a fortune which amounts to $2 million. She's staying at the Marwood Arms in Suite 901. Anything else, Doc?
No. I guess that about covers it.
Not quite. What you didn't find out is that her business advisor is out here with her, a guy by the name of Manning. He's also staying at the Marwood Arms, which may make it a little tough. Any questions, Doc?
No. Look, I'm figuring on handling this case myself. All we want from you is a stake.
Pop worked this pretty smooth. He got me interested in the pitch before he told me who lined it up. If he'd mentioned your name at the start, I'd have said no. Is that plain enough? Now, if you guys want me to handle it...
Shaking me or with you, Mr. Blake?
All right. Now, a couple of more things. I operate alone. No interference of any kind.
None, as long as we're satisfied. After all, it's our pitch.
Listen, I'll make you a present of it right now.
Oh, don't mind Doc, Mr. Blake. He's just anxious.
How about terms? You guys located the sucker, fine. But I got to finance the job, do all the work, take all the risk. I want 2/3.
2/3?
That's the only way I'll operate.
That leaves 1/3 for Shaking Wendy and me.
Yeah, 1/3 of something is better than all or nothing.
No. No, if it hadn't been for me, there wouldn't be any deal. I had the connections. I found the setup. It belongs to me. Nobody's going to jip me out of what's mine. Nobody.
That suits me fine. I don't want to work anyway.
Shaking me's got something to say about this, Doc.
Say it fast, then.
What do you figure the take will be?
With that kind of money, at least $100,000.
Will you guarantee us $30,000?
If I make the take, yes.
Okay. We'll go along with it.
That's it, Doc. 10 G's apiece. That's a lot of money.
I guess we can go now, Al. Come on, Pop, you too.
You were smart to say yes, Doc.
Was I? I'm not so sure. 5 years ago, I wouldn't have let a mug like that shine my shoes. Now you guys treat him like he was somebody important.
Don't worry, Doc. He'll come through.
If he wants to keep his health, he better come through. That's all I got to say. He better come through.
In a moment, we'll return with Act Two of Nobody Lives Forever. Meanwhile, here's Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter. What have you been up to, Libby?
Indulging in a bit of nostalgia, Mr. Keeley. Out at 20th Century Fox today, I saw the dismantled set they used for their current release, Nightmare Alley.
Now I know why you feel nostalgic. It was the carnival set.
Yes, Mr. Keeley. Remember what fun we all had visiting that huge set? There were 10 acres of it.
Complete with sideshows, barkers, hot dog, and taffy stands. You know, I even tried my hand at a little ring tossing.
You and many a famous Hollywood star, Mr. Keeley. Some of the stars brought their children to enjoy the fun of the Midway. That was a colorful, light-hearted background for a rather grim story.
Yes, Nightmare Alley is a tough, realistic drama of carnival life. It's really a study of a scoundrel. Tyrone Power, by the way, does a fine job in the role of a hard-boiled circus roustabout.
An irresistible scoundrel, though, Mr. Keeley, with no less than 28 love scenes in the picture. Divided, I hasten to add, among 3 leading ladies.
Yes, there's certainly plenty of feminine charm. Joan Blondell, Colleen Gray, Helen Walker.
An interesting contrast of types, don't you think, Mr. Kennedy?
Yes, each very appealing in a different way.
But there's one similarity about them that struck me, Libby.
You mean, of course, that all three have lovely Lux complexions.
And I'd be right, wouldn't I?
100%. Those three beautiful stars all use Lux toilet soap regularly. You know what a forthright person Joan Blondell is.
Yes?
Well, when I asked her about her complexion care, she said, "A Lux girl? You bet I am. Active lather facials really work for me."
Lux Soap Beauty facials do make skin lovelier, all right. Skin specialists proved it. In 3 out of 4 cases, daily Lux Soap care made skin softer, smoother.
The fact that so many famous stars recommend Lux toilet soap shows how right it is for delicate skin.
Now, there's a beauty counsel for lovely ladies everywhere. Why not make fragrant white Lux toilet soap your daily beauty soap? Remember, it's Hollywood's own complexion care, the choice of 9 out of 10 lovely stars. We return you to William Keighley.
We continue with the second act of Nobody Lives Forever, starring Ronald Reagan as Nick and Jane Wyman as Gladys Halverson. For 2 days now, Nick Blake and Al Doyle have been occupying one of the most expensive suites in the very exclusive Marwood Arms Hotel. Purposely, Nick has avoided any contact with the affluent widow, Mrs. Halverson, or her business manager, Charles Manning. But now, at the dinner hour, Nick plans his first move.
Now, get this straight, Al. I'm not Nick Blake anymore. I'm Nicholas Lloyd. I'm in the shipping business.
Okay. We've been through all that 100 times. You're Mr. Lloyd, and I'm your secretary, Albert Hall.
Check.
There's something else I won't forget. These rooms are costing $50 a day.
I'm going down to the dining room now. Give me time to eat and then come down with this envelope. And watch your language. You're supposed to be a secretary.
Oh, good evening, Mrs. Halverson.
Good evening, Mr. Evans.
Good evening, Mr. Manning. Is everything satisfactory?
Excellent dinner, Mr. Evans.
Thank you. If there's anything else at all that you wish, please let me know.
Now then, where was I, Gladys? Oh, yes, the 17th hole. I said to the caddy, my mashy niblick, please. I played a little to the right for the wind, of course.
Of course.
I took a full swing, and what do you suppose happened?
Don't tell me you made it in par.
No, I lost the ball. Don't know where it went. Never did find it. Wait till tomorrow, though. I'll wager that
I beg your pardon, Mr. Manning.
Oh, yes?
My name is Lloyd. I believe I owe you an apology.
Apology?
The manager, Mr. Evans, tells me try to introduce us in the lobby this morning. I misunderstood. I must have walked right past you. I hope I didn't seem rude.
Oh, no, not at all. Oh, Mrs. Halverson, Mr. Lloyd.
How do you do?
Won't you sit down?
Well, if I'm not intruding, I don't want to make another mistake.
You're not intruding at all.
Thank you. Mr. Evans tells me you've been out here for some time, Mrs. Halverson.
Yes, and I may stay indefinitely. It's such a beautiful place.
Your first trip to Los Angeles?
Yes.
Wonderful climate here, Mr. Lloyd. Fine for golfing. Golfer's paradise, I call it.
Excuse me, Mr. Lloyd.
Yes? Oh, my secretary, Mr. Hall. Mrs. Halverson, Mr. Manning.
How do you do, Mr. Hall?
This envelope just arrived, sir.
Adams and Company, huh? Better send them a wire, Albert. Tell them I can't possibly give an answer till the end of the week.
Yes, Mr. Lloyd. Excuse the interruption, please.
Business. It's always something. I'm afraid I'm finding it a little difficult to adjust myself after the Army.
Oh, were you overseas?
Yes. Cigarette?
Thank you.
I've leased a house out at the beach, and I was planning to spend the whole day there tomorrow, just lying in the sand doing nothing, not even thinking.
That sounds wonderful. I haven't been to the beach since I came here.
Nor I. Waste of time for me, you know. I play golf every day.
Oh. Well, I was going to suggest you both drive out to the beach with me. Well, I'd better be running along. If I want to take a day off tomorrow, I'll have to work tonight.
Mr. Evans mentioned your work to me. Shipping business, I think he said.
Well, yes, in a way. Just before the war, I got interested in maritime salvage, deep-sea tugs. Should be very big once things settle down again, you see. Well, excuse me for talking shop. This has really been very pleasant. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Lloyd.
Odd sort of chap, isn't he? Deep-sea salvage. Sounds like an interesting project. Too bad he doesn't play golf.
Charles.
Yes, Gladys?
Do you mind if I have a brandy?
Why, Gladys, you haven't had... Why, of course. How nice to see you enjoying yourself. Waiter!
Come on, Al, let's go down and have breakfast.
Oh, how come so early?
Because I want to be down there when she comes in. We'll eat in the patio.
You know, Nick, that dame sure surprised me. She's a dish. You just don't figure a rich widow's going to look like that.
Bring all those phony letters and photographs along. We'll be cleaning up a few little business matters over our ham and eggs.
This sort of life sure agrees with me, Nick. Look at me, eating breakfast with the birds and the bees. I never did this in New York.
I thought you missed New York.
Me? Oh, no. Little, maybe. Hey, Nick, I wonder how Penny's doing these days.
What makes you think of Penny?
Nothing at all. I was just wondering.
And stop wondering. It's one dame who can take care of herself. I hope I never see her again.
And speaking of dames, here she comes, the widow.
Then get in the act.
Okay. It appears that several of these matters, Mr. Lloyd, come under the jurisdiction of the Coast Guard. If it's satisfactory to you, sir, I'll wire Commander Appleton that we're...
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Halverson.
Well, good morning.
Lovely morning, isn't it?
Won't you join us for breakfast?
Well, you seem very busy.
Nonsense. Put away the correspondence, Albert.
Yes, sir.
I'm always looking for an excuse to quit work. Waiter.
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Halverson would like to order.
Oh, yes. I'll have the usual, please.
Yes, Mrs. Halverson.
As soon as I'm through with my correspondence, I'm going out to the beach.
How nice.
I don't suppose you could persuade Mr. Manning to give up one morning of golf.
I doubt it very much. He'd be upset the whole afternoon.
Oh, well, there you are. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Manning.
I just talked to Mr. Peterson, Gladys. He's waiting for me at the Meadowbrook Club. Wants me to have breakfast with him. I was wondering if you'd
No,
like to...
thank you, Charles. You run along.
I feel so guilty leaving you alone every day. I do wish you'd... Oh, those photographs, Mr. Lloyd. Are those the tugboats?
These? Oh, yes.
Had no idea they're so large.
Well, this is the deep sea type, about 300 tons.
Salvage, huh? Should be a tremendous business. Very interesting. Well, Gladys, I really should be getting along.
Mrs. Halverson, why don't you come to the beach with me?
Well, thank you. I'd like to very much.
Fine. That's a good idea. Well, have a nice time. Goodbye, all.
Goodbye, Charles.
Can you be ready in an hour?
I can be ready right after breakfast.
Call the house, Albert. Tell them we'll be down around 11.
Oh, that was heavenly. I don't remember when I've enjoyed a swim so much.
Well, sit down. Dry off.
Oh, what a charming sun deck.
I see Albert's fixed us a drink. Here.
Thank you.
You know, when I was a kid, I used to dream about having a house right on the ocean. Do you blame me for wanting to spend all my time here?
I certainly don't, Mr. Lloyd.
What are you thinking about?
About you. It's difficult to picture you as a boy.
Am I as solemn as all that?
Oh, of course not. I just mean you appear so sure of yourself. As if you could, well, take care of yourself no matter what the surroundings were.
I was brought up in a tough school. A riverfront kid in New York. You had to fight or run. I guess I did a little of both, and I learned which to do when. I'll never forget those days.
Don't stop. It's very interesting.
It may sound interesting, but it wasn't. All I thought about was getting out. The time I was 13, I was working on a tugboat. I got kicked around plenty, but I learned the business. When the war started, I was practically running the company.
Then you've done very well, haven't you? And you can't be more than, what, 31, 2?
34. I'm going to do a lot better. Well, now I'm bragging.
Now, you have a right to.
I really don't know why I'm telling you these things.
Please do. I don't talk much myself, but I like to listen.
Well, I like to hear myself talk, so we should get along all right.
This has been quite the nicest day I've had in a long, long time.
Doesn't take much to please you.
No, not much. I've been around so little. My husband was never in really good health, so we seldom traveled. He liked to sit at home and read a book or listen to the radio, so... Not that I minded. I was happy to do whatever he wanted.
You better not let other wives hear you saying that, or they'll put you out of the union.
Oh, I didn't feel as though I'd missed anything. He depended on me a great deal. You see, before we were married, I was his secretary.
Well, you're not exactly my idea of a secretary.
Well, that's because you think of me as a well-to-do woman. But it wasn't always like that. My father... Well, I think I'll say what you said. I don't know why I'm telling you all these things.
I don't know when I felt more like listening.
You don't have to be polite, Mr. Lloyd. I'm sure that all this is a little too quiet for you, isn't it? Oh, and don't misunderstand. I'm not saying that you're fast. It's just that you seem a little less conventional than most of the men I've met.
Well, don't tell on me, will you? Mr. Manning might not like it.
Well, I'd better start thinking about getting back to town.
Oh, of course. It'll be nice driving back. Sun's just going down. Hills will be beautiful.
Now, look, Pop.
Huh? Yeah, what do you want?
What have you heard?
About what? Talk plain, Doc.
About the deal, Nick and the dame.
Listen, Doc. I'm waiting just like you are. Except I'm not worried.
When'd you talk to him last?
What is this? I come here to enjoy a glass of beer after work. Now, stop bothering.
Look, you. It's not healthy to talk to me like that.
I've talked like that to tougher guys than you. I'm past 60 and I'm still here.
Nick Blake met Mrs. Halverson 10 days ago. He's been with her practically every day since. Sometimes with that Manning guy, sometimes alone.
Well, that's fine.
Is it? Blake's playing this dame as if he were more interested in her than in her money. He's forgetting business.
I don't know what he's doing, see? But whatever it is, Nick ain't forgetting business.
I got just one more thing to say. You tell that friend of yours if he doesn't get busy,
You got
I'm
anything to say, you tell it to Nick, see? And while I'm talking, I might as well tell you this. I'm sorry it got Nick tied up with you. From now on, you stay away from me, you understand?
Come in. Oh, hello, Manning. Where's Gladys?
In her rooms, I believe. I just thought we might have a little chat, you and I, before we go to the races.
Fine.
Lloyd, I've been giving a lot of thought to that salvage business of yours.
Really? I'm afraid I've been neglecting it.
Look, we're both businessmen, so I'll come right to the point. I'm looking for some good, solid investments for Mrs. Halverson. Now, I don't know much about the shipping business, but if there's any...
You mean you'd like to invest in our company?
I'd certainly like to consider it.
But we don't need any money, Manning. We're subscribed to the limit right now, and I'm not going to sell any stock.
I was afraid of that.
I'd like to accommodate you, of course, but you see, I have a partner in New York. Oh, I don't know. I suppose I could ask him to do me a favor. I'm phoning him tomorrow.
That's very decent of you, Lloyd. Thanks.
I'll let you know what he says. Oh, I'll pick you and Gladys up in half an hour.
What is it this afternoon, Nick? The races again, like yesterday?
I doubt it. She doesn't like crowds.
Ah, it's good. It's fine.
Maybe the beach, maybe just a drive. I don't know.
Manning tagging along?
Just Gladys and me. I'll be back for dinner.
Hey, what's your rush?
She's waiting for me in the lobby.
Nick, Pop called this morning. I'm meeting him this afternoon in that cafe downtown. Pop says Doc's getting awful jumpy.
Let him jump.
Well, Doc's a bad boy, Nick.
Not very.
I'm getting a little jumpy myself.
Take an aspirin.
Oh, Pop's no fool, Nick. If he's worried, there's something to worry about. They figure you're not bearing down hard enough on this take.
A deal like this takes time.
Nick, you sure you're not going overboard for this tomato?
Look, I'm going downstairs.
No, she can wait a minute. If Doc figures he's getting sold, he's going to blow the top right off.
Oh, this is what comes from getting mixed up with a bunch of small-time chiselers, always hungry, always scared. You know something? I think for once Pop conned me into a bad one.
But our dough's going like confetti, Nick. Look at these rooms and a house at the beach.
It's my own dough I'm spending, remember? Come on, we can talk in the elevator.
I never seen you so excited over a dame, Nick. Not even Penny in the old days.
Go on, ring for the elevator.
I'm very sorry, miss. I just called Mr. Lloyd's suite, but there's no answer.
I see. Well, would you mind leaving word that I stopped by? Miss Adams, Penny Adams.
I'll be very glad to. If you'd care to wait, though, I'm sure Mr. Lloyd hasn't left the hotel.
What do you mean?
He's probably on his way downstairs.
Oh, I'll wait for him here then.
Oh, why, there he is now, Miss Adams, just getting out of the elevator.
Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Nick, look.
What's the matter with you?
Over there at the desk. Ain't that Penny?
Penny. Go in the writing room, Al. That's where I'm supposed to meet Mrs. Halverson. Stall her in there.
Yeah, sure, I'll stall her. This deal's really gone haywire.
Nicky, darling.
All right, Penny, what do you want?
Oh, well, that's a nice greeting. Why don't we sit down somewhere and talk?
How did you find me?
Well, if you're really interested, I happened to run into Doc Ganson. Oh, don't worry, darling. I won't give you away.
Look, I'm busy. I haven't any time.
You better take time, Nick. You wouldn't jip a pal like me, would you?
I jip you. I took my dough back, if that's what you mean.
And after you did, the nightclub folded.
And Eddie King ran out on you?
I ran out on him.
Get wise to yourself, Penny. We're washed up. You took care of that.
The brush-off's not that easy, Nick. I told you. I've seen Doc Ganson. Well, who's the lady with Al? Oh, so that's the sucker, huh? Nice work if you can get it.
So long, Penny.
Call from Mr. Linson.
Hello, Gladys. Did I keep you waiting?
Oh, that's all right, Nick.
Oh, Albert, Miss Adams over there. I think she wants to talk to you.
Yes, Mr. Lloyd. I'll take care of her right away.
If I've interrupted something...
Oh, it's nothing important. Let's go, Gladys. My car's at the side entrance.
Where's he going, Al?
Now, take it easy, babe. I can have you thrown right out of here.
That dame. She's batty about Nick, I can tell.
Come on, let's take a walk.
Why? I don't like this rush act.
You should have thought of that when you had Nick's role. There's a big deal on, Penny, so keep your nose out of it or...
Oh, what? What'll you do, Al? Go on, I'd like to know.
Nick, tell me to mind my own business if you wish, but that girl in the lobby just now, you were rude to her. That's not like you.
I just didn't want to talk to her. If I was rude, I'm sorry. Well, here's the car.
Are we going to the beach?
Unless you have a better idea.
I have an idea. I don't know if it's any better. I'll drive and don't ask any questions.
Okay. I bounced all through Italy in a Jeep, so why should I worry about your driving?
Now, just for that, I'll run you into a tree. Nick, I've made a mistake. I'm sorry.
Sorry? What do you mean?
My brilliant idea, driving you down here to see San Juan Capistrano.
Well, I think it's a very interesting mission. If you want to see the rest of it, I'll be glad to.
No, Nick. Let's just walk for a while. You don't like the mission at all. I'm afraid I've wasted your afternoon.
No, it isn't that, Gladys. It's just...
What is it, Nick? You're depressed.
Well, it's just that seeing all this reminds me of Italy. The churches I saw there. Except they were all wrecked. Holes in the roof, statues all over the floor, paintings ripped to pieces. Everything smashed.
Nick.
It's all right. Maybe I forgot about what I saw too quickly. It all comes back with such a jolt. It's too bad people can't get along. The world's a pretty nice place if you're happy.
Are you happy?
I wasn't.
When?
Until I met you. I love you, Gladys.
Oh, Nick. Nick, I've been waiting for you. It seems all my life I've been waiting for you.
Just a minute, Nick.
Doc, are you crazy? What are you doing here?
I've been hanging around this corridor for an hour. I want to talk to you.
Why?
Because I'm also interested in Mrs. Halverson. Suppose we close the door. I'm tired of getting pushed off on Al and Pop.
I got only one thing to tell you. Penny was here early this afternoon.
Yeah, she told me she wanted to see you.
Just don't give her any more ideas. She could queer this deal awful fast.
I can handle Penny. I can handle the deal, too. You gotta stop fooling around and get on to business. That Halverson dame's going to your head.
All right, I'm through then. The job's all yours. I never wanted it from the start. And the further I get into it, the less I like it. Now beat it.
No. Wait a minute, Nick. Suppose the boys may hold off for another week. Huh?
I already turned it back to you. It's yours.
No. Maybe you're right. Maybe you do need more time.
Then lay off of me.
Okay. Just don't pull any fast ones.
Are you threatening me?
Keep your hands off of me, Nick.
You come up with a rod and I'll make you eat it.
I only use a rod as a last resort. All right, work fast.
Charles, come in. Where have you been? I've been trying to reach you.
I was with Peterson all afternoon. Well, how was your drive?
Wonderful. We went... Oh, Charles, what a beautiful orchid.
I thought you might like to wear it at dinner.
Now, Charles, I'm afraid I won't be able to have dinner with you after all. You see...
Lloyd?
Yes. He'll be here any minute.
Well, Gladys, Well, frankly, I'm a little worried.
What about?
About him. Lloyd. Just now, in the lobby, a man brushed by me, getting out of the elevator. The elevator boy told me he was up here seeing Lloyd.
Well?
He also told me he'd seen this man before, in Miami. A gambler at the racetrack. Very unsavory.
Oh, I wouldn't condemn him just because he knows such a man.
But what about him? Actually, Gladys, Lloyd's a stranger. We're taking him at his own evaluation. We know absolutely nothing about him.
I know one thing, Charles. I'm happy. I've never been as happy in my entire life.
I'll run along, Gladys. Maybe I'll see you later in the evening.
I hope so, Charles. Thank you for the lovely orchid.
Hello? Hello, desk. This is Charles Manning. Get me the district attorney's office.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a moment, you'll hear Act 3 of Nobody Lives Forever. We all know how Texans feel about Texas, and I'm sure our guest tonight, the young screen star Dorothy Malone, is no exception to the rule.
I think my home state is the greatest place in the world, Mr. Keeley. Except perhaps Hollywood.
Well, Hollywood is certainly enthusiastic about you, Dorothy. You have a Warner Brothers contract to prove that.
Thank you, Mr. Keeley. It is thrilling to be working in a great studio in contact with the famous stars I've always admired. I learned a lot about acting when I watched them film Escape Me Never.
Ah, yes, Warner Brothers' Dramatic Life of a Composer, with Errol Flynn as the romantic musician.
And don't forget the two lovely women in the picture.
Well, when they're Ida Lupino and Eleanor Parker, now how could I? And incidentally, that story had an unusual and highly colorful background.
Yes, it did. You could travel from Venice to the Austrian Alps on the sets of Escape Me Never, even though the entire picture was filmed in Hollywood.
Studio technicians can work miracles. Don't you agree, John Kennedy?
Yes, I do, but there are times when the camera demands the genuine and real. For instance, a lovely Lux complexion.
Any cameraman would agree. That's the kind of beauty to pass the close-up test, Mr. Kennedy.
Well, then, it isn't surprising that 9 out of 10 screen stars have made Lux toilet soap their choice for beauty care.
Well, Ida Lupino and Eleanor Parker, two of the loveliest stars I know, wouldn't be without Lux toilet soap. I talked with Miss Lupino one day in her dressing room. She told me she was devoted to Lux soap care. It gives my skin quick, new loveliness, she said. And I know myself how really effective those facials are.
Thank you, Miss Dorothy Malone. May I say that your complexion is a radiant example of what gentle Lux soap care can do. Skin specialists confirm the effectiveness of this daily complexion care. Tests showed that in 3 out of 4 cases, skin became softer, smoother in a short time. A beauty tip for women everywhere. Why not try fragrant white Lux toilet soap tomorrow? Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of Nobody Lives Forever, starring Jane Wyman as Gladys Halverson and Ronald Reagan as Nick. It's about an hour later. In the Marwood Arms Hotel, Gladys Halverson is getting ready for her date with Nick. Charles Manning has just welcomed a man from the district attorney's office. And in still another suite, Nick Blake has some startling news for Al and Pop.
So we're clearing out. We're going back to New York now, tonight.
But what about the deal?
The deal is off. I'm through.
Doc will throw a fit, Nick.
I'm going to pay him off, Windy and Shake, too.
This guy's off his rocker. Wait a minute. Nick, you mean she's going with us to New York? The widow, huh?
I mean, we're going alone. Phone Doc. Tell him to meet me tonight at that cafe, 8 o'clock.
Nick, wait. Why pay off them broken-down tramps? We can just disappear.
Should I answer that one, Pop?
He's got to pay off, Al. Nick's too big a guy to welch. Besides, if Doc don't get paid off, he'll take over.
Phone Doc. I'm going upstairs to see Manning.
I hope you don't mind coming here to my rooms, Gladys.
What's so important, Charles? You sounded so mysterious on the phone just now.
Gladys, this is very difficult. I've just found out for sure that Mr. Lloyd is not at all what he seems. He's a professional swindler.
That's ridiculous. Surely you don't really believe that.
He'll be here any second. I told him I had a check for him, that I was buying an interest for you in his salvage company.
Are you trying to tell me he wants to sell us some worthless stocks or something?
Exactly. And that his real name is Blake. He's a notorious confidence man. And I'll prove it to you when he takes this check.
Charles, really, that's absurd.
Come in.
Hello, Manning. Gladys, I didn't know you were going to be here.
Charles asked me to come here.
Well, I'm glad you are. I just received a telegram. Bad news.
Oh?
We can't accept your money, Manning. Things aren't going at all well in the firm. I couldn't possibly recommend an investment until I fly back and investigate.
You're leaving?
Tonight.
Nick, will you be gone long?
I don't know. I hope not.
Well, this is very disappointing.
Will I see you before you go?
Of course. Goodbye, Manning.
Goodbye, Lloyd.
Well, Charles.
Just a minute. He's gone, Mr. Johnson. Mrs. Halverson, Mr. Johnson, District Attorney's Office.
How do you do?
That was Blake, all right, Mr. Manning.
Oh, no. You must have made a mistake.
No, it's no mistake, Mrs. Halverson.
Well, then, arrest him.
On what charge? He didn't take your money. He refused it. Well, keep in touch. If he makes another move, let me know right away.
Gladys. Well, come in. Anything wrong?
Nick, tell me the truth. Is your name Blake?
Who told you that?
Charles, and a man from the district attorney's office.
Take it from me. It's true enough.
Then you didn't intend seeing me again.
No.
But, Nick, you... Oh, there's so many things I can't understand.
Don't try to. Anyway, nobody's hurt.
Nobody's hurt. I'm hurt.
You could have been hurt a lot worse. I'm just a guy who's been trying to take your dough, that's all.
Well, then why didn't you take it 10 minutes ago? You refused the money on my account, didn't you?
What's the difference? You and I we're two different kinds of people. Go home. Stick to those you know. Pretty soon you'll forget all about it.
I don't want to forget. Nick, I love you.
I'd never change.
But you have changed, Nick. We love each other. Or was that just part of the deal?
No. No, it wasn't. Believe me, it wasn't. I love you, Gladys. I love you.
8 o'clock. You're right on time, Nick.
All right, Doc. Where's Windy and Shake?
I can handle this alone.
What is this? I guaranteed you guys 30% of 100,000. I got it right here. If you want to collect, call in your boys.
No. That guarantee doesn't mean a thing anymore. How do I know how much the take really was?
I'm telling you.
I got a feeling there wasn't any take. You're trying to shake us.
It's 30 G's or nothing, Doc. Yes or no?
Put your hands on the table, Nick. I got a gun on you. And it says from now on, I call the turn.
Call it fast, then.
You know, it's funny. You can get so close to something that you lose all perspective. It was Penny Adams who steered me straight. This afternoon, she put it all together for me. You pay us off in chicken feed, marry $2 million, and live in clover the rest of your life.
Now you're really blowing your top.
We figure they would have for $2 million. 30% of that is what you owe us.
That's all, huh?
It's a lot of dough. But you can pay 50 G's at a time.
Suppose I don't play ball.
Why begrudge us our dough? You'll have plenty. Of course, if something was to happen to you, an accident maybe, I'd have to take over, wouldn't I?
This takes a little figuring, Doc. Now, from your point of view... All right, Doc, get up. I was going to pay you off, but now you get nothing. I'll leave your gun with the cashier out there. You better keep carrying it, because if you ever cross me again or even look like it, I'll kill you.
Well, did you pay him off?
No, it's blown higher than a kite.
I was afraid of that.
Well, what happened?
There's no time to talk. Doc will be coming out any minute. When he does, follow him in your car, Al. Stick to him.
And you?
I'm going back to the Marwood Arms and make sure Gladys is all right. There's something queer about all this.
Okay, Nick.
As soon as you find out anything, call me there. Where is she, Manning? Where's Gladys?
I've been trying to find you to ask that same question.
You don't know?
No, I don't. The desk clerk says she left with a man about an hour ago. A large man with a raspy voice. He says...
Windy.
Who?
Never mind. Manning, you've got to help me.
I'm calling the police.
No, not yet. Here's the key to my room. Go there and stay there. I'm expecting a call. If they say it's Al or Pop, tell them I'm on my way to Doc's hotel. You got it?
Yes, but who...
Al or Pop, Doc's hotel.
I switch off the headlights, Pop. You don't think Doc's wise that we followed him?
No. El Dorado Hotel. I guess we just park here till Doc comes out again.
Nick's probably dreaming. He's so crazy about that dame.
Yeah, maybe. Nick generally knows what he's talking about.
Well, I guess we just sit here and wait.
So, Wendy brought her here to the room like you said, Doc.
I'm sorry I kept you waiting, Mrs. Halverson.
Your friends say Mr. Lloyd is in trouble. But that's all they'll tell me.
I'm afraid that's all we know, Miss Halverson. Mr. Lloyd is in trouble, and he wants to see you.
Where is he? Why can't you take me to him?
We'll be happy to take you to him. My car's at the curb.
Pop, look. The dame, Mrs. Halverson.
Yeah. With Doc and Wendy and Shake.
They're all getting into Nick's car. I mean, Doc's car. We got to get a hold of Nick.
You go ahead. I'll follow him alone.
Yeah.
There's a lunch wagon across the street waiting that lunch wagon till I call. No matter how long it takes. Just get in touch with Nick.
But if there's anything wrong with Nick, why didn't he telephone me? Are you sure he's all right?
He's all right, Miss Halverson.
You said we were going to the beach.
We're at the beach, lady.
But Nick's house is in the other direction. I'm sure of it.
Nobody said we're going to Nick's house. Now, relax, will you? We'll be there soon.
I never thought you'd get here. I bet I drank a gallon of coffee waiting here in the lunch wagon.
He told me on the phone Pop was going to call you.
Yeah, he just did. Come on, let's lamb out of here. I'll tell you in the car.
Where is she, Al? Where's Gladys?
Pop trailed him up the coast about 30 miles. I got it all written down, Nick, all the directions.
Is Gladys all right? Did Pop know?
Yeah, she's okay. There's a highway along the ocean. We got to look for a lighthouse. 2 miles past the lighthouse is a little grocery store or something. That's where we meet Pop. I guess this is it, Nick. 2 miles past the lighthouse, and here's the store.
Yeah, but it's dark. Closed for the night.
Well, Pop said for sure he'd meet us at the...
Pop. Where'd they take her, Pop?
Now, take it easy, Nick. They got Mrs. Halverson in a shack about 300 yards from here on the beach. It's at the end of an oil dock over the water.
How do you know all this?
I woke up the guy in the store to use his phone. I told him I was a government investigator checking up on oil operations. Now, look, they're alone out there, Nick. There's a guy named Ben, watchman or something. That's his shack on the dock. You got a gun, Nick?
Yeah, how about you?
Well, I got one. Wouldn't swear I can shoot it, though.
Wait a minute. Doc's no fool, and that girl's in a tough spot. Pop, you sure they didn't see you follow him?
I was real careful. I'd say they figure they're perfectly safe out there. Now, look, Nick. Grabbing the widow means they want dough. To get dough, they got to make a contact. The storekeeper said there's no phone in that shack. He said the watchman uses his phone all the time.
They'd have to come to the store, then.
That's how I figure it, Nick. If I was you, I'd wait right where we are.
It's 11 o'clock. We'll wait half an hour.
It's 11 o'clock, Ben. You sure that guy in the store lets you use the phone?
He'll let me use it.
You're all rather casual about this, aren't you? Seems to me I've heard that kidnapping is a very serious offense.
I hope you're going to behave, Mrs. Halverson. We might have to get rough if you kick up a fuss.
That would be rather silly of me, wouldn't it?
That's what I like, Doc. A dame with sense.
We'll contact Manning now, Mrs. Halverson. Manning will contact Nick Blake. Knowing me pretty well, Blake won't yell for the police. I'll put it to you this way. You're our security for a big loan. As soon as we get the money, Blake and Manning get the security. Simple.
Very simple.
Get going, Ben.
That's a waste of the store. You better give me 20 minutes. You the watchman, Bud? Huh? Hey, what are you guys thinking?
Keep it covered, Pop. Who's out in the shack?
Are you kidding? There's nobody here for...
You still think we're kidding?
Okay. Just some friends of mine.
The girl, is she all right?
Yeah.
What did you leave the
she's all
shack
right.
for?
I went out the telephone. We better work fast, Nick. They'll be expecting him back.
Take him under the pier, Al. Pop and I are going to case the shack.
No use me looking for Ben out the window, Doc. I can't see nothing. Too foggy.
Should have been back here 10 minutes ago.
Maybe run into trouble.
What trouble?
You have a lot more trouble than what's happened to that watchman.
Have I, Mrs. Halverson?
That sum of money you're talking about is fantastic. Where could Mr. Manning raise so much money on such short notice? If you'd only trust me, let me out.
Wendy, take a walk. See what's happened to that dumb clock. And don't you get lost.
Okay, Doc. I won't be long.
That you, Nick?
It's me, Pop.
What'd you do with Windy?
He's still out cold. I left him with Al. Anything stirring out in the dock?
Nothing I can see, Nick. I can hear something bumping, though, against the pilings.
Yeah, a boat probably. Tied up at the end of the pier.
A boat? Nick, they could get in that boat and be gone while we're waiting for him here.
Stay where you are, Pop. I'll make my way down to the shack.
Not alone, you won't. I was only kidding before, Nick. I can still handle a gun real good. Come on.
Okay, but take it slow, Pop, and if you hear anything, duck behind a piling.
I don't like this, Doc. First Ben and now Windy. What's happened to him?
If you'd only listen
Don't you
to
start
me...
giving me arguments. Go outside, Shake, and take a look.
I told you before, you can't see a thing.
What are you afraid of, ghosts?
I just want to know why they ain't come back.
I don't know why.
And if you ask me, I don't think we should stay to find out.
All right, we'll make a break then.
Back to the car? Not me, Doc. That's the way they went.
Get wise, will you? We'll use Ben's boat. Now get on that ladder out there and see if you can start the motor. You're coming with us, Mrs. Halverson.
Where? Where do you think you can go?
She's right. We'll have to come ashore sometime. If they spot her...
They won't spot her. She won't be with us anymore.
Wait a second, Doc. A snatch is one thing, but killing...
Get outside! Do as I tell you.
Okay, I'll try and start the boat.
I'm sorry, lady, but I'm taking no chances.
Well, there's no reason why you can't stay here a little while longer. You're much too nervous. That man may have had trouble getting the phone call through in a remote spot like
Wendy
this.
could have come back and told me, couldn't he?
Windy doesn't seem overly intelligent to me.
It's a good argument, lady. But come on, we're getting into that motorboat. Shake! What's the matter down there? Get that motor started.
I'm afraid Shake can't hear you, Doc.
Nick, look out. He's got a gun.
Gladys, go back in the shack.
Stand where you are, Miss Halverson. She's right in front of me, Nick. Go ahead and shoot if you want to.
Where do you think you're going, Doc?
Down the ladder and into that boat, and she's going with me. Now drop your gun. I said drop your gun.
All right, Doc. I dropped the gun.
No, Nick. No, don't come any closer.
Pretty wild, Doc. Try again.
It's all right, Nick. I got him covered. Pop, why you
Nick, did I get him?
You got him, Pop. He's dead.
Oh, in all my life, only decent thing I ever done. All my life.
We'll get a doctor. You'll be all right.
I'm not complaining. Look after him. Nick's okay.
I'll look after him.
I always said, Nick.
Pop. Poor old guy. I guess his time was up and mine just wasn't. Nobody lives forever. That's the way he always looked at it anyway.
Who was he, Nick?
Just an old guy down in his luck. He told me the other day, life goes by so fast you wake up one morning and find you're old. He was worried about us wasting time.
Hadn't we better call the police?
Yeah, sure.
And then what, Nick? Will you still be going back to New York?
Gladys,
Pop needn't have worried about us, Nick. I think he knows that now.
For bringing the story of Nick and Gladys unforgettably to life, our thanks to tonight's stars, Jane Wyman and Ronald Reagan, who joined hands at the footlights for a curtain call. Ronnie, I certainly enjoyed your performance in Warner Brothers' The Voice of the Turtle, and I'm sure our listeners will, too. Incidentally, isn't this the first time you and Jane have teamed in radio together?
Oh, not quite, Bill. We did a show together once before.
But so long ago you could almost call this our first time together.
But if my memory's correct, you both were separately in radio before you came to Hollywood.
That's right, Bill. Ronnie was a sports announcer back in Des Moines.
Now, way, way back, too.
But I'm sure you haven't forgotten the touch.
Oh, Bill, you never forget that. 30 seconds left to play, score 7-7. They're out of the huddle up to the line of scrimmage. Ball is snapped to Felton. Felton fakes to Morney to Kerr. Hands off the ball to Kamansky on a reverse into the line. What a hole. That interference opened up. Kamansky breaks into the clear. He's on slippery rock. State teacher's 35-yard line. Kamansky's down to the 30. Not a man around him. He's into the clear now. Kamansky on the 20, the 15, the 10, and Kamansky is over. Uh-oh.
What happened?
Kamansky hasn't got the ball.
But you still have the knack, Ronnie. What did you do on the airways, Jane?
Well, I was only in my teens then, Bill, singing Hot Swing on a local station in Missouri.
Well, we've had a sample of Ronnie's delivery. How about one of yours?
Well, Jane does her swinging on the golf course now, Bill.
Tell me, did either of you ever give commercials on the air?
Well, I could have given a very honest one for Lux Soap. I was using it even then and still do faithfully.
And I wish we had television so our audience could see that very lovely Lux complexion.
Well, while we're waiting for television, what's on deck for next week, Bill?
Next Monday night, we bring our audience a long-awaited treat and a triple attraction. First, one of Hollywood's greatest dramatic actresses, Ida Lupino, co-starred with that romantic screen personality, Zachary Scott, in a drama based on one of the best-selling novels of its time, Edna Ferber's Saratoga Trunk, an exciting saga of romance and action in the colorful era of the 1890s.
Well, that ought to make great listening for your audience, Bill. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and thanks to both of you. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Ida Lupino and Zachary Scott in Saratoga Trunk. This is William Keighley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Jane Wyman will soon be seen in the Warner Brothers picture Johnny Belinda. Heard in tonight's cast were William Conrad as Doc, Bill Johnstone as Pop, Ira Grossell as Al, Herbert Butterfield as Manning, Francis Robinson as Penny, and Edwin Max, Tyler McVeigh, Eddie Marr, Herbert Rawlinson, and Edwin Cooper. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is rebroadcast to our men and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Our Lux Radio Theater production of Nobody Lives Forever has come to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, Hollywood's own beauty soap. The complexion care used regularly by 9 out of 10 lovely screen stars. They depend on this fine white soap for the gentle, beautifying care million-dollar complexions must have. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Saratoga Trunk with Ida Lupino and Zachary Scott.
Pepsodent won by 3-1. Yes, by an overwhelming average of 3-1. Families throughout America who compared toothpastes they were using at home preferred new Pepsodent with Irium over any other brand they tried. They said new Pepsodent toothpaste tastes better, makes breath cleaner, makes teeth brighter. Yes, with families who made comparison tests, Pepsodent won by 3-1. Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Saratoga Trunk with Ida Lupino and Zachary Scott. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Lucille Ball and Mark Stevens in The Dark Corner. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The other day at the studio, Fred Colmar, prominent 20th Century Fox producer, was telling me how a few years ago, when he was a young film executive, he chanced to see a Titian-haired young model whom he thought had great screen possibilities, Lucille Ball. Little did he dream that some years later he'd be starring that same Titian-haired beauty in his production and our play tonight, The Dark Corner, thereby vindicating his judgment. Co-starred with Miss Ball is another player who's risen rapidly to well-deserved eminence on the screen, Mark Stevens. Both superbly cast, I think you'll agree, in a hard-hitting melodrama of murder, mystery, and romance. And that reminds me of another mystery story, one concerning Lux Toilet Soap. It's from Mrs. Vivian Gardner of Santa Barbara, who discovered that for some weeks, Lux soap was mysteriously disappearing from her cupboard. After competent detective work, she finally traced it to her teenage daughter. That young lady said, "Why, Mother, I thought you knew. I just took the soap to put in my bureau as sachets because I just love the Lux toilet soap fragrance." Well, I'm sure Mrs. Gardner meted out to her daughter no more punishment than a compliment for her ingenuity and good taste. It's playtime and star time, and here they are. Lucille Ball as Kathleen and Mark Stevens as Bradford Galt in Act One of The Dark Corner. New York City, a sultry summer afternoon. In an old-fashioned office building, Detective Lieutenant Reeves is making a routine visit.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It says on the door, Bradford Galt, private investigator. You're his secretary?
Yes, may I help you?
Lieutenant Reeves, Police Department.
Oh.
Yes, you can help me. If you know anything I want to know.
Well, I wouldn't know anything you couldn't find out by asking Mr. Galt. He'll be back in a minute.
Nice quality. Loyalty. How long have you been working for Galt?
Several weeks.
What do you know about him?
I like him.
Does he keep you busy?
I sharpen pencils, do the typing, answer the phone, and mind my own business.
Well, look who's here. Hello, Reeves.
Hello, Galt. What are you working on these days?
My income tax. Why?
Nothing special. Last time I called on you, you were on 6th Avenue. Why didn't you tell me you were moving your office over here?
Why should I? I notified the Commissioner of Licenses.
Yeah, but you didn't notify me. I like to know these things, too. I've taken a professional and personal interest in you. I promised my friends in San Francisco to see that you didn't get into mischief. You're an impulsive youth, you know.
Look, I got a fast shuffle out west. All I'm asking is a fair chance to work up a legitimate business. I'm playing this by the book, and I won't even trip over a comma.
I hope not. Okay, Galt. I'll see you around, I guess.
It's nearly 6 o'clock, Mr. Galt. I'll leave, too, if there's nothing else.
There is something else.
Oh?
Would you mind having dinner with me?
Is this part of the job?
It is tonight.
Working conditions are certainly looking up around here.
And party your nose, honey, and let's go.
Oh, dinner was lovely, Mr. Galt. Thank you.
You're welcome. Say, how'd you like to go dancing? We got some great playgrounds up around 52nd Street.
Among them, your apartment?
Oh, well, that's just a coincidence.
I haven't worked for you very long, but I know when you're pitching a curve at me, and I always carry a catcher's mitt.
No offense. The guy's got to try, doesn't he?
Not in my league, Mr. Galt. In my league, we play for keeps, said she with a smile.
Oh, well, maybe I ought to fire you then.
Before you do, I ought to tell you something. We're being followed.
I know. Guy in a white suit, about 5'10", brown hair, sports shoes.
I've never been followed before.
Hey, that's a terrible reflection on American manhood. It's been tailing us since we left the office.
Why?
I don't know. Maybe he likes your big blue eyes.
Do we just keep walking?
No. There's a cab at the corner. Take it. Go around the block, then park across from our office. Wait there till he comes out.
And you?
I'll invite the white suit up to the office for choir practice. After he sings, you follow him. Let me know where he goes.
Okay, but what have you been doing lately?
What do you think I've been doing?
Well, I think you could have been doing a lot of things, because you're stubborn and impulsive and you think you're tough. You've got some blind spots, too.
Yeah? Name one.
Sentiment about women, for instance. You're afraid of emotion. You keep your heart in a steel safe.
I suppose you're the blowtorch type.
I can be warm.
Oh, good. Here's the cab.
Be careful, Brad. I'll see you later.
All right, Buster. Huh? Let's take a walk.
Why?
Because there's a gun in my pocket that says you'd better. Come on. My office is just around the block.
I don't like this, mister. I don't like this at all.
Just stay in the chair. You travel light, don't you? Nothing in your pockets but a roll of nickels, some keys, and your wallet. But a roll of nickels will do for brass knuckles any day.
Brass knucks ain't legal. I just carry my change the hard way.
What's in the wallet?
$5.
Oh, no. More than that, Buster. An identification card. Fred Foss, huh? 728 East 23rd Street. All right, Freddie. Let's play 20 questions. You give me the right answers, maybe I won't knock your teeth out. What's your racket?
Same as yours, Private Dick.
That's the wrong answer. We don't go on a job without a license. Where's yours?
I left it home.
Okay. Let me coax you. I can do it the hard way, too. How long you been shagging me?
2 days. I was climbing in your pocket all the time.
Who pays the fare?
A client. You know I can't tell you his name. It ain't ethical.
Yeah, sure. You and me both. We're up to our ears in ethics.
Hey, lay off of me.
What's his name? Who's paying you?
What do you have to slug me for? All right, take it easy. His name's Jardine.
Come again.
Anthony Jardine. Tall guy, fancy dresser, thinks he's class.
Where do you live?
You saw my address, 23rd Street, with my brother-in-law.
What's his phone number?
Chelsea, 43510. Go on. phone him. See if I'm lying.
Just stand where you are, Foss.
What's the matter? No answer?
Hello?
Fred Foss there?
He ain't here.
When'll he be back?
I don't know. You want to tell me something?
No message. All right. Take your keys and your nickels. And if I catch you tailing me again, I'll ram that roll right down your throat.
Uh-oh.
Oh, now look what you've done. Knocked my ink over.
Yeah. Well, maybe I'm nervous or something.
All over your nice white suit. Here's your $5. Get it cleaned. Jardine's fussy about neatness.
What you doing with my wallet?
This I keep. I got a poor memory for names and addresses. I may want to look you up again sometime. All right, Buster, blow.
Hello.
Well,
This time you will fire me.
you lost him.
Uh-huh.
That's fine.
He got in another cab. I followed him.
Except when the other cab stopped, he wasn't in it.
How'd you know?
He told me that's what he'd do.
I'm sorry, Brad.
It doesn't matter, honey.
Well, who was he?
Just hired muscle.
Who hired him?
Forget it. You'll be better off.
Come on, open up that steel safe. I want to know and I want to help.
That's awful good talk, baby. But why?
Because I happen to be very fond of my boss, even if he is stubborn.
Look, get going while the door's still open. Stick around here and you'll get grafters, shysters, two-bit thugs, maybe worse. Maybe me.
I like those odds. I'll take them and I'm staying. I like your style, too.
Thanks.
Having said my piece, I think it's time for me to go home now. I'll see you in the morning.
Sure. Okay.
Good night, Brad.
Good night. Jardine. Jardine again. Jardine.
Hello, mister.
Huh? Oh, beat it. Can't you see I'm phoning?
It's dark in the hall. I'll turn on the light.
Thanks.
You're the man who rented the room, aren't you?
Yeah. Here's a nickel. Go on, go to bed. It's late.
Thank you. You got ink all over your suit.
Wicket residence?
Let me talk to Mr. Wicket.
Who's calling, please?
Tell him it's the man from San Francisco.
Yes, sir.
I told you to go to bed.
Good night, mister.
Hello?
Wicket,
Yes?
I'm back at my rooming house. Well, it worked just like you said. Galt took me up to his office, pushed some muscle at me. I played softy.
You mentioned the name?
Jardine? Yeah. And when he heard it, it hit him right where he lived. I just thought I'd let you know.
Well, I'll be in touch with you.
Is that all?
I said I'd be in touch with you. I'm entertaining guests. I'm very busy now. Good night. Well, looking for me, Jardine?
As a matter of fact, for your wife. Where is she?
Wasting her charm on those dullards in there. Shall we go in?
I think it's a wonderful party. Well, then you don't give any other kind, do you, Ralph?
Ah, there's Mary now, the woman who brightens my declining years.
I heard that, darling. Aren't you exaggerating? This is only our 3rd anniversary.
You're not decrepit yet, old boy.
Then why do I detect a rather tactless emphasis on that old boy? Yes, Mary and I rather think we present the perfect picture of Beauty and the Beast.
You can be a beast at times, Mr. Wicket.
But as long as I'm amusing Mrs. Kingsley, you'll forgive me. Senility, though, is unforgivable.
You're the most attractive man in the room, and you know it.
Oh, I adore you.
I hope I'm not interrupting anything.
Well, Miss Wilding?
I need advice. Legal advice. I was wondering if I might borrow Mr. Jardine for a moment.
Oh, of course, Miss Wilding. Shall we go out on the terrace?
I think we'd better. It's really very confidential.
What's Jardine trying to do? Drum up business at my party?
Isn't that what you're doing? Celebrating your anniversary? And at the same time entertaining some very likely customers for your art gallery?
I never confuse business with sentiment, unless it's extremely profitable, of course.
But there is an exhibition at the gallery tomorrow.
Now, that happens to be a coincidence I took great pains to arrange, Mrs. Kingsley. And if you come, I may have that turn a landscape.
The landscape? Oh, how wonderful. I'd give anything for that painting.
Well, you'll give plenty if you buy it through me.
Excuse me. Oh, I must tell my husband the good news. Ralph, what would that Miss Wilding want of Tony Jardine?
What's the matter, darling? You jealous?
You know you don't mean that.
No. I'm the jealous one, Mary. You're beautiful. I never want you to grow one day older. You should remain ageless like a Madonna who lives and breathes and smiles and belongs to me.
That's very sweet, Ralph. But you haven't answered my question.
I haven't the slightest idea what Miss Wilding wants of Jardine. Come along.
It's beautiful on the terrace, isn't it, Lucy?
Oh, stop it, Tony. Did you receive my painting? I sent it to your apartment.
I got it this afternoon. I would have preferred cash, but if you're short, the painting will have to do. I imagine I can always dispose of it.
Now may I have my letters, please?
Certainly. They're all in this envelope. Oh, I'm a heel, Lucy, but I'm not greedy. I promise not to trouble you any more.
Who's next on your list, Tony? Wicket? Or perhaps Mrs. Wicket?
That's a dangerous remark to make.
Yes, isn't it?
You know something, Brad? I've just decided I don't like this restaurant.
What's the matter with it?
It does things to you. You just sit there staring. It couldn't be the company, so it must be the restaurant.
I'm sorry, baby.
Still worried about the man in white?
Yeah, in a way.
That was 2 nights ago.
And I don't know any more about it now than I did then.
And every time I've mentioned the subject, you told me to shut up. Oh, very politely, of course, but... Brad, what is it? Please tell me.
I got a feeling something's closing in. And I don't know what it is.
Maybe it's only me.
I wouldn't be so jumpy. Just about you.
Oh, yes, you would. Because I'm playing for keeps, remember?
I thought you were sharp.
I am sharp.
Then you got out fast. Stay with me and you'll wind up in a corner. Nothing but a lot of grief. I'm serious, Kathleen. Get out now.
You're a poor salesman, Brad. Even... Look who just walked in. Detective Lieutenant Reeves.
Yeah. Excuse me. I think I'll have a word with Lieutenant Reeves.
Go right ahead.
I'll be back in a minute. You'll be smart if you're not here. Hello, Reeves. I was gonna look you up in the morning.
Fine. What have you got?
Not much. There's a shyster lawyer in town with a swank office, but no clients. The shyster's name is Anthony Jardine. He's put a tail on me. I think he wants to finish where he left off.
I figured after San Francisco he'd leave you alone.
I'll see that he does.
Don't play too close, Gord.
I won't. I'm still working by the book.
Jardine is definitely not the bookish type.
Yeah, I know. I just thought I'd keep you posted.
I decided to wait.
Why?
You've aroused the maternal instinct in me. I want to look out for you. You hate him an awful lot, don't you?
Who?
The man who hired White Suit.
He makes hating easy.
Brad, what has he got on you?
Nothing. Nobody has. Nobody's going to. Come on, I'll take you home.
I don't want to go home.
I may have to work tonight.
I can help you.
No. Stop looking at me like that.
Like what?
As if I belonged in a test tube. Look, a guy named Jardine's afraid of me. Put a tail on me. Tonight he tried to kill me.
He what?
Yeah, in front of your apartment. Car came around the corner. How it missed hitting me, I don't know. Anyway, it did. So he'll go on trying. Now, you satisfied?
No, I want to know why.
Okay. I had a private agency in San Francisco. This guy Jardine was my partner. A lawyer, swift cookie with the women. Worked his charm, then he worked a little blackmail on the side. I called him on it. We were driving out to his house. Somewhere along the road, he slugged me, wet me down with a bottle of scotch, set me behind the wheel for a takeoff. I hit a truck and killed the driver.
Brad,
Manslaughter. 2 years in prison. Jardine had a fixed alibi. It wouldn't break and it wouldn't bend. It's the last I heard of him until White Suit showed up 2 nights ago. Then the business tonight with a car.
Why didn't you tell me before?
Guy likes to hold his head up, not look like a chump.
That's not the real reason. Come on, say it. You're not so tough, Brad. You just like to think you are. I've cracked you wide open and you know it.
Yeah, I know it.
Still have to work tonight?
That car almost clipped me. Fellow runs a newsstand on your corner sod. Got description, part of the license number.
Is that what you told Lieutenant Reeves?
I didn't tell Reeves anything. Got other contacts on the police force. There's a sergeant downtown who's checking the license plate for me. Told me to call him at 9 o'clock.
That still leaves 30 minutes.
Okay, baby. You win. Come on, let's have that dance.
Marie. Well, come in, darling.
Tony. Tony. It seems ages since you've kissed me.
It is ages. Marie, aren't you taking quite a chance? I mean, coming to my apartment this time of night.
You don't have to worry about Ralph. He's gone to Scarsdale.
Scarsdale?
Mm-hmm. He sold Mrs. Kingsley that Turner landscape. He's got to settle the deal with the man who owned it. At least, that's what he said.
You don't doubt him?
Of course not, darling. Anyway, I don't care anymore.
I'm glad. I do want to talk to you.
So strange, Tony. Ralph Wickett. He loves me. He gives me everything I could wish for. But still, it isn't enough.
I know, dearest, I know.
For 3 years, I've tried to stick it out with him, but I just keep sitting, listening to his paintings crack with age. I want you to take me away, Tony, please.
Look, Marie, Ralph Wickett can afford you. I can't. I love you, but I've no money.
It doesn't matter.
I've already borrowed money from you. Do you think I want to go through life
Darling, we have my jewels. They're yours. You'll take them for me, for my sake. Just tell me when we can go away.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be soon, Marie. I promise you.
Well, Brad, what about the license number?
Jardine's car, all right. I've got his address. I'm taking you home now.
And then?
Then I'm dropping by Jardine's apartment. I've got something to settle with him, once and for all.
In a moment, we'll return with Act Two of The Dark Corner. Meanwhile, here's Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter. What's new and exciting, Libby?
I saw a picture today, Mr. Keeley, that brought back a thrilling experience I had not long ago. Universal International invited me to see Walter Wange's new production, The Lost Moment.
Oh, yes, starring Robert Cummings and Susan Hayward.
You know that terrific fire scene in The Lost Moment, Mr. Keeley?
Yeah?
Well, I was on the set at the time it was filmed.
How exciting. Weren't you a little nervous, Libby?
I certainly was. It was the biggest fire sequence ever attempted on a soundstage. The entire studio fire department was standing by in case it got out of control.
That's where Robert Cummings does his thrilling rescue scene.
Well, the flames got so high, he had to rush in before his scheduled entrance. And then the firemen went into action. I was watching the scene with Susan Hayward, and we had to move fast to avoid being drenched.
Well, I hope you succeeded, Libby.
Yes, but you should have seen us. Our faces were smudged with soot. Mr. Kennedy, you'll be interested in this. Susan Hayward asked me to come back to her dressing room with her to freshen up.
Ah, Lux toilet soap to the rescue this time.
Right you are, John. After an active lather facial, both of us looked and felt much better.
Lux soap care never fails, Libby, even in an emergency.
And for regular day-to-day care, there's nothing finer. Susan Hayward certainly thinks so. She's so lovely with her gorgeous red hair and flower-fresh skin.
9 out of 10 famous stars use Lux toilet soap for million-dollar complexions. That's quite a recommendation, Libby.
Well, it's a beauty care that really works.
Skin specialists made tests that proved it. For 3 out of 4 women,
skin actually became lovelier in a short time.
No wonder fragrant white Lux toilet soap is Hollywood's own complexion soap. Now, isn't that a beauty tip for women everywhere, Libby?
Yes. Here's all you do. Smooth the fragrant lather in thoroughly, rinse, and pat to dry.
Screen stars find these Lux soap facials give skin fresh new loveliness. Why not try this gentle care and see? Back now to our producer, William Keeley.
Our theater lights are lowered once again, and here's the second act of The Dark Corner, starring Lucille Ball as Kathleen and Mark Stevens as Galt. An hour ago, Mary Wickett, beautiful young wife of a rich and celebrated art dealer, entered the apartment of Anthony Jardine. But now at Jardine's door is a second visitor, Bradford Galt.
What's the idea, Galt? What do you want here?
Take it easy, Tony, and keep away from that desk drawer. There might be a gun in there.
I said, what do you want?
We'll get to that. Who else is here?
No one.
Whoever it is, I like her perfume. Surprised to see me?
Certainly I'm surprised to see you. Oh, I had an idea you were in New York, but...
And I intend to stay in New York, alive. I got a message to deliver. From me to you. Just 2 words. Lay off.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The guy in the white suit. Keep that mug away from me. And next time you loan him your car, tell him he'd better use phony license plates.
Loan who my car? When?
I'm getting mad, Tony. He tried to flatten me with your car late this afternoon.
Nobody had my car. It was in the parking lot all day.
Yeah, sure. But just remember, I spent 2 years in hock with nothing to think about but that pretty face of yours. And if you're not sharp, you're not going to have that pretty face. You're not going to have any face at all.
Now, you listen. I don't know any mugs, and I haven't been after you. I didn't even know for sure you were in New York, and that's on the level.
You on the level? Why, for 6 bits, you'd push your own mother out the window. I'm glad you swung on me, Tony. Even the cops would say I had a right to defend myself.
Tony. Oh, darling, are you all right?
I'm all right.
But who was here? Who came here to fight with you?
Just forget about it, Mary. He won't bother me anymore. Well, I had to let him hit me. If I fought back, the neighbors might have heard, and with you here... Mary, you better go now.
Just tell me one thing. Can we leave tomorrow night? Can we, darling?
Yeah. Yes, Mary.
We're expected at Mrs. Kingsley's, you know.
We'll invent some sort of excuse.
Wait for me here, Tony. I'll come tomorrow night as soon as I can. Hello, boss.
Kathleen, what are you doing here?
Waiting for you. Wish you'd speak to your landlord. What this corridor needs is a nice, comfortable chair.
Oh, you've been worried about me, huh? I'm deeply touched.
From the looks of you, I'm not the only one who's touched you.
You should see Jardine. Well, come on in.
Thanks. What happened?
We talked. One thing led to another. Then he led with his right. After that, he stopped talking. Here I am.
And where did all that get you?
Nowhere, but I feel a lot better. Come on over here, baby, where you belong.
No, thank you. If you're feeling that much better, I think I'll go home.
Hey, wait a minute. What about that maternal instinct you talked about?
That doesn't work after sundown. Brad, what about Jardine? You didn't find out anything about him, what he's doing?
Yeah, he's a lawyer.
You told me that before, but he has no clients.
I heard him talking to someone when I got to his apartment.
Who?
A girl. Didn't see her. She must have used the back door.
What does it all add up to, Brad?
As far as I'm concerned, nothing. But I'm pretty sure Jardine's going to lay off me for a while.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Wickett.
Oh, good morning, Miss Stewart. Any messages?
Nothing special, sir. Mr. Barstow will be in at noon about the Raphael portrait. And those people confirmed their appointment to see the Donatello statue this afternoon.
Oh, thank you. Oh, if Mrs. Kingsley should call, tell her Mrs. Wickett and I look forward to seeing her this evening. I'll be in my office for a while. I don't wish to be disturbed.
Yes.
Well, greetings.
Oh. Well, I must say you make a neater appearance without the white suit. No one saw you come in.
I came through the side door as per instructions.
Good. Well, what happened last night?
It didn't work. Busto Crusto.
What?
A flop. Oh, I borrowed Jardine's car, all right, and brushed off Galt.
Well, certainly Galt must have suspected Jardine.
Oh, he suspected fine. He went over to Jardine's place last night and pushed him around some, but that's all. Jardine is very much alive.
Yes, I know.
Now, look, if you want my opinion, I think you're wasting your time. This guy Galt is a smart cookie. He ain't gonna let himself get shoved into a noose. You know he saw a Jardine. You figure you can needle him into knocking Jardine off. But nothing happens.
You've a better idea?
Yeah. Let me take care of Jardine.
Get Galt on the telephone. Try his office.
Now? Here?
Yes. And stop flicking your ashes on my rug. That's a genuine cash hand.
Oh.
Now tell Galt you're through with Jardine. Sell him a bill of goods. Tell him that you're going to...
Hello.
Let me speak to Galt.
Who's calling, please?
Tell him the name's Foss. Fred Foss.
Yes, Mr. Foss. Just a moment. Brad, the suit's on the phone. The man in the white suit.
Hello.
Hello, Galt. Got any dough?
Maybe. What are you selling?
I'm selling Jardine short. He's slow pay, and I like to keep moving. Well, you want to know what he's up to, don't you?
For how much?
I need $200 to get out of town.
Suppose we talk it over here in my office.
Nothing doing.
My apartment, then?
What time?
8 o'clock. I'll be tied up until 8. 904 West 52nd, apartment 307.
8 tonight. And I'll tip you off if I can't show. Alone, Galt. Just you and me.
Well, that's that.
Is it? How are you going to get Jardine to go to Galt's apartment? After last night, he ain't going to pay no social call on Galt just to get pushed around some more.
For one thing, he won't know it's Galt's apartment. I'll tell him it's a legal matter I want him to handle for me.
How do you know he ain't busy tonight?
I've been very kind to Mr. Jardine. I've asked him to do me a favor. He'll do it. But you'll have to find some way of getting into Galt's apartment.
That won't be tough. Have Jardine there by 7:30. I got a date with Galt at 8.
Jardine will be there. You call me in the morning.
A complete one-hour newsreel show starts in 5 minutes, folks. See the latest newsreel.
Brad, I don't want to see a newsreel.
Look, honey, the show takes an hour. It's 7:30. I'll be right here waiting for you at 8:30.
I want to go home with you.
I know this Foss guy. He won't talk if anyone else is around.
Please?
No.
All right, but you'll be sorry. I'll look for you here at 8:30.
Right. And I'll tell you all about it then.
Brad, open the door.
Go away.
What's happened, Brad? Why didn't you meet me at the theater like you said you would? Brad, what's the matter?
Nothing. Go home, please. I'll see you later at your place.
I won't go home. I'm going to stay right here until you open this door. Brad.
All right. Come in.
What's happened?
Come in. Take a look. There in front of the fireplace. Meet my ex-partner. Meet Tony Jardine. Only he's dead.
Oh, no.
Don't start crowding me. I haven't got the answers. But the police will find them. They're laid out like road markers running right up my alley.
You've called them, the police?
No, what could I tell them?
Whatever you know. Brad, you didn't do this.
No, honey, I didn't do it. So I called the cops. Should I tell them the truth? I left you at a newsreel theater and came straight here. And when I opened the door, somebody was waiting for me.
Who?
I don't know. I went out like that, with a face full of ether.
Ether?
Yeah, ether. And it sounds as screwy to you as it does to me. What do you suppose the cops will think? That's what happened. I woke up a few minutes ago and there was Jardine, dead.
Shot?
No, the poker from the fireplace. And it was in my hand. Should I tell that to the homicide squad? They'll still be laughing when they strap me into the chair. I'll get out of here.
But, Brad, you can't handle anything like this by yourself.
Look, don't give me that law and justice routine. The cops operate on facts. The facts are phony from here to the death cell. Now get out of here. Let me try to dope this out.
Brad, all I meant was that I want to help you.
I know you do. Thanks, baby. But you can't. Now beat it, please. I've got to stall for time. Got to start thinking.
Brad, listen, this may sound silly, but I think the man in the white suit wanted you to spot him that very first night.
Yeah, of course he did. No guy in his right mind wears a white suit on a shag job. Why'd that car almost hit me? No, Jardine wasn't out to get me. I should have known that from the start. But somebody is out to get me. Somebody who knew about Jardine and me back in Frisco. Somebody who wanted me to think that Jardine was after me. Whoever that is, he's the one who killed Jardine. And he's pinning it right on me.
But who, Brad? Who?
I don't know. There isn't a thing to latch on to.
Well, think, Brad. Think back.
I have, and I'm clean as a peeled egg. No debts, no payoffs, no angry husbands, nothing.
But people just don't go around committing murder and frame-ups for the fun of it.
All right, so it doesn't add up. What do you want me to do?
Well, for one thing, find White Suit. You've got his address. Maybe you can get a lead.
Yeah, I thought of that. It's the only thing I can do.
Wait, what about him, Jardine?
He stays where he is. Look, go on downstairs. Find the janitor. Tell him you've been ringing my bell and I don't seem to be at home. He'll say if I'm not here, he doesn't know where I am. It may help me frame an alibi.
Where'll I meet you?
Go straight to your apartment. I'll find Foss and meet you there later.
Come in, Brad. Oh, you don't have to say it. I can tell by your face. No dice.
Oh, I found him all right. Only Fred Foss wasn't the man in the white suit.
But you had his wallet.
I had a wallet. A man by the name of Fred Foss lost it a week ago. He was very grateful to me for bringing it back.
Let me get you a drink.
I could stand a drink. That was my last lead, baby. I'm all dead inside. I'm backed up in a dark corner, and I don't know who's hitting me.
Hello? Yes, this is Wicket. Well? No one saw you leave Galt's apartment. You sure? Oh, that's good. Well, get in touch with me tomorrow. Same place, same time.
Yes?
It's I, darling. Well, Mary, have you forgotten we're expected at the Kingsleys tonight?
I simply can't go, Ralph. I've such a headache.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, my dear.
I'm going straight to bed. You run along without me.
Well, I wouldn't think of it, darling.
But Mrs. Kingsley will be so upset.
Oh, yes. And I did promise to meet Tony Jardine there. I had a rather delicate matter to discuss with him.
Well, hadn't you better go then?
I imagine it can wait. It's a problem that Jardine is eminently qualified to handle, a man of his experience with the law and all its tawdry aspects.
You make it sound very mysterious.
No, it's the oldest situation in the world. One of my friends, who deluded himself that his was the ideal marriage, has recently discovered there's another man.
Well, Tony doesn't handle divorce cases, does he?
Well, the husband doesn't want a divorce.
You mean he wants her back?
Yes. And as the Lost and Found ads say, he offers a suitable reward for her return.
You mean the other man would take money and just go away?
When an impoverished character, unendowed with any appreciable virtue, succumbs to a rich man's wife, it must be suspected that his interest is less passionate than pecuniary.
But how could she be taken in by such a man?
Well, take Tony, for instance. Now, I never imagined him to be interested in Lucy Wilding, but he is.
It's not true. He couldn't... I mean, she's too old for him.
Love is not the exclusive province of adolescence, my dear. It's an ailment that strikes all age groups, like my love for you. My love for you is the only malady I've contracted since the usual childhood diseases, and it's incurable.
Ralph, about the Kingsleys.
And leave you alone? Oh, no, Mary. I wouldn't think of such a thing. We'll both remain at home tonight.
Who was it, Kathleen? At the door. Someone was just at the door.
The milkman.
Milkman? What time is it?
7.
I told you to wake me. All I needed was a little nap.
You needed a night's sleep even more than your suit needs a pressing. And what could you have done last night that you can't do now?
If I only knew who was after me, it wouldn't be so bad. But how can you fight back when you don't know who you're fighting? You lick before you start.
No, I know you, Brad. You're not letting anybody get away with this.
Oh, don't be too sure. I could be framed easier than Whistler's mother.
All right. Then we'll just sit down and feel sorry for you.
Okay, but don't give me that Pollyanna routine either. About how everything's going to be fine. I'm no miracle man. When that cleaning woman comes to my apartment and hits bingo, I'm as good as cooked.
Here, you'll feel better after some coffee.
Thanks. Look at me. Tower of strength, nerves of steel. I'm sorry, baby.
Don't worry about the tablecloth. The stain will come out.
What'd you say?
I said the stain will come out.
The stain? The ink, baby. The ink. He spilled ink on his white suit that night in my office.
What of it?
He'd have to have the suit cleaned, wouldn't he? The cleaners would have his address, wouldn't they?
Well, cleaning places grow on every street like mushrooms.
Yeah, I know. But most of them don't do their own cleaning. They farm it out to the big cleaning and dyeing plants. Where's the classified phone book?
Right in back of you.
There can't be too many of them.
What if he didn't have the suit cleaned?
He wouldn't run around town in an ink-stained suit, I hope.
That's a pretty long list, Brad.
Yeah, I know, but the odds are even longer. But give me a better idea.
Okay, where do we start?
Just grab your coat, baby. We'll start uptown.
A white suit, eh? Well, it's very early in the season for white suits. If we have one, we'll find it all right.
There's a 5-spot in it for you if you do. Get moving.
Sorry, lady, we've got 3 white suits, but none of them with ink spots. You sure?
Positive, thanks all the same.
A linen suit, mister? A seersucker? Oh, we got a sort of white seersucker, but no, that's got fruit stain. You can always tell the difference.
Sorry, no white suits.
Yeah, we had one, but the guy picked it up yesterday.
Not a white suit in the plant. Why don't you try Gordonson's? Ask for a guy named Al. He'd know if there was anyone.
Wicked Galleries?
I want to speak to Mr. Wickett.
Who's calling, please?
I'm Mr. Smith from San Francisco.
One moment, please.
Hello, mister.
Oh, you here again? Go on, kid, beat it. Your mama wants you.
My mom is out. She don't want me.
Hello?
When am I going to see you?
About what? I have every morning paper on my desk. There's not a word about it in any of them.
I told you the deal went through. Can I help it if they ain't found the shipment yet?
I don't believe you.
What do you want me to do, take out an ad? Listen, Wicket, we better get this deal settled or I'm coming down to the galleries and right through the front door.
All right, don't get excited. I have a dental appointment at 3 o'clock in the Grant Building. You meet me there.
Grant Building? What floor?
The 31st floor. I'll be waiting near the fire escape.
Okay.
What you mad about, mister?
Oh, me? Well, I ain't mad at nothing, sister. All of a sudden, I feel kind of good. Yeah, here. Here's a nickel. Buy yourself a phone call.
Well, Brad, where's that list of the cleaning plants? Which one do we go to next?
As far as I'm concerned, the one we just walked out of is the last. It's no use, Kathleen. We've been to a million places. I can't even think anymore.
Let's get in the car. We can go to the park. Maybe when we've cooled off a little bit.
Lady.
What is it?
I made a mistake.
Yeah, so did I.
No, I mean about that suit. We do have a white suit, all over ink. I don't guarantee we removed the stain,
Forget
but...
the stain. Do you know who left the suit?
Certainly. The name and address.
Here's $10, mister. Just give me that address.
In the office. Come, I show you.
This is it, baby. A rooming house. Now, if the landlady's only home...
Ring the bell, Brad. Ring it.
I'm coming. Well?
We're looking for a man named Stauffer. Our Stauffer's sort of a heavy-set fella. He lives here?
No, he don't.
But we were...
He did live here. He left a half an hour ago, bags and all.
Where'd he go?
You police or something?
No, please, lady. Where'd he go? It's important.
He paid his rent. Why should I ask him where he went?
I know, Mama.
You keep quiet. Don't mind her, mister. She don't know nothing.
But I do. I heard him on the telephone.
Well, tell him then.
Where, honey? Where did Mr. Stauffer go?
I heard him on the telephone. He went to a building.
What building?
Same as the president. The one with the tomb on Riverside Drive.
Grant Building.
Uh-huh. And he said he was going to get his ticket at the gallery. Can he get tickets at a gallery?
I don't know, honey. Here's a quarter, thanks.
Gee, everybody gives me money. Good thing I'm so friendly.
Brad, it doesn't make sense. Where are we going?
The Grant Building. We'll try to figure out the rest of it when we get there.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a moment, we'll return with Act 3 of The Dark Corner. Our guest tonight, Miss Betty Ann Lynn, began her training for Hollywood in a rather unusual school. Did you ever think, Betty Ann, while you were entertaining the GIs in far-off Burma, that one day you'd be a starlet at 20th Century Fox?
Well, I'd always dreamed of being in pictures, Mr. Keeley. But now that I am, I find I have much to learn. My USO experience helped me, but picture technique is quite different.
You have excellent inspiration in the stars at 20th Century Fox.
It's a great privilege to be able to watch our finest stars at work on the sets. I saw the filming of Darrell F. Zanuck's Gentleman's Agreement. What a grand piece of casting that is.
Yes, with Gregory Peck and Dorothy McGuire as the stars of that very unusual picture. You know, their interpretation of a serious, modern problem is both sensitive and honest.
Yes, and Mr. Keeley, I love to watch the filming of a costume picture, too. The sets for the Foxes of Harrow were simply gorgeous. Romantic old New Orleans.
And I've seldom seen more lavish costumes than Rex Harrison and Maureen O'Hara wear.
26 beautiful period costumes were made especially for Maureen O'Hara. And she's just the one to wear them, too, with her flame-colored hair and lovely complexion. And I happen to know it's a Lux complexion, Mr. Kennedy.
Well, you're not surprised at that, are you, Betty?
No, indeed. So many famous and beautiful stars are Lux girls.
Actually, 9 out of 10 Hollywood stars have made Lux toilet soap their regular complexion care.
As well as hundreds of ambitious starlets like me. You know, Mr. Kennedy, when I was overseas, I used to hoard my supply of Lux toilet soap. I didn't want to skip my beauty care a single day.
With Hollywood in mind, that was wise. Soft, smooth complexions certainly help in a screen test.
I think any girl would be wise in using Lux toilet soap regularly, Mr. Kennedy. It's a complexion care that really works.
Thank you, Miss Betty Ann Lynn. You've just given women everywhere a very practical beauty tip. Here's what tests by skin specialists showed. Daily care with fragrant white Lux toilet soap improved 3 out of 4 complexions in a short time. Why not let Hollywood's own beauty soap help your skin to be lovelier, too? Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
We conclude our play with the final act of The Dark Corner, starring Lucille Ball as Kathleen and Mark Stevens as Brad Galt. It's 3 o'clock. Armed with the knowledge that the man they're looking for has gone to the Grant Building, Kathleen and Brad Galt are rushing uptown. Meanwhile, high up in the Grant Building, unobserved on the platform of a fire escape, Ralph Wickett is about to settle an account for services rendered.
Hello, Mr. Wickett.
Oh. Well, I haven't much time. I told you I have a dental appointment. He's waiting for me.
We don't need much time. Say, why'd you pick the fire escape?
Well, do you think I want to be seen with you? I'm a rather well-known figure.
Well, don't the height bother you none? We're sure a long ways up from the street.
Not in the least, but something else does. If Jardine is dead, why is it such a profound secret?
You ain't up to date, are you, Mr. Wickett?
What?
When I do a job, I do a job. Here, I bought a late newspaper. Well, look at it.
Anthony Jardine found murdered. Well, that's different. The body of Anthony Jardine, handsome young attorney.
Yeah. You can read it later, see? I got a cab downstairs waiting for me. So, where's my dough?
Oh, yes, of course. It's here in this envelope. I came directly from the bank. I didn't have a chance to count it. Let's see now. There's 100, 2, 3. Oh, I'm sorry.
Throwing your money away, huh? It's okay. I'll pick it up. You know it's... Hey, what are you trying to do? Let go! Let go of me!
Sorry, Mr. Stauffer. But after all, it's only justice. You did kill Jardine.
All right, everybody, stand back, please. Stand back.
He jumped out of the Grant Building. What a way to commit suicide.
Keep moving. Stand back there.
What do you think this is? Keep the traffic moving.
Brad, it couldn't be. It isn't.
It's him, Kathleen. It's Stauffer, all right. No, don't look.
Where's that cab driver?
Right here. Here I am, officer.
You sure he came here in your cab?
Yeah, sure. That's the guy, all right. And that's my cab right over there. He seemed okay. He asked me to wait for him. I still got his bags there on my hack. Boy, he should come down like a
Kathleen,
hot...
come on.
What are you going to do?
Never mind what I'm going to do.
Go on home. Hey, my cab. He's stealing my cab.
Come back, you.
My cab with the guy's bags in it. He's driving up in my cab.
I steal a cab, drive 5 miles with the cops chasing me for what? 2 bags, full of clothes. Not a letter, not a card, nothing.
What'd you do with the cab, Brad?
They'll find it in the park. Now the trail stops cold on a 5th Avenue sidewalk. He'll never even be identified.
But you've got to keep pitching. You'll get a break.
What more break can I ask for? The cleaner found the suit, gave us Stauffer's name and address. The kid tells us Stauffer's gone to the Grant Building. Look, I may be stupid, but I know when I'm licked.
Well, I'm not licked.
Nobody asked you to be.
You're not either if you use your head. Think hard. What else did that child tell us?
Nothing that made sense.
Well, what was it?
Oh, something about tickets at the galleries. Okay, figure that one.
Tickets at the galleries.
Tickets for what? For a train? Maybe. He really was leaving town.
What would that have to do with galleries?
You tell me, baby. I give up.
Tickets for a show? Tickets. Galleries. Brad, art galleries. I've got it. I've seen their ads in the newspapers. 5th Avenue, the Wicked Galleries.
Wicked galleries? What would a mug like Stauffer be doing in an art gallery?
Maybe that's the point. He wouldn't, unless there was some connection.
Hey, wait a minute. Up in Jardine's apartment, I remember now there was a painting. Just unwrapped. I wondered why...
What's the matter?
Look, out the window. Lieutenant Reeves.
Brad.
I'll go down the back way. Hide Stauffer's bags.
Where do you think you can hide?
Who's hiding? I'll be absorbing culture at the Piggott galleries. I don't want to die ignorant.
Good afternoon, sir.
Oh, good afternoon. Yeah, got a lot of nice paintings here.
Is there anything in particular you'd like to see?
No, not especially. Just looking around.
Well, it's almost closing time. I just thought if I could be of any assistance.
Well, maybe you can. I'd like to ask you some questions.
Of course.
I was wondering if Mr. Johnson had been in lately.
Johnson?
Yeah, he works for an insurance company. You know, they specialize in insuring works of art, things like that.
I don't believe I know him.
A big, beefy fella. Broken nose. Wears a white suit even though it's early in the season. You sure you haven't seen him?
I'm afraid I haven't. Now, about these paintings, if you step down this corridor, there are several watercolors that may interest you.
Come in. Yes, what is it, Drummond?
Should I close the vault, Mr. Wickett?
Everyone gone?
Just one customer, sir. Miss Stewart's with him now.
All right, you can leave, Drummond. I'll go down and lock the vault myself. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Wickett.
Now, there's something I like. This sea picture.
That's an Alex Barrow, one of his finest.
How much is it?
$1,500.
Okay, I'll take it. By the way, who owns this place?
Mr. Ralph Wickett.
Ian?
Yes, I believe he's still here.
And I realize this small sale doesn't entitle me to any special consideration, but I'd like to see him.
Why, certainly. If you'll wait here just a moment, please. Mr. Wickett?
Yes?
There's a gentleman who wishes to purchase the Barrow Seascape.
Well?
I believe he wants to take it with him.
Who is he?
I don't know. He said he'd like to talk to you.
I'm just closing the vault. I'll be up in a moment. You can go, Miss Stewart. Oh, lock the front door on your way out. I'll take care of the gentleman.
Mr. Wickett's downstairs at the vault, sir. He'll be with you right away.
Oh, thanks.
Well, if you'll excuse me then, I'll run along.
Sure, go right ahead. Good night.
Ralph? Ralph, is that you?
Mr. Wickett's downstairs.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I thought you were my husband. I just came in the side door and
Mrs. Wickett? Well, I believe we have a mutual acquaintance.
Yes?
Anthony Jardine.
Oh, he's a friend of my husband's.
Have you seen him lately?
No, not for several days. But who are you? Why do you ask me that?
It's obvious you haven't seen the afternoon papers. Jardine's dead. He's been murdered.
Murdered? Oh, no.
That's what I came to see your husband about. You see, he killed him.
Oh.
Hey, Mrs. Pickett. Oh, I'd like a light. Okay, sister, suppose you just stretch out here on this bench.
How dare you touch her? Keep your hands off her.
Wicked, huh? It's good to see you out in the open at last. Cut you down to size. Way down. I don't think you've ever met me, but you've certainly been using me. My name's Galt.
Strange, Mr. Galt, but seeing you here causes me to revise my opinion of you. It's gone up. I suppose your hands go up, too. You heard me, Mr. Galt. That's better. Now, shall we go downstairs?
What for?
For our little chat. I prefer privacy. Mary will be all right, I'm sure. You came to see me, Mr. Galt, about a seascape, Miss Stewart said, in Alex Barrow's.
Well, actually, I'm more interested in a piece of modern art. Tony Jardine?
I never handled anything as worthless as a Jardine.
I know. You mishandled it.
Did I? It was found in your apartment.
Perhaps it was delivered to the wrong collector. You sure you can't claim it?
Positive.
Actually, this Jardine really belongs to you. You commissioned an artist to have it done.
Did I, Mr. Galt?
Somebody had to pay that muscle artist to kill him, or didn't you ever pay off? Maybe you just launched Stoffer off the fire escape so he'd get what was coming to him.
An imagination like yours should be confined. Get in there, Mr. Galt. Get in the vault.
You sure you know what you're doing?
You're a criminal. I've apprehended you.
What about your wife? She knows now that you had a boyfriend bumped off. Do you think she's going to keep quiet?
What my wife thinks or does is no concern of yours. Leave her out of it. Jardine's body was found in your apartment, and that ends it.
Oh, no, it doesn't. It nowhere near ends it. You pinned the evidence on me, but when the police finish digging, they'll find you had a much better motive.
Now, that's the only sensible thing you've said. Brought to trial, our respective motives would make an interesting case, but unfortunately, you won't be around to hear the decision.
Ralph.
Mari, put down that gun. Are you insane?
You'd better kill me first, Ralph. Because if you don't, I'm going to kill you.
Mari, darling, you don't know what you're doing.
Evil. You're all evil, Ralph. You should die.
Mari!
The district attorney's on the phone, Lieutenant Reeves.
Oh, thanks. Hello, Miss Reeves, sir. Well, we're about finished at the art gallery. Cleary and Anderson just left with Mrs. Wickett. I'll take her right to your office. What? I think we can. Yes, sir.
Well?
You know the facts, Galt?
Okay. But you're not holding Kathleen. She didn't have any part in any of this.
I wouldn't say that. She's the one who tipped me off to get down here.
Brad, I had to. Wicked would have killed you, you big lug.
I can take care of myself.
No, you were doing fine, just fine. You knew Wicked's wife would show up, of course.
Okay, Reeves. You booking me or not?
Sure, I'm booking you.
But you told me that
You can't go around New York stealing taxicabs. Well, maybe I can square that rap.
Oh, thanks, Reeves.
You better drop around my office in the morning, though. Both of you. Say 9 o'clock.
Could you make it a little later, Lieutenant? Brad and I have a date in the morning at the City Hall.
We have?
See, he hasn't asked me yet, Lieutenant, but I told him from the beginning I was playing for keeps.
Well, Reeves, there you have it.
And I promised my friends in San Francisco I'd keep you out of trouble. Go on home.
As the curtain falls on Act 3, we bring our stars out from the dark corner where they acquitted themselves so brilliantly and invite them to the footlights for a curtain call. Lucille Ball and Mark Stevens. Lucille, while I have the chance, I want to congratulate you on the wonderful reviews that you received for your recent stage success back east.
Well, thank you, Bill. I've always been crazy about the theater, and I love my part in Dreamgirl.
I hear you're doing that play in San Francisco pretty soon, Lucy.
That's right, Mark. I'm leaving right after tonight's performance to start rehearsals for the opening next Monday.
That shaving engagement's rather close.
I'll say. And tell me something, Lucille. As the wife of a popular orchestra conductor,
Yes?
how do you and Desi Arnaz get any time to spend together?
You arranged to play the same towns at the same time. Desi will be playing in San Francisco all the time I'm there.
That's a very smart arrangement. And I'm sure that when you put in an appearance, Lucille, theater-goers will be properly envious of that lovely Lux complexion.
Thank you, Bill. I hope so, because Lux Soap and I spend plenty of time together. I wouldn't be a day without it.
Seems to me I've heard a lot of screen stars say that same thing.
Mark, I understand you're going to be an FBI man in your next production at Fox.
Yes, and as you probably know, Bill here is doing the directing.
I've heard a lot of interesting things about the picture.
Well, we have great hopes for it, since it's being made at the suggestion of the FBI and with their full cooperation.
Hey, speaking of screenplays, Bill, what are you doing next week in this theater?
Next Monday night from Warner Brothers, we present that violent and romantic drama so many of our listeners have thrilled to on the screen, Nobody Lives Forever. And our stars are Jane Wyman and Ronald Reagan. It's the tense, suspenseful story of a man who falls in love with a girl he planned to victimize, and thereby involves them both in a perilous and mounting crisis.
Nobody Lives Forever was a thrilling picture, Bill.
And it ought to make a great play, Bill. Good night.
Good night and
Good night.
sincere thanks. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Ronald Reagan and Jane Wyman in Nobody Lives Forever. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Here's news for thrifty housewives. Dealers now pay much more for used kitchen fats. So save and turn in every pound you can. You'll help yourself, you'll help your country, too. Here's what government officials say. It is still necessary to conserve every pound of fat, since the overall fat supply situation is little better now than it was last year. Yes, the worldwide supply of fats and oils is still critically short. Your salvaged kitchen fats are needed to make thousands of essential articles we use in our daily lives. So keep on saving. Remember, your butcher now pays you more for every pound you turn in. Mark Stevens appeared by arrangement with 20th Century Fox, producers of Forever Amber. Heard in our cast tonight were Joseph Kearns as Wicket, Wally Mayer as Foss, Dan O'Herlihy as Jardine, Fay Baker as Mari, and Bill Johnstone, Truda Marson, Janet Scott, Lois Corbett, Norma Jean Nilsson, Noreen Gamil, Eddie Marr, Stanley Farrar, Herbert Butterfield, and Cliff Clark. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is rebroadcast to our men and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Our Lux Radio Theater production of The Dark Corner has come to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, Hollywood's own beauty soap. The complexion care used regularly by 9 out of 10 lovely screen stars. They depend on this fine white soap for the gentle, beautifying care million-dollar complexions must have. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Nobody Lives Forever with Jane Wyman and Ronald Reagan.
Pepsodent won by 3-1. Yes, by an overwhelming average of 3-1, families throughout America who compared toothpastes they were using at home preferred new Pepsodent with Irium over any other brand they tried. They said new Pepsodent toothpaste tastes better, makes breath cleaner, makes teeth brighter. Yes, with families who made comparison tests, Pepsodent won by 3-1.
Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Nobody Lives Forever with Ronald Reagan and Jane Wyman. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Brian Ahern, Ella Raines, and Alan Curtis in the Universal screenplay, The Phantom Lady. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. We must thank Edgar Allan Poe for the modern mystery story. But I'm sure this genius of a century ago never dreamed that his brainchild would turn into big business, that authors, publishers, magazine editors, and producers of plays and motion pictures by the hundreds would labor into the wee small hours for the avowed purpose of scaring the daylights out of customers. Today, the mystery is the favorite form of American entertainment. So many are written that they can't all be good. But here we can afford to wait for the best. And we have a classic of the art tonight. It's a screen hit called The Phantom Lady. It's making the cash box jingle out Universal way. And starring in the play, we have Brian Ahern and two of Universal's most promising players, the brand new discovery, Ella Raines and Alan Curtis. An odd thing about The Phantom Lady is that we let you know who the murderer is rather early in the proceedings. But that very thing makes this manhunt, or rather lady hunt, even more exciting. The young lady in the play turns out to be a very competent detective, thereby filling a rather serious lack in world literature. Up to now, our hard-working writers have given us some immortal names like Sherlock Holmes, Philo Vance, and Bulldog Drummond, but very few feminine sleuths. Naturally, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap are only too happy to help supply this lack, because our sponsors have known right along that the ladies of America were sleuths of the first order. All of them, at one time or another, have tried to solve a very elusive mystery, the mystery of a lovely complexion. Millions and millions of these beauty detectives all arrived at the same answer, at the same solution. And if you haven't guessed the answer, it's Lux Toilet Soap. And now we can start guessing on the secret of the Phantom Lady, because here's the first act, starring Brian Ahern as Jack, Ella Raines as Carol, and Alan Curtis as Scott Henderson. The engineering firm of Scott Henderson Incorporated is never rushed with business, but on this stifling afternoon in mid-August, it's much too hot to work anyway. Ruthie, the receptionist, is lazily manicuring her nails. Carol Richmond, secretary, absently thumbs through a file of blueprints. And in his office, Scott Henderson, the other member of the firm, is saying goodbye to an old friend.
Oh, what a lucky guy. A second-rate sculptor like you gets an assignment in Brazil, and I, New York's best engineer, has to sit in this bake oven.
Well, you're doing all right, aren't you, Scott?
Yeah, I'm just kidding. But I sure wish I was going with you on that boat tonight.
Well, I'll drink up one extra ocean breeze and a planter's punch, just for you.
A boat to Brazil. Well, you've certainly earned it, Jack. Say, what will you work on down there?
Well, oddly enough, I don't quite know. I don't know if they want to buy what I've got or if they have a commission in mind for something new.
No way of telling, then, when you'll be back.
No, it's all pretty indefinite.
Gonna miss you, Jack.
Thanks. I'm sorry you can't come down to the booth tonight.
Yeah, I feel like a heel.
Oh, cut it out. You promised to take Marcella to the show, didn't you?
Just as it's been so hard to get tickets, and now that I've got them, I hate to disappoint you.
Yeah, I'd be crazy to.
Come in.
These are the blueprints you wanted, Mr. Henderson.
Oh, thanks, Carol. Oh, Carol, I want you to say goodbye to a very lucky fellow.
Yes. Congratulations, Mr. Marlowe. Have a good trip.
Thanks, Miss Richmond. Take care of the great engineer while I'm gone.
I'll try. Goodbye, Mr. Marlowe.
You call me lucky, eh? That's a very pretty girl.
Hmm? Oh. Yeah, not bad.
Well, Scott, I've got to close up the apartment, so I guess I'd better get going.
Goodbye, old man. Write to us now and then. And knock 'em cold down there.
All right, I'll try to. Give my best to Marcella. So long, Scott.
Say, Mac.
Yeah?
Another scotch and soda.
You sure, buddy? You ain't looking so good.
I've had exactly one drink. Do I look drunk?
All I said was you ain't looking so good. Maybe it's the heat.
It's not the heat. I had a little fight with my wife.
Then maybe you need another drink.
I slammed the door and walked out. I told her, well, whatever I told her, it's none of your business, is it?
That's right. Here.
Say, where's all the trade tonight?
You got me. Too hot to think about it.
Yeah. What time do you knock off?
Huh? 1 a.m.
Too bad. I've got a couple of tickets. I was going to make you a present.
Fine.
Hey, your only other customer looks as if she wants some service.
Yeah. Yeah, miss?
Pack of cigarettes. Any brand.
Okay.
Will you look at that hat she's wearing? What a hat.
Yeah. Here, miss.
Miss, I don't mean to annoy you, but, are you doing anything tonight?
Now, look, buddy.
These tickets, I thought maybe you could use them. They're no good to me.
No. No, thank you.
I just thought maybe you could call up a friend.
I'm afraid not.
Oh. Well, I don't suppose you'd go with me.
Please.
Really, I didn't mean anything wrong. I just thought...
All right. I'll surprise you. Yes, I'll go with you.
Swell. Oh, what time is it?
5 minutes after 8.
Yeah, there's plenty of time. Say, Max, what do we owe you? By the way, my name is...
Please. No name. You want me to go, that's the way it has to be.
Okay, that suits me.
$1.60, buddy.
There you are. Keep it. There's a taxi outside. Let's take it. You live in New York?
Yes.
Well, then you're used to this heat. You know, there's something that gets me about this town on Saturday night. Did you ever watch the people's faces? It's fun. There's a typical New York character for you, Mike Filano, the taxi driver. That's his picture in the hack license.
Look, I'm afraid I'm not going to be very good company.
You should relax. You know, you shouldn't be alone any more than I should.
You're right.
You're smiling. Now, that's more like it. Let's have fun, and maybe the show is as good as they say.
I hope so. I'd like to laugh. It'd be wonderful to laugh again.
There's a 10-minute intermission. 10 minutes.
No smoking in the theater. Please step out into the lobby. No smoking in the theater.
Ice cold orange drink. Ice cold, folks. Plenty of time during intermission.
Cigarette?
Thank you.
You like the show?
Wonderful.
Say, that hat of yours created... Well, we both agree it's quite a hat.
The star of the show didn't think so.
What do you mean?
Well, the singer, Montero. I understand she's so terribly proud of her exotic hat.
Well?
Didn't you notice? The hat she was wearing is exactly like mine.
I'll be darned. No, I was talking about the drummer. He was giving you the eye every opportunity.
Yes, he made me feel a little uncomfortable.
But not as half as uncomfortable, I'll bet, as you've made the great Lady Montero.
I'll bet she's burning up, and not from the temperature.
On stage, everybody. Curtain, Miss Montero. Oh, your hat, Miss Montero.
Oh, you noticed it too, huh?
Oh, what? All I meant is...
Oh, I'd throw it away. I will never wear it again. Who is she? Who is that woman? No one dare copy my hats. I will not have it.
Well, here we are. This is the bar, isn't it?
Yes. I met you here, and here I'll say goodbye.
Why can't I buy you a nightcap?
Please. You've been very kind. Thank you.
I must confess, I'd like to know who you are.
No. It's better this way.
Well, I guess I'll go on home then. Good night.
Good night.
Marcella? Listen, Marcella. I know you're awake. I saw your bedroom light from downstairs. Now, come on. I want to talk to you.
You, Scott Henderson?
Who the devil are you? Say, what is this? What's up? Let me go in there.
My name is Inspector Burgess. The man at the bedroom door is Detective Hill.
Where's my wife?
In there. Let him go in, Dave.
Oh, no.
I'll have to ask you some questions, Henderson.
Go ahead.
When was the last time you saw Mrs. Henderson?
Oh, around 7.
Have dinner at home?
No.
You ate out with your wife?
I intended taking her to dinner in the theater, but... Oh, she changed her mind.
Little squabble, maybe?
For a long time, things hadn't been right between us. I came home early from the office, got dressed. Then she told me she had no intention of going out with me. She kept laughing at me. We had an argument. I asked her for a divorce.
Oh?
She said I could do what I pleased, but she wouldn't even consider a divorce.
Making a patsy of you, huh?
Don't say that. It was just that she was too spoiled and too beautiful.
Henderson, where were you tonight? Say about 8 o'clock.
In a bar?
Alone?
No, I met a woman there. I asked her to go to the show with me.
Who was she?
I don't know. She didn't tell me her name. Well, she didn't. What's that got to do with it?
You're a very neat dresser, Mr. Henderson. A nice tie you're wearing.
Tie? Look, what are you trying to do to me?
I never saw a man so nervous.
Give me a break. Marcella's dead. What's the difference what my tie looks like?
Your wife was strangled with one of your ties.
Knotted so tight I had to cut it loose with a knife.
Know what bar you were in?
Well, I could find it.
Well, it's kind of late. We'll have to lock you up, Mr. Henderson. In the morning, we'll let you find that bar for us. Let's go, Dave.
This is the place.
Anselmo's Bar and Grill, huh?
Where's the bartender?
Should be here any minute. Dave.
Yeah?
Tell the janitor to leave the keys.
Okay.
Funny you can remember the bar, but you can't recall what the woman was like.
We've been over that all night long. Now leave me alone. I'm tired.
Yeah. It's remarkable, though. You're with a woman for hours, and you don't know who she is or what she looks like.
I told you. She was about 30. She had sort of brown hair, and... Oh, she wore a funny hat. That's all I remember. You'd asked me about her earlier last night. I might have been able to tell you more, but now she's a complete blank.
What's the idea of getting me up at this hour?
He's here, boss, the barman.
I only work the evening shift.
Come here. I'm Inspector Burgess. Ever see this man before?
Huh? To me, a face is a face.
Take a good look. It's important.
I don't know.
Don't look at me. Look at him. Come on. Think hard.
Yeah. He was in here last night, I think.
There, you see?
What time last night?
I'd go on at 8. It was sometime after 8.
How much after 8?
I don't ask the customers to punch clock. Sometime after 8.
Ask him about the girl. Ask him.
How about the woman who was in here?
What woman?
The only other person at the bar. A woman.
I'll do the talking. Are you sure there wasn't a woman here last night when he was in here? He
Sure.
sat next to her.
Sure, I'm sure.
She was wearing a crazy hat.
To me, a dame is just another drink.
But if you remember me, why can't you remember her?
Now, look, bring the dame back here. Set her down at the bar like you say she was last night, and I may remember.
But there were only the two of us. She ordered a pack of cigarettes. We left here together.
Lay off, will you? Bring it down like I said.
Okay, Anderson. That's all, bartender. Sorry to drag you down.
Guy's coming in here all the time.
But he must remember.
Come on.
If you will go into that booth, Senor Malo, your call from New York is coming through.
Already? Gee, that's really wonderful service. Here,
Yeah, thanks very much. That's amazing. Thank you, senor. Hello? Hello, Miss Richmond, is that you?
Yes?
This is Jack Marlowe. Say, I just heard about Scott. Is there anything I can do?
Why, you're on shipboard, aren't you, Mr. Marlowe?
Yes, of course. It was in the ship's newspaper this morning.
Oh, it's awful, Mr. Marlowe. Unbelievable.
It's true? He's charged with murder?
Yes, but he didn't do it, Mr. Marlowe. It's just impossible.
Oh, of course it is. Here I am, his best friend, and when he needs me most, I'm of no use to him. Miss Richmond, will you please see Scott today? Tell him I'll take the first boat back if there's anything I can do.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Marlowe.
I'll be in Rio in a few days. Now be sure and write me there at the Continental.
I don't think there's anything you can do, but just hearing from you will make Mr. Henderson feel so much better. I'll write you immediately. The Continental.
Yes. Thank you, Miss Richmond.
You've cheered me up already. Goodbye, Mr. Marlowe.
Goodbye.
That's the Carter Cab Company garage?
That's right.
I phoned you about a driver named Mike Furlano.
Oh, yeah. Mike, couple of gents to see you. Hey, what about?
That's the driver, Inspector. You see?
I see nothing yet, Henderson, except that you've got a very erratic memory.
You want to see me?
Yeah, did you have a haul last night from a bar called Anselmo's to the Casino Theater?
Anselmo's? Let me see. Yeah, I did.
Remember this man?
Me? You remember me?
It was him, huh?
You tell us.
Yeah, him.
Was he alone?
Yeah, I think so.
There was a woman with me. You must have seen her.
Hacking for 8 years gives a guy a memory. If he was with a woman, I'd have noticed.
You're sure now?
Sure, there was no dame with this guy in my cab last night.
Thanks. All right, come along, Henderson. We got a date at the Casino Theater.
Why can't they remember her? I tell you, she was with me both times, at the bar and in the cab. They recognized me. Why can't they remember her?
Maybe because she wasn't there.
That's a lie. She was. She was there.
So we'll try the theater. That stuff you told me about her hat. Dames don't forget hats. Maybe that Montero dame can save your hide. Let's go.
Disturbed now. Who are these men?
This man is the police inspector, Miss Montero. He wants to talk to you.
It's important, Miss Montero. I'll only take a minute. This man, Scott Henderson. He saw your show last night. Now, do you remember a woman sitting with him wearing a hat like yours?
A hat like mine? Oh, really? This is too funny. No woman wears hats like mine.
But she did. And you kept looking at her.
No. You go away. This really is insulting. I am an artiste. I sing, I dance. I do not watch my audience.
Think, Miss Montero. It's very important.
There. All my hats are there in the closet. You look.
I see anything, Henderson?
A lot of hats. No, none like hers.
Oh, what woman besides Montero could wear those hats and not look like, how you say, ridiculous?
You're lying.
You get him out! Get him out of here!
All right, we're going. Sorry to trouble you.
Any luck, boss?
No.
Where's to now?
Maybe you can tell us, Henderson.
She was real. And now you're trying to tell me she never existed.
You need a drink, Henderson. We do, too.
Yeah.
Then we'll go back to headquarters. You better get some sleep and then get a good lawyer. You're going to need them both.
Objection overruled. Will the prosecution continue, please?
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me repeat my statement. The defense asks you to believe that Scott Henderson was in Anselmo's bar at 5 minutes after 8. That he couldn't possibly have been in his own apartment 2 minutes before, at which time his wife was murdered. Again, I say, very clever, but not clever enough. The defense has introduced witnesses. Each claims to have seen Henderson at the places he said he was. Yet not one, even remotely, remembers a woman with him. Where is this woman who was with him 5 minutes after 8? Who is she? Has she at any time been on the witness stand? No, because this woman, who alone could furnish Henderson with the alibi he has so flimsily constructed, simply does not exist. Scott Henderson murdered his wife. In a blind rage, he took a necktie, dropped it round her throat,
Will the foreman of the jury please stand? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor. We find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree.
Miss Richmond to see you, Mr. Henderson. You can have 5 minutes. Thanks. Hello, Carol.
Mr. Henderson. Oh, I don't know what to say.
Skip it, Carol. I'll be all right, now that I know where I stand. Last night, for the first time, I was able to sleep.
Surely you're going to appeal.
With what? A set of old blueprints and my grandfather's watch?
Well, it's a question of money.
Oh, thanks, Carol. You're swell. No, it's not just the money. It's a question of that girl. I've done everything. Hired detectives, advertised on the radio, in the newspapers. Everything possible was done to find her. She simply vanished.
Why don't you let me write Mr. Marlowe? Maybe he can think of something.
I won't drag him back from Brazil. That's his big chance down there. And suppose I did. What good could he do?
But you just can't let that verdict stand. You've got to fight.
It's no use. If I'd been in that jury box, I'd have agreed with him.
Somebody has to go on looking for her.
Maybe there never was such a woman. Just my word against theirs. Maybe I just imagined it.
Stop talking like that. You couldn't kill anybody.
Thanks, Carol. That makes you a minority of one. Well, what about you? What are you going to do?
I haven't decided yet.
Well, whoever you work for will be a pretty lucky boss. If you keep your bobby pins off the floor and the seams in your stockings straight. If you don't, he'll fire you. Carol, if you feel like a train ride sometime, you might visit me again. I'll have a new address tomorrow. A big country estate up the Hudson River.
I'll come. Of course I will.
Thanks, Carol. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Henderson.
Hello, Miss Richmond. May I come in?
What do you want?
Don't you remember me? I'm a tired policeman named Burgess.
You're very proud of yourself, aren't you?
Not especially. Found a new job yet?
No. I've got other things to do.
Like going to Anselmo's bar? You've got that barman scared to death.
Have I? Why? I haven't even spoken to him. Maybe he has a guilty conscience.
I think that's more down my department, isn't it?
Maybe it is. But Mr. Henderson is all alone. No one to do a thing for him. He has no money, no friends. Well, I have to do something.
You could have come to me.
You forget, Inspector. I think Scott's innocent.
You do? So do I.
What?
The evidence I got's pushing him right into the electric chair. I know that. But I've been doing a lot of thinking since the trial. His alibi, that woman. Only a fool or an innocent man would have stuck to an alibi like that. A guilty man would have been much smarter.
Aren't you just a little late?
Yeah. Now, the case is closed officially. But I'd like to help. Maybe we can do something. You and me. Well, how about it?
Thanks. Thanks.
In a few moments, Mr. DeMille presents Brian Ahern, Ella Raines, and Ellen Curtis in Act Two of Phantom Lady. And now, a soldier and his girl.
I sure hate to say goodnight, Mary.
It's late and I do have to get up early, Jim. Never mind, dear. We'll see each other tomorrow.
It's a long time off. Oh, gosh, I'm a lucky guy to have a girl as pretty as you, sweetheart.
And a few minutes later...
Oh, goodness, it is late. And am I sleepy? Little Mary mustn't neglect her beauty care. I want Jim to keep right on saying he likes my look. So now for my Lux Soap Facial. It's easy and quick. Turn on the water. Cover my face with plenty of nice, creamy lather. Work it in gently, but thoroughly. Rinse with warm water. Then splash on cold. Pat dry with a soft towel. Now when I touch my skin, it feels so fresh and soft. And it is.
Well, the musical effects are extra. But there it is. The Lux Soap Beauty Facial clever girls everywhere depend on for gentle, protecting care. Care that really leaves skin softer, lovelier. In recent tests, actually 3 out of 4 complexions improved in a short time with daily Lux Soap facials. Famous Hollywood stars say these facials with Lux Soap's rich, active lather do wonders for the skin. Why don't you try them? Ask for Lux Toilet Soap tomorrow. And if you find your dealer is temporarily out of stock, he's sure to have more soon. Remember, Hollywood beauty soap is worth waiting for. We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act 2 of The Phantom Lady, starring Brian Ahern as Jack, Ella Raines as Carol, and Alan Curtis as Scott Henderson. With a sentence of death hanging over Scott Henderson, Carol Richmond and Inspector Burgess race against time to find the only person who can save his life, the woman with the funny hat. The woman no one will admit having seen, the Phantom Lady. Carol starts at the top of the list with Mac, the bartender at Anselmo's.
What do you want, miss?
Nothing. I didn't call you.
But you keep looking at me.
Do I?
Now, look. I want you should cut that out. This is the 3rd night you've been in here, and all you do is stare at me.
What's the matter? Does your conscience bother you?
Cut it out, that's all. Now, cut it out. You've been following me all the way uptown.
Yes.
What's your idea?
You've got something to tell me.
No, now go on, beat it. It's late.
Hey, miss, is that guy bothering you?
No, it's all right. Scott Henderson's going to die. You can stop it.
Now, you ain't talking, see? You ain't got nothing on me. Now, get out of here.
Hey, what's he trying to do, miss? Start an argument?
Let him alone.
Okay, lady.
Who bribed you, Mac?
You want to find out anything? Ask the guy that did it to me. I gotta go home.
Who was it, Mac?
Let go of me. Let go of my coat.
Mister!
Yeah?
I want to call the police. Will you hold on to this man for me?
It's a pleasure, lady.
Let go of me, do you hear? I don't know nothing. Let me alone.
I'll get him, lady. He can't get far.
Hey, please! Let go! How is he, Inspector?
Hospital just phoned. He never regained consciousness. Mac's dead, Miss Richmond.
But he knew something.
Sure he did. Well, forget it. Who's next?
The drummer in the orchestra.
Oh, yeah, Cliff Milburn.
How can I get to him?
Well, I'll get you a seat in the theater, right in front of him. He's not what you'd call a gentleman, so play up to him. Use another name, get some flashy clothes, flash on some perfume, and go to work.
I see. I'll call you the minute I get anything.
And don't take any chances, Carol. It may be pretty risky.
Well, this is it, baby.
Gee, Cliff, I'll bet you think I'm off, letting you pick me up like that.
Go on, forget it, baby. You go for me and I go for you. That's all that counts, huh?
You're sure cute, Cliff.
Hey, what do you know? You haven't even told me your name.
See the initials on my purse? J.H. That stands for Jeannie, Cliff. Jeannie Harper.
Jeannie Harper. Hey, you really go for me, don't you, baby? That's great. That's the way it should be.
Yeah. But I think you're getting the wrong impression of me, Cliff. I shouldn't have let you bring me here. To your apartment.
Why not?
Oh, you know.
Now, look. We'll have a drink. I'll change my clothes and I'll take you out dancing or something like I said.
Yeah. I don't know why you want to change your clothes. I ain't dressed up.
You stick with me, baby. I'll get you something real classy.
Will you, Cliff? Will you?
Just name
Honest?
it. Just name it. What do you want?
Do you like this hat? I don't like it so much myself.
I'll stake you to a carload of hats.
Oh, Cliff, you're sure a swell guy. But you wouldn't know what sort of hat would look good on me. Guys don't bother about hats.
Yeah. Me, I'm an authority. I get paid for knowing about hats.
Yeah, Cliff?
Yeah.
So what do you mean? You can tell me, Cliff. Ain't I your friend?
Bet your life, aren't you?
brother, Ingrid.
Yeah. What do you mean about getting paid for a hat?
Here, look.
Boy, what a pile of dough.
$500, baby. 500.
Where'd you get dough like that, Cliff?
Like I said, for knowing about hats.
I don't get it, Cliff. Or maybe you'd rather not tell me.
Some guy give me it.
What for?
That's for you, he said. $500 if you forget about the hat and the dame. No matter who asked you, say no. That's what he told me. Hey, you got a cigarette?
Sure. Over there, in my purse.
Thanks, kid. Thanks. Hey, what's this?
I'll get them for you, Cliff.
No, you stay there. In your place, this piece of paper. Homicide Bureau test. Cliff Milburn, top drummer. Casino Theater, 826. Address 498 West. Everything about me. They said somebody's after me. You made me believe you liked me.
I do, Cliff. I do. I let you kiss me, didn't I? I came here, didn't I?
You made me believe you liked me.
Cliff, that paper don't mean nothing.
Get away from that lamp.
No, Cliff. No.
I'll get you for this. You wish you never even... All right, turn the lights off, but you ain't getting out of here, you dirty little double-crosser. Who's that?
Only me, Cliff.
Oh. What do you want? What'd you come here for?
Feels good to sit down again. I've been standing outside for hours. Waiting to see you, Cliff. I noticed you met a girl outside the theater tonight, Cliff. An exciting girl. She seemed to like you. You brought her here.
Oh. Jeannie, yeah. She left a little while ago.
Yeah, rather in a hurry, wasn't she? I see she left her purse.
Yeah? I'll give it back to her.
No, I'll take it, Cliff. Oh, here's initials. J.H. J for Jeannie.
Harper. Jeannie Harper. That's her name.
She was magnificent. She loathed you, but she went with you. She would have humiliated herself to make you talk.
I didn't tell her nothing.
Cliff, why lie?
Here, you can have your dough back. It's almost all here.
Now, come near me, please.
What do you mean? What are you thinking about?
About hands. About how interesting a pair of hands can be. They can trick melody out of a piano keyboard. They can mold beauty out of a piece of clay. They can bring back life to a dying child. Yes, a pair of hands can do inconceivable good.
Sure. Sure.
And yet the same pair of hands can do terrible evil. They can destroy, whip, torture, kill. I wish I didn't have to use my hands to hurt another human being.
No. No. No! Don't make any noise, Cliff. No noise.
Hey, Scott. Just sit there behind the screen, lady. He's coming.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Henderson.
Oh, Carol, thanks for coming.
How are you?
Gaining weight. I'll be in fine shape for my big date. Only 18 more days.
Please don't talk like that.
Sorry, but I don't feel very sociable these days. You happen to be the only one that comes up here to see me.
I'd come often, Mr. Henderson, except I can be more helpful to you in New York.
Yeah? Any luck?
No. First it was Mac. Last night, Cliff Milburn.
The drummer? Well?
Milburn remembered the hat. He'd been bribed, too, Mr. Henderson. But he caught on. There was a fight. I managed to get away. Phoned Inspector Bergman. We went back to Milburn's apartment. He was dead. Strangled.
Carol.
I tried, Mr. Henderson.
No, Carol. You've got to promise to keep out of it.
Let's not talk about it.
You've got to promise me.
I've got to do what I can.
I won't let you. I'll write Burgess. And don't call me Mr. Henderson. Even the guards call me Scott. Look, I'm grateful. More grateful than you'll ever know, but you can't waste your time knocking your pretty head against the stone wall. You should be out having fun with some fellow. Don't tell me you're not in love, Carol. Well, look at you. I hit the nail right on the head. Now, come on. Who is he?
My boss.
Well, I didn't even know you had another job. Oh, gosh, that's fine. Yeah, that's swell.
I think so.
Now, tell me, who?
Warden gave permission for another visitor, Scott.
Who? Jack, Scotty. Jack Marlowe. Gosh, I'm glad to see you. When did you get in?
This morning. I flew in. Oh, hello, Miss Richmond.
Mr. Marlowe.
Scott, why didn't you send for me?
There was nothing you could have done, Jack. Nothing.
Well, I'm here now, and something's got to be done. Something will be done.
Look, they give visitors only 5 minutes. Tell me, how was your trip? Are you famous? Did they like your work?
You're in prison, and you want me to tell you what a good time I had in Brazil? Oh, Scott, I can't tell you how I feel.
I want to know all about it. As for me, I'll take Carol back to New York with you. She can give you all the details. Come on now. What about you?
Is that a date, Carol?
I should say so.
Okay, then. Well, they bought 5 subjects. See, they built a new park in Rio, and they wanted something...
The cab drivers left town, so our last hope is that Montero will talk.
Montero?
You know, the star.
Oh, yes. You mentioned her before.
If you only knew how much your coming back means to Scott, and me too.
Well, I just couldn't stay in Brazil with this happening to him. He's my best friend, Carol. Well, go on. I've got to have all the details.
Well, the show closes tomorrow night. Montero's leaving town. If we don't get to her right away,
Now, you've worn yourself out.
I can't think of anything else.
Carol, this is a man's job.
I just can't sit by. That woman, the woman with the hat, must be someplace in the city. One word from her and Scott would walk out a free man.
But after what happened to that drummer, I'm afraid for you.
Let's not worry about me. Do you think I'd care what happens to me if Scott...
I think I knew it all the time. I used to watch you at your desk, and the way you looked at Scott.
18 more days to live. I just don't know what to do. Whoever it is, he always gets there first. He's so clever.
Yes? There's genius behind such boldness.
No. Only madness.
Madness? That's a frightening word.
What else can you call it? To kill and then go on killing.
Ah, but perhaps he hates to kill. Perhaps he only feels horror.
I don't care what he feels. All I know is that we've got to find that woman.
Carol, as soon as we get back, I'd like to meet Inspector Burgess.
Of course. We can drive straight to headquarters.
And then we'll start on Montero, eh?
Yes. I'm so tired, Mr. Marlowe. Do you mind if I doze off for a minute?
Oh, do you good.
Jack.
That's better. Yes?
Why do you keep looking at your hand?
My hat? Oh, I don't know. Habit, I guess. Always afraid something might happen to them.
That would be bad for a sculptor.
Yes. Yes, I need my hands.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Marlowe. Oh, where's Miss Richmond?
Well, the girl's exhausted. I took her home before I came here.
Glad you did. Well, looks like we'll have to scratch Montero off the list. Got absolutely nowhere with her. The show's closed now, and she's going to Mexico. She'd only admit that our woman wore a hat like hers that night. She never will. She's too vain.
Or if you had found out the name of her milliner...
If I'm fed up with that word. I think I'll go out and get good and drunk.
Could you delay it for a couple of minutes? I haven't had much of a chance to talk to you.
I thought this case would be a cinch. Just get the lowdown on everyone, friends, relatives. Well, I did that. Even on you, Marlowe.
Well, I was on the ocean when it happened.
Yeah, the O.S.S. Volcania sailed Thursday, August 16th at 8:33 p.m., stateroom C, middle deck. Arrived Rio, August 29th.
What an incredible memory.
A lot of good it does me. No. The fact remains that none of you could have committed these murders.
Oh? Why not?
You're all too normal.
Oh, but the murderer must be normal enough. He's just clever, that's all.
All paranoics are diabolically clever. I've met paranoics before. Their insanity gives them incredible egos, abnormal cunning, contempt for life.
You make our man sound unbeatable. Maybe he's more astute than we are, but to call him insane...
I'd stake my life on it.
You might lose.
No, I won't lose. And I'll get him sooner or later. It's always simpler when they're insane. It's just that there's so little time left. Someday we'll have sense enough to train the mind as we train the body from birth. Then they won't need men like me. That'll be all right, too. What sort of a job is this, anyway? Hunting down a madman. Hey, I'm all wound up. Well, let's call it a night, shall we? Going, Marlowe?
What? Oh, yes.
Marlowe, what's the matter?
Hey, no, it's all right. I just did a spell. I've been having them lately. The doctor says they're nothing at all.
Sure you're all right?
Yes, sir, of course. Look, don't tell Carol. She'll just be upset.
Yeah.
You had an idea before. What about that drink?
Yes?
It's Carol, Inspector. I've got some news.
Why, I thought you went home.
Carol?
try, but I just couldn't. I went to the airport.
Why, Montero?
Yes, I saw her luggage. There was a hat box.
Yes?
A milliner's hat box with the name Katisha.
Tisha.
A very exclusive hat shop, Madison Avenue.
Can you meet me there in 15 minutes?
You bet.
Wonderful, Carol. Goodbye. Well, Mr. Marlowe, we've got a lead. Montero's milliner.
Tisha, huh?
Yeah, let's go.
The commissioner wants to see you, boss.
Well, tell him I'm not here.
But he knows you are. It's the Vanzetti case, boss. Looks like we've got to go to Newark right away.
Oh, yeah. All right. Tell him I'll be right in. Well, Mr. Marlowe, I guess you'll have to meet Carol by yourself.
I'll do whatever I can, Inspector.
Thanks. I keep forgetting I'm not on the case anymore. Officially, that is. Tell Carol I'll call her as soon as I get back from Newark.
Yes, I'll be glad to.
Our hats cost a lot of money, Mr. Marlowe. A good part of the price is to guarantee the client that her hat will be exclusive. Miss Richmond can understand that it will never be copied. At least not in this shop.
Madame,
Oh, come in, Peyton. You made a hat for Montero.
Yes, Madame.
Now I want the truth. Did you ever make a copy of this hat for anyone? Here's the original sketch.
Oh, Madame, I'd never do a thing like that.
I believe you, Peyton. There, Miss Richmond, you see?
Please forgive me for asking, Miss Peyton. But if you can tell me anything at all about it. You see, a man is going to die. And
I'm sorry. I just can't tell you anything. Thanks, Peyton. That's all. I'm sorry, Miss Richmond. Why, you look all in.
How about going home, Carol?
Oh, I tried so hard not to build up my hopes.
Miss,
Well, Peyton?
did you say a man's life? I mean, what has that got to do with a hat?
Peyton, what are you trying to say?
I copied the hat. She gave me $50.
Who, Miss Pickett? Who gave you $50?
Miss Ann Terry. She's one of our regular customers. She saw the sketch of Montero's hat, and she asked me...
You and I will talk about that later, young lady. Now sit down and give these people her name and address. Miss Terry is quite wealthy, Mr. Marlowe. She lives somewhere out in Long Island.
How do you do? Come in, please.
Thank you. My name is Marlowe. This is Miss Richmond.
Miss Terry, we came to ask... I'm afraid you're making a mistake. I'm Dr. Chase. I'm looking after Miss Terry.
Oh, she's ill?
She collapsed last July. Her fiancé died very suddenly. It was a terrible shock to her. Please, Doctor. I can't go away without talking to her. I've been looking for her for months. Perhaps if you tell me. Someone is going to be executed for a crime he never committed. He has a perfect alibi. He spent the evening with Miss Terry. She's the only one who can save it. Oh, please, can't we see her? All right. But only you, Miss Richmond.
No, I'll wait here.
I must warn you, Miss Richmond, don't do or say anything to excite my patient. I'll do my best, Doctor. Come along, then. But I'm afraid you're wasting your time. What do you mean? I don't know what Miss Terry's word can mean to you. I do know that in a court of law it would be worthless. Miss Terry is mentally ill.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille returns with Brian Ahern, Ella Raines, and Alan Curtis for Act 3 of The Phantom Lady. And now, a lady with a letter.
I've just heard from my brother overseas, and what do you think he wants me to send him?
Lots of smokes and chewing gum, maybe?
No, you'll never guess. Here, read it.
You say you want to send me something. Try and send me about 7 cakes of Lux soap. Make sure it's Lux and nothing else. I can get the other kind. Goodness, you'd better send off those cakes of Lux right away. I think he wants them.
Now, that's a real letter. A letter actually received by the sister of a soldier in our combat engineers abroad. You may be sure those 7 cakes of Lux soap are on their way. We hope they reach him safely. One thing's certain. When they do, he's going to get real enjoyment out of using this fine white soap, like many another soldier and sailor.
Did you know, Mr. Kennedy, that Lux soap is a bestseller in postage exchanges here and in the ship service stores?
Yes, Sally, and it's easy to tell why. Men certainly go for that rich, quick lather Lux soap gives. Even in hard water, it lathers in a jiffy.
I'll bet when a man comes in dog-tired from a day in the field, a shower with Lux soap feels wonderful.
Well, Sally, a refreshing bath with Lux toilet soap feels good no matter where you are. On the home front, too. It seems as though Lux soap is almost as popular with the men in a family as it is with the ladies.
I've noticed that, Mr. Kennedy.
So here's a tip to women everywhere who do the family shopping. Why not let everyone at your house enjoy the real luxury of a daily Lux soap bath? It's a thrifty luxury because Lux toilet soap is hard milled, can be used to the last thin sliver. And always put your soap in a dish that's dry. Remember, it's patriotic to avoid waste. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
There'll be a curtain chat with our stars after the play. But now Act 3 of The Phantom Lady, starring Brian Aherne, Ella Raines, and Alan Curtis. It's a few minutes later. Carol is face to face with the Phantom Lady, only to see for herself that Anne Terry's mental condition makes it impossible for her to testify in Scott's behalf. In the fading ray of hope, only one glimmer is still alive. The hat. The Phantom Lady's punny hat.
This is a lovely room, Miss Terry.
It was my grandmother. She was very happy here. She married the man she loved. I'll never marry. Are you married?
No.
But you're in love.
Yes.
He was sick for 2 days. He'd never been sick before. He was so full of life. We were to be married the following week. I had my trousseau all bought, and a special dress, and a hat for the wedding.
They must have been lovely. Do you still have them?
I don't want to talk anymore.
Can't I see them, Miss Terry?
I don't want... Yes. You may see them. They're in that closet.
Thank you. Oh, how cute.
He always said he loved my clothes. But he never saw these.
And this hat, Miss Terry, it's beautiful. I wish I had a hat like this.
Take it.
Oh, no. But if you wouldn't mind, may I borrow it? I'll bring it back to you.
You want to wear it for him?
Yes.
Is he nice? The man you love?
Very.
Then take it. Keep it. I don't want it. I don't want it either.
Terry. Please don't cry. We've got the hat. Oh, I can hardly wait to tell Burgess.
Last night, everything seemed so hopeless. Last night, you... Oh.
Jack, what's the matter?
Oh, it's nothing. I'll be all right. It's just a headache.
Do you want me to drive?
No, it'll go away. I get them so often lately.
Oh, it's my fault. We haven't eaten for hours. Jack, you've been wonderful. I don't know what I'd done without you.
Oh, forget it.
Look, there's a service station up ahead. Could we stop there and phone the news to Burgess?
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Don't you bother. I'll get out.
No. Do me good to stretch. Need some gas anyway. Oh, please.
Jack, did you get Burgess?
No, he's not back from New York yet.
Maybe we'd better go straight to headquarters and wait for him.
No, I left word for him to meet us at my place. We can all have a drink.
Oh. I almost feel good again.
Carol, I hate to discourage you, but what good can this hat do for Scott? What does it prove?
It proves that Montero lied. That there is another hat exactly like the one she wore. And sick or not, there's Aunt Terry.
But she can't testify.
No, but there's such a thing as reasonable doubt. And for the first time in this case, at last, there's cause for reasonable doubt.
Yes. I see, yes. More coffee, Carol?
Thanks. My, what a place you have here. You know, when I first came to New York, I lived for 2 weeks on nothing but coffee and sandwiches.
My cooking brings back memories, huh?
Yes. And then when I got my first job, I went out and bought the biggest dinner I could find. Oh, I was so happy. That's the way I feel tonight. Well, Burgess should be here by now.
Yes.
Look, how do you think this hat fits the statue of yours? Rather smart, don't you think?
I've never heard you laugh before.
Oh, Burgess will be so excited. I can hardly wait to tell him. Oh, Jack, isn't it wonderful? The silly hat. Saved Scott. Burgess can reopen the case. He'll find the murderer this time. And I want to hear the court sentence him as they sentenced Scott.
You hate him, don't you?
I hate him.
Oh.
Your head again, you think?
Oh, yes.
Lie down on the couch, Jack.
No, I'll be all right.
No, I insist. Now do as I say. Come on. You can get some rest before Burgess comes. That's better. Oh, I'm a mess. Look at me. You stay there now, and I'll go inside and freshen up a bit. Do you mind?
No. Go right ahead.
Try to get some sleep, won't you?
Yes.
Probably in a drawer, do you think? Jay, my purse. Homicide Bureau, Cliff Melbourne. No. No. Police headquarters. Hurry, please. Hello? Inspector Burgess, please. Inspector Burgess? Oh, this is Carol Richmond. When will he be back? I'm at Mr. Marlowe's apartment. Please send someone right away. Anyone. It's 233
Carol,
East...
come here.
I thought you were going to sleep, Jack.
The light. I turned it out. It hurts my eyes. It chokes me. Sit down beside me, Carol.
Yes.
Who were you phoning to?
Inspector Burgess.
Oh. My head's bursting. It's on fire. Give me your hand. Oh, it's cool. It feels so good. Would you mind taking off my tie, Carol? It's so tight.
Your tie?
Here. Oh, thanks. No, don't move. Let me have it. I like the feel of the tie in my hand.
It's quiet here, isn't it? So quiet.
Yes. Far away from everything. That's unique in a city. I hate cities. Noise and the dirt and confusion. And the people in them. They hate me because I'm different from them. I don't belong here. Neither do you. Well, it isn't fair for someone like you to have to suffer.
What are you trying to tell me, Jack?
Please, let me talk. You'll understand. You are intelligent, Carol. You should be so happy. If only you'd never come to New York. Never met Scott. The world's full of men like him. Oh, you can buy nice, stupid people for a dime a dozen.
Jack, let go of my hand.
Why, Carol?
I think I hear someone out in the hall.
Burgess? Don't go, Carol. If it's Burgess, he'll knock. But it's no one, Carol. You see, when we stopped on the road, I didn't telephone Burgess. I only pretended.
Please let me go. My hand. You're hurting my hand.
You know, don't you, Carol? I shouldn't have kept your purse in my drawer. It's the purse you left in Cliff Milburn's room.
I don't know what you're talking about.
She was sitting next to me, too. Marcella, just like you are. Only she wasn't trembling. Nothing ever frightened Marcella. I said, you better hurry. The boat leaves in an hour. And then she told me in that cold voice of hers that she never had any intention of going with me. She was just amusing herself. I was in love with Marcella. For the first time in my life, I was in love. But I was always naive about women. She laughed at me. She kept on laughing at me until I couldn't allow her to laugh any more. I had to stop.
Jack, what are you... No!
Afterwards, I knew they'd arrest me. I couldn't let them do that. When you're born with my gifts, you can't let anything stand in your way. I followed Scott later. I saw him with Aunt Terry. And then somehow she slipped away from me. So I had to bribe the others. It was unbelievably easy.
You don't know what you're saying. You were on a boat that night.
Oh, no. I went aboard the boat. But I left before it sailed. I flew to Havana and caught the boat there, and then I telephoned you. Burgess never thought of that. I was too intelligent for Burgess.
How could you? Scott, your best friend.
I'm fond of Scott. But what's his life compared to mine? A mediocre engineer working in sewers, drain pipes, faucets. What's any life compared to mine? Even yours.
That will help you. You know that, don't you? After me, there'll be others. You'll have to go on killing, on and on until they catch you. I won't be the last. There'll be others after me.
Oh, no, there won't, Carol. You'll be the last.
You can't help yourself because you're not sane.
Stop it, I say.
You're mad.
You'll never say that again. Never.
Oh,
Never.
Please, your hands, your hands.
Polo, open the door.
Burgess! Gagin! No!
They can't take me. They'll never take me.
feeling better?
Yes. I'm all right now. How did you get here? Why am I alive?
What kind of a cop do you think I am, Carol?
What?
I didn't go to Newark. That was a stall. After what happened to Cliff Milburn, I've been closer to you than a brother. Gil and I have been out there in the hall waiting.
You knew about Jack?
No, I didn't know. It was just one of those things. I didn't suspect him. Then again, I guess I didn't trust him either. I'd like to talk to him. Too late for that, though. The window we jumped out of was 12 stories above the ground.
And Scott? What about Scott?
Yeah, I guess I've kind of forgotten about Scott these last few minutes. I hope Marlowe won't mind if I use his phone. I've got to call long distance. Scott's as good as free right now.
Good morning, Carol.
Good morning, Scott. How do you like the new office?
Oh, it's wonderful, but I can't stay. I'm seeing Kepler about the chemical plant.
Can't stay?
Uh-uh.
Well, when will you be back?
Might take all day. I can't tell. If I'm not back by 6, don't wait.
Your first day back?
By the way, I left instructions on the dictaphone. Very important. Take care of them for me, won't you? So long, Carol.
I like that. Carol, old girl, you're really clever. Dictaphone. Oh, well. Let's get to work.
Hello, Carol. Better call Mason and Follett right away and make an appointment for tomorrow.
Sure.
Renew my membership to the Architects Association.
Did that yesterday.
And this afternoon, go out and look for an apartment.
Oh?
The best we can afford.
Huh?
Don't hang up. No, you're having dinner with me tonight.
I am.
And tomorrow night. And the next night. And then every night. Every night. Every night. Every night.
It's no mystery that we all like the Phantom Lady. And here are 3 good reasons why. Brian Ahern, Ella Raines, and Alan Curtis. I believe murder is a little out of your usual line, Brian.
Well, I was getting a bit fed up playing here, OCB. Murder makes a nice holiday.
Alan takes his the other way.
Yes, I've played villain so long that kids run when they see me on the street. And now here I am, a nice guy for a change.
Then I guess we've made everybody happy, including the audience. By the way, Brian, that's a substantial coat of tan you're wearing.
I came up from my ranch on the desert for rehearsal, CB. By the way, do you think it'd be all right for me to say that the large crop of vegetables I'm raising down there is of the very highest quality, or would you consider that free advertising?
Just send CB a large basket of tomatoes, and it won't be free.
That'll fix the whole thing. Since this is your first appearance in the Lux Radio Theater, Ella, we'll follow the usual custom and ask where you're from.
I've just come from Florida.
You whisper that in California, Ella.
Well, it was my honeymoon, Alan. You see, I was married a year and a half ago, and my husband, Kenneth Proud, is a captain in the Army Air Forces. So we had to postpone the honeymoon until we got back from China and India, a few places like that. We used to go to high school together.
Well, where was that, in Florida?
No, in Snoqualmie Falls, Washington.
I don't believe I've ever been there. But I like the name. Did you do any acting in Snoqualmie Falls?
Well, yes. But in our backyard theater, all salaries were paid in bubble gum.
Oh, then you're right at home. CB plays all salaries in soap.
Really? What kind of soap?
I don't believe a word of it, Carol.
But I'd be delighted, Mr. DeMille, as long as it's Lux soap. I've always used Lux as a complexion care.
It's a lovely picture that Lux has helped to make.
Did I hear that you're making a little trip next week, Mr. DeMille?
Yes, I'm going to Washington, Alan, to preview the story of Dr. Wassel, starring Gary Cooper.
What's the next play here in the Lux Radio Theater going to be, Mr. DeMille?
Now, it's an exciting drama of our Navy, Ella. The Columbia picture, Destroyer. And our stars will be Edward G. Robinson, Dennis O'Keefe, and Marguerite Chapman. This is the story of men who love their ships more than life itself, of the men who are proud to be called destroyer sailors. And as a retired Navy veteran who can't stay away when things are happening, Eddie Robinson delivers one of his finest performances.
Well, we look forward to it, CB, and good luck with the story of Dr. Wassel. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. That applause means you'll be with us again. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night, when the Lux Radio Theater presents Edward G. Robinson, Dennis O'Keefe, and Marguerite Chapman in Destroyer. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Here's a special message from the government to American housewives. Don't throw away a single drop of waste kitchen fat, no matter how black or burnt. They're needed to make life-saving medicines for our soldiers. Pour waste fats in a tin can. Take it to your meat dealer as soon as it's full, and he'll give you 4 cents and 2 extra red ration points for every pound you bring in. Don't put it off. The need is urgent. Brian Ahern appeared through the courtesy of Columbia Pictures, producers of CoverGirl. Ella Raines and Alan Curtis are currently starring with Francho Tone in the Universal picture Phantom Lady, which was directed by Robert Siedmack. Heard in tonight's play were John McIntyre as Burgess and Jeanette Nolan, Stanley Farrar, Dwayne Thompson, Eddie Emerson, Bea Benaderet, Charles Seal, Norman Field, Howard McNear, Dick Ryan, Fred Mounier, Eddie Marr, and Regina Wallace. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Edward G. Robinson, Dennis O'Keefe, and Marguerite Chapman in Destroyer.
Presents the Screen Guild Players. The Screen Guild play tonight, The Maltese Falcon. The starring players.
This is Humphrey Bogart.
This is Mary Astor.
This is Sidney Greenstreet. And this is Peter Lorre.
Tonight, Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players and Warner Brothers' sensational mystery story, The Maltese Falcon. It stars Humphrey Bogart as Private Detective Sam Spade, Mary Astor as Miss Wonderly, Sidney Greenstreet as Caspar Gutman, and Peter Lorre as Joel Cairo. This is the story of the Maltese Falcon and of the people whose lives it touched and seared. It began in San Francisco when a beautiful young woman who identified herself as Miss Wonderly walked into the offices of Spade and Archer, private detectives. Miss Wonderly had just told Sam Spade why she wished to engage detectives when Spade's partner, Miles Archer, entered the office.
Oh, excuse me, Sam.
No, it's all right, Miles. Come in. Miss Wonderly, this is Miles Archer, my partner.
How do you do?
Oh, I'm pleased to meet you.
Miss Wonderly's sister ran away from New York with a fellow named Floyd Thursby. They're here in San Francisco. Miss Wonderly has seen Thursby and has a date with him tonight. Maybe he'll bring the sister with him. The chances are he won't. Miss Wonderly wants us to find the sister, get her away from Thursby, and back home.
But I want you to know that he's a dangerous man. I don't think he'd stop at anything. I don't believe he'd hesitate to kill Corinne, my sister, if he thought it would save him.
Uh-huh. What time is he coming to see you, Miss Wonderly?
After 8 o'clock.
All right, Miss Wonderly, we'll have a man there.
Well, I'll look after it myself.
Thank you, Mr. Archer. Will $200 be enough for a retainer?
Oh, plenty. Oh, it'll help if you meet Thursby in your hotel lobby, Miss Wonderly.
I will. Thank you again.
Goodbye. Well, Archer, what do you think of her?
Sweet. I'm going to enjoy shadowing her.
Okay, sucker. You call me if you run into any trouble. Hello? Yes, it's Spade.
This is Lieutenant Dundee, Spade.
What's on your mind, Copper?
Don't you mind be interested in knowing that your partner, Archer, was found in an alley near the St. Mark, shot through the heart from close range. Blast burned his coat. Coming down for a look at him before he's moved?
No. You've seen everything I could.
His gun was tucked away on his hip. It hadn't been fired. His overcoat was buttoned.
Was he working, Sam? Well?
He was supposed to be tailing a fellow named Floyd Thursby.
What for?
Now, don't crowd me. I'll see you after I break the news to Archer's wife.
I'll be there in a couple of hours.
Oh, hello, copper. Come on in.
Break the news to Archer's wife, Sam?
Uh-huh.
What kind of a gun do you carry?
None. I don't like 'em much.
You don't just happen to have one on you.
Search me. Turn the dump upside down if you want to. I won't squawk if you got a search warrant.
Why were you tailing Floyd Thursby, Sam?
I wasn't. Archer was, for the swell reason that we had a client who was paying good money to have him tailed.
Who's the client?
Sorry, I can't tell you that.
You didn't go to Archer's house to tell his wife. I called up and the girl from your office was there, and she said you told her to go.
What are you leading up to?
Just this, Spade. Floyd Thursby was shot down in front of his hotel about a half an hour after I talked to you.
Oh. I came into my apartment just a few minutes ahead of you. I was walking around thinking things over.
I knew you weren't here. I tried to get you on the phone. Where'd you walk to?
Just around. Thursby die?
Yeah.
How'd I kill him? I forget.
He was shot 4 times in the back.
Hotel people know anything about him?
Nothing. Except he'd been there a week.
Alone?
Alone.
You find out who he was? What his game was?
No, I thought you could tell me that.
I've never seen Thursby dead or alive.
Now, look, Spade. You know me. If you did get Thursby, you'll get a square deal from me. And most of the breaks. I don't know that I'd blame you a lot. Man that killed your partner. But that wouldn't keep me from nailing you.
That's fair enough. Now, would you mind scramming? I got some thinking to do, and I'd like to get a little sleep before daylight. Hello? Yeah, this is Sam Spade. Oh, I was just going to call you. Where are you? Well, the Coronet on California Street, apartment 101? What's that? The name's Miss LeBlanc. Okay, I'll be right out. Oh, good morning.
Come in, Mr. Spade. Mr. Spade, I've a terrible, terrible confession to make. That story I told you yesterday was all just a story.
Oh, that. Well, we didn't exactly believe your story, Miss... is your name Wonderly or LeBlanc?
It's really O'Shaughnessy, Bridget O'Shaughnessy.
Oh. Well, Miss O'Shaughnessy, as I said, we didn't exactly believe your story. We believed your $200.
Oh?
Yes, you see, you paid us too much to be telling the truth.
You knew that when you accepted the money?
Oh, I suspected it. I was positive when Joe Cairo called on me.
Joe Cairo?
Yeah. Yeah, he seems interested in Floyd Thursby, too.
What did he say?
About what?
About me?
Nothing.
Well, what did he talk about?
Well, he offered me $5,000 for a black statuette of a bird. He was pretty sure I had it or knew where it was.
Do you?
Oh, I think I know someone who does, and $5,000 is a lot of money. But right now, the police are trying to find out who hired us to tail Floyd Thursby.
Mr. Spade, do they know about me?
No, I don't think they do. I've been able to stall them so far.
Must they know about me at all, Mr. Spade? Couldn't you manage somehow to shield me from them?
Maybe. But I'll have to know what it's all about.
I can't tell you now. Later I will, when I can. You must trust me, Mr. Spade. Oh, I'm so alone and afraid. I've got nobody to help me if you won't help me. Be generous, Mr. Spade. You're strong. You're brave. You can spare me some of that strength and courage, surely.
Sister, you don't need much of anybody's help. You're good. Chiefly your eyes, I think, and that throb you get in your voice when you say things like, be generous, Mr. Spade.
All right. I deserve that. But the lie was in the way I said it, and not at all in what I said.
Ah, now you are dangerous. Still, Cairo offered me $5,000.
It's far more than I could ever offer you if I must bid for your loyalty.
Yeah, that's good coming from you. Have you given me any of your confidence, any of the truth? I can't go ahead without more confidence in you than I have now.
Can't you trust me just a little while?
Well, how much is a little? And what are you waiting for?
I must talk to Joe Cairo.
Oh. Well, you can see him tonight. I know where to reach him.
Oh, he can't come here. I can't let him know where I am. I'm afraid.
We'll all meet at my place, then.
All right.
I'm delighted to see you again, Miss O'Shaughnessy.
I was sure you would be, Joe. Mr. Spade told me about your offer for the Maltese Falcon. How soon can you have the money ready?
Oh, it is ready.
You are ready to give us $5,000 if we turn the Falcon over to you?
I shall be able to give you the money as soon as the bank opens in the morning.
But I haven't got the Falcon.
Then why did you send for me?
Because I'll have it in another week.
Yes? Where is it?
Where Floyd hid it.
If you know where he hid it, why must we wait a week? And why are you willing to sell it to me?
I'm afraid. After what happened to Floyd, I'm afraid to touch it except to turn it over to somebody else right away.
Exactly what did happen to Floyd?
The fat man.
Gutman? Is he here?
I don't know. I suppose so.
If you two let me interrupt for a second, I can answer that. Gutman is here.
How do you know?
Because he called me and asked me to see him.
Have you?
Not yet. I thought that after our friend Cairo here left, I'd find out just how you and I stand before I took on any more clients.
Now do you know how you and I stand, Sam?
Yeah. If I can believe anything about you. But you're such a liar.
I am a liar. I've always been a liar.
Well, I wouldn't brag about it. Was there any truth at all in that yarn you were telling me about Thursby and the Falcon?
Some. Not very much.
Well, we've got all night before us.
I'm so tired. So tired of lying and thinking up lies and not knowing what is a lie and what is the truth. I wish...
Hey, look, honey. I think I'd better have a talk with Gutman in the morning. Now, Mr. Gutman, shall we talk about the Falcon?
Oh, by all means, Mr. Spade. But first, answer me a question. Are you here as Miss O'Shaughnessy's representative?
Well, there's nothing certain about it either way yet. It depends.
Maybe it depends on Joel Cairo?
Maybe.
The question then, Mr. Spade, is which you'll represent. It will be Miss O'Shaughnessy or Mr. Cairo.
I didn't say so.
Who else is there?
There's me.
Oh, well, that's wonderful, sir, wonderful. I do like a man who tells you right out he's looking out for himself. Don't we all?
Uh-huh. Now let's talk about the Black Bird.
Let's, Mr. Spade. Have you any conception of how much money can be got out of that blackbird?
No, but you just tell me what it is, and I'll figure out the profits.
You mean you don't know what that bird is?
I know it's black enamel and about a foot high, and I know the value in human life you people put on it.
Miss O'Shaughnessy didn't tell you what it is?
He offered
and
me
Cairo didn't either?
He offered me $10,000 for it.
Do either of them know what that bird is, sir? What is your impression?
Well, there's not much to go by, but I don't think so.
If they don't know, I'm the only one in the whole wide, sweet world who does.
Good. And when you tell me, there'll be two of us.
Mathematically correct, sir. But I don't know for certain that I'm going to tell you.
Well, you think again and think fast. You'll do your talking today or you're through. What are you wasting my time for? I can get along without you.
That remains to be seen, Mr. Spade. They're away.
And there's another thing. Keep that gunman of yours away from me while you're making up your mind, or I'll kill him.
Well, sir, I must say you have a very violent temper.
Think it over. You got till 5:30. Then you're either in or out for keeps.
Wilma.
I'm going to kill that guy. I could have done it easy when he was standing there with his back to me.
Of course you could, my boy. But business before pleasure. And we'll be seeing Mr. Spade again before 5:30.
Act One of The Maltese Falcon, starring Peter Lorre, Sidney Greenstreet, Mary Astor, and Humphrey Bogart. Act Two in just a moment. But first, here's a word from our hostess, Lady Esther.
Some weeks ago, I was being shown through a shipyard, one of the largest in the country,
and stopped to chat with a young woman wearing a safety mask. It gave her a stern, rather severe look. But when she removed the mask to chat with me, she was young and blonde and very lovely. Her skin looked so dainty and fresh that I just couldn't resist saying, "My, you look as though you just stepped out of a bandbox." She laughed and said, "Oh, I've been on the job since early this morning, and I haven't even had time to repowder my face. But after all, I do use your powder, you know." Of course, she's only one of millions of busy, important women who use Lady Esther face powder, partly because of its remarkable clinging quality. They explain that when they use Lady Esther face powder, they have the comfortable feeling that their skin always looks smooth and fresh, never streaked, caked, or shiny. But that's only one of the reasons why more lovely women now use Lady Esther face powder than any other kind. There are two other important reasons. First, the texture of my powder is so flattering that it hides little lines and blemishes, makes your skin look younger. And second, the shades of Lady Esther face powder are so rich, vivid, and alive, they give new interest, a look of new beauty to your skin. And both the unusual texture and the flattering shades are the result of my patented twin hurricane method of making face powder. So if you'd like to have your skin look softer, smoother, younger, and look that way for hours at a time, just try Lady Esther face powder.
And now the curtain rises on the second act of The Maltese Falcon, starring Humphrey Bogart as Sam Spade, Mary Astor as Bridget O'Shaughnessy, Sidney Greenstreet as Caspar Gutman, the Fat Man, and Peter Lorre as Joel Cairo. Late in the afternoon, following Sam Spade's visit to Gutman's apartment, a dying man staggered into Spade's office and collapsed on the floor. He died before he could speak to Spade, but his papers identified him as Captain Jacoby of the steamship La Paloma, and clutched to his bullet-torn chest was the Maltese Falcon. After depositing the Falcon in a railroad station check room and mailing the identification check to his private post office box, Sam met Bridget O'Shaughnessy and took her to his apartment.
You know, Sam, I never would have placed myself in this position if I hadn't trusted you completely.
Oh, that again?
But you know that's so.
You don't have to trust me as long as you can persuade me to trust you.
But Sam, darling.
Well, I think we better let it go at that until we see what happens after Gutman gets here.
The fat man? Here?
Certainly, why not? Anyway, that should be him. So it's too late to change our plans. I'll be right back. Oh, hello, Gutman.
Good evening, sir.
I see you brought company. I can understand the gunman, but I didn't know Cairo was a friend of yours.
No, we're old acquaintances. Now that we're all here, let's go in and sit down and be comfortable and talk.
Oh, sure. Come on in. Now, look, Angel. Gutman brought a couple of friends along.
Good evening, Mr. Shaughnessy.
Hello, Joe.
You look unusually charming this evening, my dear.
Thanks.
The Gunsul doesn't talk, Angel. Get away from me, punk.
Stand still and shut up.
Listen, you're not going to frisk me, touch me, and I'm going to make you use that gun. Ask your boss if he wants me shut up before we talk.
Never mind, Wilma. Oh, you're certainly a most headstrong and unpredictable individual, Mr. Spade. Now, why did you send for me?
You ready to make the first payment and take the Falcon off my hands?
The Falcon?
That's right, Angel. I've got it.
Well, sir, I have in this envelope $10,000.
10,000? Oh, we were talking about more money than that.
Yes, sir, we were, but there are more of us to be taken care of now.
Well, that may be, but I've got the Falcon.
I shouldn't think it would be necessary to remind you, Mr. Spade, that though you may have the Falcon yet, we certainly have you.
Yes, I'm trying not to let that worry me, but let the money wait. There's another thing to be taken care of first. We've got to have a fall guy.
I beg your pardon?
Police have got to have a victim, somebody they can stick for those 3 murders.
Two. Only 2 murders, Mr. Spade. Thursby undoubtedly killed your partner.
All right, 2 then. Now, the point I've got to give the police, a victim when the time comes. If I don't, I'll be it. Let's give him Wilmer here.
Why, you dirty rat.
He actually did shoot Thursby and Jacoby, didn't he? Anyway, he's made to order for the part. Let's turn him over to them.
By God, so you are a character, that you are. There's never any telling what you'll say or do next, except that it's bound to be something astonishing.
Well, it's our best bet. With him in their hands, the police will forget the rest of us.
Your plan is not at all practical, sir. Let's not say anything more about it.
All right. I have another suggestion. Let's give him Cairo.
Well, by God, sir.
Suppose we give him you, Mr. Spade, or Mr. Shaughnessy. How about that, huh?
Sam, you wouldn't.
You people want the fork, and I've got it. The fall guy is part of the price I'm insisting on.
You seem to forget you're not in a position to insist on anything.
No? If you kill me, how are you going to get the forking?
By God, sir, you are a character.
Well?
Well, what else can I do? I'm sorry, Wilma. Terribly sorry. I want you to know that I couldn't be any fonder of you if you were my own son. But, well, if you lose a son, it's possible to get another. And there's only one Maltese falcon.
You rat, I'll kill you for this.
Thank you, Mr. Spade. When you're as young as Wilma, one simply doesn't understand these things.
Well, how about some coffee, Bridget? Put the pot on, will you? I don't like to leave my guests.
Surely. Anything to get out of here.
Now, sir, let's get down to business.
I ought to have more than 10,000.
Of course, sir, you understand this is the first payment. You still don't understand the falcon's worth.
Well, a black enamel bird can't be worth millions.
But it is. Otherwise, I should not have spent 17 years of my life trying to acquire it. The black enamel you refer to, sir, is merely camouflage, covering a solid gold bird encrusted from head to foot with the finest jewels.
Okay. So I get millions later. How's about 15,000 now?
Frankly and candidly, and on my word of honor as a gentleman, the 10,000 I gave you is all the money I can raise right now.
Yeah, but you didn't say positively.
Positively.
Well, if that's the best you can do, it's the best you can do. But it's understood the punk has to stand as the fall guy.
That is part of our agreement, sir.
Okay, I'll make a phone call. The falcon will be here in an hour.
It's a fake. Huh? This is not the Maltese falcon. Why? This is a lead imitation covered with the same enamel. See where I've shaved it off with a knife. Lead. Pure lead.
You bungled it. You, Gutman. You and your stupid attempt to buy it from the Russian who owned it. He caught on to how valuable it was. No wonder we had so little trouble stealing it. You imbecile. You bloated idiot.
Well, sir, what do you suggest? Shall we stand here and shed tears and call each other names? Or shall we pay the Russian another call in Istanbul?
Are you going?
17 years I've wanted that little item, and I intend to get it. Another year, well, sir, that will be an additional expenditure of time on only 5 15/17%.
I go with you.
Good. And Wilma?
Wilma,
Where is the boy?
He must have made his getaway while we were unwrapping the falcon.
A swell lot of thieves.
Well, sir, I'll have to ask you to return my 10,000.
I held up my end. It's your hard luck, not mine, if you didn't get what you wanted.
I'm sorry, but I must insist.
Oh, a hideout gun, huh? Okay.
Thank you, sir. The shortest farewells are the best. Adieu. And to you, Miss O'Shaughnessy, I leave the fake falcon as a little memento. Oh, come, Carl.
Hello, police department. Lieutenant Dundee there. Put him on. Tell him Sam Spade's calling. Now, look, Angel. Gutman and Cairo will talk when the cops nail them about us. We've only got minutes to get set for the police. Now, give me your whole story, fast.
Well, where shall I begin?
The day you first came to my office. Why did you want Thursby shadowed?
I suspected him of betraying me to Gutman, and I wanted to find out.
That's a lie. Gutman tried to make a deal with him. You had Thursby hooked, and you knew it. You wanted to get him out of the way before Captain Jacoby arrived with the falcon. Isn't that so? What was your scheme?
I thought if he saw someone following him, he might be frightened into going away.
Now, look, Archer hadn't many brains, but he wasn't clumsy enough to be spotted the first night. You must have told Thursby he was being followed.
I told him, yes. But please believe me, Sam, I wouldn't have told him if I'd thought Floyd would kill him.
If you thought he wouldn't kill Archie, you were right, Angel.
Didn't he?
Archie had been a detective too long to be caught shadowing a man up a blind alley with his gun tucked away in his hip and his overcoat buttoned. But he'd have gone up there with you, Angel. He was just dumb enough for that.
Sam.
And then you could have stood as close to him as you liked, there in the dark. Put a hole through him with a gun you'd gotten from Thursby that evening.
Don't talk to me like that, Sam. You know I didn't.
Now, the police will be blowing in any minute now, Angel. Talk.
Oh, why do you accuse me of such a terrible...
Why did you shoot Archer? You thought Thursby would tackle him and one or the other would go down. If Thursby was killed, then you were rid of him. If it was Archer, then you could see that Thursby was caught. Was that it?
Something.
And when you find
like
out that Thursby didn't mean to tackle Archer, you borrowed the gun and did it yourself, right?
I guess so.
I know so. You didn't know Gutman was here looking for you until you learned Thursby was shot. Then you needed another protector. So you came back to me.
Yes, but no, sweetheart, it wasn't only that. I would have come back to you sooner or later. From the very first instant I saw you, I knew that...
Ah, you angel. Well, if you get a good break, you'll be out of San Quentin in 20 years.
Sam, you're not...
Yes, Angel. I'm going to send you over. But if they hang you, I'll always remember you.
Don't, Sam. Don't say that. Even in fun.
It's not fun. I happen to be in the detective business, and you killed my partner. It's bad business to let the killer get away with it. Bad for every detective in this country. You're taking the fall.
You've been playing with me. Only pretending you cared. To trap me like this. You didn't care at all. You don't love me.
I think I do. But what of it? I won't play the sap for you.
You know it's not like that. You can't say that.
I am saying it.
You know down deep in your heart, you know that in spite of everything I've done, I love you.
I don't care who loves who. You killed Archer. And you're going over for it. Come in. Oh, hello, Copper.
Hello, Sam.
You get Gutman and Cairo?
We got Cairo. Gutman's dead. The kid Wilmer had just finished shooting him when we got there.
I ought to have expected that. You better put the cuffs on Angel, Copper. We're taking her down to the station.
What charge?
Sam.
Murder. She shot Miles Archer. Oh, and you better bring that blackbird along, too, Copper. It's part of the evidence against Cairo.
Hey, this is heavy. What's it made of?
The stuff that dreams are made of.
So ends the story of the Maltese Falcon. Thank you, Mary Esther, Humphrey Bogart, Sidney Greenstreet, and Peter Lorre for appearing with the Lady Esther Screen Guild players tonight, and also for telling us a most exciting story.
It was our pleasure, Mr. Bradley. We all had a wonderful time making the picture, and the radio version tonight brought back some wonderful memories. Then, too, knowing that the benefits from these programs support the Motion Picture Country House and Clinic give us an added incentive. And now, before we tell you about next week's program, here's a word from one of America's best-known beauty authorities, Lady Esther.
Thank you, Miss Astor. Ladies, you know it's surprising the number of letters new users of Lady Esther face powder have sent me in the last few months. So many of them say the same thing, that Lady Esther face powder is an entirely different kind of powder, that it does wonderful things for the appearance of the skin, makes it look softer, smoother, and often years younger. Well, Lady Esther face powder is more flattering, more becoming, because my powder isn't just mixed, just blended like ordinary face powder. It's made by a method new, unique, exclusively mine. You see, Lady Esther face powder is blown at whirling speed by my famous twin hurricanes. Yes, my patented twin hurricane process blows and whips color and powder particles together until they're evenly married, blended into a fine, smooth, sheer mist of beauty, finer in texture and truer in shade than powder ever made by ordinary methods. That's why Lady Esther face powder smooths on so much more evenly, and why the shades of my powder are so clear and alive. They make your skin younger looking, more vivid, far lovelier. Why don't you try Lady Esther face powder and see how much happier you'll be with the appearance of your skin?
Before we tell you about next week's program, Humphrey Bogart has a word to say from our government.
As you all know, the Third War Loan Drive is on full steam, the drive to back the attack our fighting forces are making against our enemies. As our share toward victory, we at home must buy $15 billion worth of war bonds, which means each one of us must dig down deeper into our own pockets. Each of us must buy at least one extra bond this month. We have to win this war, and we will win, all right. But how soon we win is up to every one of us. So buy an extra war bond this week, sure, to help speed our day to victory.
Next week, the Lady Esther Screen Guild players will present highlights from Warner Brothers' great new musical picture, Thank Your Lucky Stars. It will star Joan Leslie, Dennis Morgan, Dinah Shore, and Eddie Cantor. Be sure to listen. Humphrey Bogart can soon be seen in the Warner Brothers production, Thank Your Lucky Stars. Mary Astor is currently playing in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Technicolor production, Thousands Cheer. Sidney Greenstreet and Peter Lorre appeared through the courtesy of Warner Brothers. Music on tonight's program was arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. To help your government save tin, buy the larger size of Lady Esther face cream, and at the same time you will save yourself money to invest in war bonds and stamps. Truman Bradley speaking for Lady Esther. Thank you. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players. The Screen Guild play tonight, Casablanca. The starring players.
This is Humphrey Bogart.
This is Ingrid Bergman.
And this is Paul Henry.
Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players in Warner Brothers' exciting story of romance and intrigue in wartime Africa, Casablanca, with the original stars of the picture, Paul Henry as Victor Laszlo, Ingrid Bergman as Ilsa Lund, and Humphrey Bogart as Rick Blaine. Barely escaping the conquering Germans' entrance into Paris, Rick Blaine fled to Casablanca. There, months before the American troops landed, he was operating Rick's American Cafe. Casablanca swarmed with refugees, and Casablanca's more permanent foreign residents did a land office business in exit visas and letters of transit. Rick, however, avoided involvement in that dangerous business until the night our story began. He was in his office above the cafe, where he could watch and hear the crowd below when his head waiter called to him.
Yes, Carl?
The prefect of police, Captain Renault, would like to speak to you.
I'll send him in.
Yes. Rick will see you, Captain Renault.
Thank you, Carl.
Hello, Rick.
Hello, Louis. Why the formality?
Well, I have some unpleasant news for you, Ricky.
I mean, you're looking for more graft.
Oh, no. At least not right now. My men arrested Ugarte on his way to your roulette wheel, Ricky.
Well, except to Ugarte, what's so unpleasant about that?
Well, in itself, nothing. But we arrested Ugarte for murdering 2 German couriers and stealing their letters of transit. Ugarte did not have those letters of transit when he was arrested, and he's seen no one but you, Ricky, since the murder.
What are you building up to, Louis? Arresting me?
No, not immediately at any rate. I just want to give you a word of advice. Ugarte was going to sell those letters tonight to Victor Laszlo.
Laszlo? Here in Casablanca?
Yes. Well, you know, Ricky, this is the first time I've ever seen you so impressed.
As head of the underground movement, Laszlo's impressed half the world.
Yes, it's my duty to see that he does not impress the other half. Rick, Laszlo does never reach America. He stays in Casablanca.
20,000 francs says he doesn't.
I'll make it 10,000. After all, I'm only a poor, corrupt official.
All right, it's a bet.
Well, no one else would dare supply Laszlo with exit visas, Ricky, and since he can't leave Casablanca without them, make certain that you don't give him those letters of transit.
But I...
Oh, you needn't deny it, Rick. I'm certain you have the letters.
Even if I had those letters, Louis, you know I stick my neck out for nobody.
Yes, to date. But I suspect, Ricky, under that cynical shell, you're a sentimentalist. Now, if you'll come downstairs with me, I'll introduce you to Major Strasser and Victor Laszlo and his charming companion, the most beautiful woman who has ever come to Casablanca.
just remember this. A kiss is still a kiss. A sigh is just a sigh. The fundamental things apply as time goes by.
Sam!
Yes, boss?
I thought I told you never to play that song again.
Well, boss, you see, I didn't really...
Sam's not to blame, Rick. I asked him to play it.
You? Hilda?
Yes, Rick. Ilsa.
What are you doing in Casablanca?
Just traveling through with Victor Laszlo.
Where is he?
He'll be right back. He's looking for someone.
Well, I found your wandering escort, Mademoiselle Lund. Ricky, I have the honor of introducing...
We're old acquaintances, Captain Renault.
Oh, you know each other? Well, then, Ricky, do you also know...
This is Mr. Victor Laszlo.
Well, here's a great deal about Rick in Casablanca.
And about Victor Laszlo everywhere. I congratulate you.
What for?
Oh, your work.
Thank you. I try.
We all try. You succeed.
I can't get over you and Mademoiselle Lund knowing each other, Ricky. Under the circumstances, it worries me.
Well, it needn't.
Let's see, Rick. The last time we met...
Was it La Belle Aurore?
Oh, nice, you remembered. But, of course, that was the day the Germans marched into Paris.
I remember every detail. The Germans wore gray. You wore blue.
I don't wish to be the one to say, dear sir, but it's late. We'll come again, Monsieur Blaine.
Anytime.
Will you say good night to Sam for me, Rick?
I will.
There's still nobody in the world who can play as time goes by like Sam.
I'll tell him. That's what she said, Sam. Nobody can play as time goes by like you.
Aren't you going to stop drinking and go to bed, boss?
No. Play as time goes by, Sam.
Oh, I don't think I can remember it, boss.
If she can stand it, I can. Play it. I got a date with a memory in Paris.
You must remember this. A kiss is still a kiss. A sigh is just a sigh. The fundamental things apply as time.
Now I really know the meaning of happiness, Richard. It's being here in Paris with you.
And the German army 50 miles away. Who are you really, Ilsa? What were you before you came to Paris?
At the beginning, we said no questions, Richard.
You know, I can't help wondering why I should be so lucky. Why I should find you waiting for me to come along.
Why there is no other man in my life? Well, that's easy. There was. He's dead.
I'm sorry. I know we said no questions. I'll never ask another.
Richard, you must leave Paris before the Germans arrive. You're on their blacklist.
Their roll of honor.
Oh, don't joke, Richard. You must leave.
Oh, no. We must leave.
Yes, of course.
Oh, now, the train for Marseille leaves at 5. Hey, why don't we get married in Marseille?
No. Oh, that's too far ahead to plan.
Ilsa, what's the matter?
Nothing, darling. Nothing. It's just that I love you so much. Oh, it's a crazy world. Anything can happen. If you shouldn't get away, if something should keep us apart, wherever you are, wherever I'll be, I want you to know. Richard. Kiss me as if it were the last time.
A kiss is still a kiss. A sigh is just a sigh. The fundamental things apply.
Boss, wake up. Boss, you gotta wake up. That lady's here. And this ain't no memory in Paris. She's right here.
You're as drunk as I am, Sam.
No, he's not, Rick. I'm here. I left Victor at the hotel and came back. I have to talk to you.
Funny about your voice, how it hasn't changed. I can still hear it. Richard, dear, I'll go with you any place. We'll get on a train together. We'll never stop.
No, please. I can understand how you feel.
You understand how I feel. How long was it we had?
I didn't count the days.
Well, I did. Every one of them. Mostly I remember the last one. You and I were going to run away from Paris together.
Oh.
But you didn't meet me at the station, did you?
Please, Rick.
That was a wild finish, me standing on the platform. The last train about to pull out. But you didn't show up, and Sam had to push me on the train.
The Rick I loved in Paris would let me explain, but this Rick, looking at me with hatred. I'll be leaving Casablanca soon. We'll never see each other again.
You'll see me before you go.
No, Rick.
Oh, yes, you will. Some night you'll lie to Laszlo and come to me.
No. No, you see, Victor Laszlo's my husband. And was, even when I knew you in Paris.
Well, Laszlo, I wondered when you'd come to see me.
Captain Reno and Major Strasser kept me busy for the past 24 hours.
Well, there's no use fencing around. You've come about those letters of transit, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
You and Strasser and Reno. Seems to be the general impression in Casablanca that I have those letters.
Suppose we assume that you have them.
All right, go ahead.
You must know it's very important I get out of Casablanca.
Why you? More than any of the others stuck here?
It's my privilege to be one of the leaders of a great movement. You know what I've been doing. You know what it means to the work, to the lives of thousands and thousands of people, that I reach America. And
don't you ever wonder if what you're fighting for is worth all this?
We might as well question why we breathe. If we stop breathing, we die. If we stop fighting today's enemies, the world will die.
What of it? It'll be out of its misery.
You know, Monsieur Blaine, you sound like a man trying to convince himself of something he doesn't believe in his heart. That wasn't always your attitude. You ran guns to Ethiopia. You fought against the fascists in Spain.
I was well paid on both occasions.
A winning side would have paid you better. Isn't it strange that you always happen to be fighting on the side of the underdog?
Well, let's say that I'm a poor businessman.
Are you businessman enough to appreciate an offer of 100,000 francs for those letters?
Oh, I appreciate it. But if you offered me 1,000,000 francs, I wouldn't accept it.
Very well, then. You have the letters of transit. You won't give them to me. But I want Ilsa to be safe. Monsieur Blaine, I ask you as a favor to use the letters to take her away from Casablanca.
You love her that much?
Yes, I love her that much.
Oh, sorry, but it's no deal.
But why?
I suggest that you ask your wife.
My wife?
Yes. Who's singing that song?
Oh, Miss Strasser and his Gestapo agents. They followed me here.
Now, don't start anything. I don't want any trouble in here that'll force Reno to close my joint.
You have no objections to your band accompanying me while I sing, do you?
No, go ahead. I'm neutral. If one customer can sing, they can all sing.
They all will sing. Are you ready?
Yeah, we're ready, Mr. Laszlo.
Then play it.
Casablanca, starring Ingrid Bergman, Humphrey Bogart, and Paul Henreid. In just a moment, we will hear Act Two. But first, here's a word from our hostess, Lady Esther.
Don't you just love this time of the year when everything seems to be taking on new life, new beauty? You know, your skin is changing too these days. From the winter-weary dryness of February and March to the lovely spring-like freshness of April. And what a pity it is for anyone to hide that fresh, young look of the skin, that lively, awakening April look of the skin, with a mask-like face powder. Does the powder you use accent the fresh, delicate tones April brings to your skin? Or does it hide them, cruelly cover them up, make your skin look a little pasty and drab? Now, if you want to keep that springtime look to your skin, if you want your skin to look fresh as a daisy all day long, and young and lovely as all awakening nature around you, try Lady Esther face powder. I know your heart will miss a beat when you look in your mirror. For Lady Esther face powder brings out all the subtle, delicate charm that nature gives your skin this time of the year. Women say it's by far the most flattering face powder they've ever used. You see, Lady Esther face powder isn't just mixed in the usual way. It's blown by hurricanes. Color and powder particles whirl together with the force and speed of hurricanes. The result is a powder so smooth and fine in texture, it hides little lines and blemishes. So rich and exciting in shade, it adds instant life and beauty to your appearance. So, if you want to see the miracle of springtime take place right on your own skin, before your own mirror, treat yourself to Lady Esther face powder.
And now the curtain rises on the second act of Casablanca, starring Humphrey Bogart as Rick Blaine, Ingrid Bergman as Ilsa Lund, and Paul Henry as Victor Laszlo. Angered by the manner in which the patrons of Rick's Cafe joined Victor Laszlo in singing the Marseillaise, Major Strasser forced Captain Renault to close Rick's place and ordered Victor Laszlo and Ilsa Lund to remain in their hotel.
Victor, I'm frightened. Please don't go to the underground meeting tonight.
To tell you the truth, my dear, I'm frightened too. So shall I hide here in a hotel room, or shall I carry on the best I can?
Whatever I would say, you would carry on.
Since our friend Rick has refused to part with those letters of transit, what else am I to do?
Did Rick give you any reason?
He suggested I ask you.
Ask me?
Yes. Ilsa, when I was in the concentration camp, were you lonely in Paris?
Yes, Victor, I was.
I know how it is to be lonely. I love you very much, my dear.
Yes. Yes, I know. Victor, whatever I do, will you believe that...
You don't even have to say it. I'll believe. I must get to the underground meeting now. Good night, my dear.
Good night. Hello, Rick.
Well, I told you you'd be around to see me, but this is a little ahead of schedule.
Richard, I had to see you.
Oh, so I'm Richard again. We're back in Paris.
Please.
Your unexpected visit isn't connected by any chance with the letters of transit, is it?
Richard, you can ask any price, but you must give me those letters.
I went all through that with your husband. There's no deal.
Richard, we loved each other once. If those days meant anything at all to
I wouldn't bring up Paris if I were you. It's poor salesmanship.
Please listen to me. If you knew what really happened...
I wouldn't believe you no matter what you told me. You'll say anything now to get what you want.
Richard, don't you understand? You are our last hope. If you don't help us, Victor Laszlo will die in Casablanca.
What of it? I'm going to die in Casablanca. It's just the spot for it. Now, if you... Well, I see you come prepared for anything. Give me that gun.
No. I tried to reason with you. I tried everything. Now, if you don't give me those letters, I'll shoot.
Go ahead.
Get me those letters.
No, they're right here in my pocket. I don't have to. If you want them, you'll have to kill me to get them. If Laszlo, if the underground means so much, you won't stop at anything. And if you don't shoot fast, I'm going to take that gun away from you. Now, give it to me.
Oh, Richard. I tried to stay away. I thought I would never see you again, that you were out of my life.
If you knew what I went through the day you left Paris, how much I loved you, how much I still love you. We had been married only 3 weeks when Victor got word that they needed him in Prague. He was captured almost immediately in Central concentration camp. Then came word he was dead. I was lonely before, but then I had nothing left, not even hope, until I met you.
But why didn't you tell me all this in Paris?
Victor made me promise to keep our marriage a secret. He was afraid that if the Gestapo found out I was his wife, it would be dangerous for me and for those working with us. I kept my promise.
And then you got word he'd escaped?
Yes, a friend called, telling me that he was ill and hiding in a freight car near Paris. I didn't tell you because you wouldn't have left Paris and they would have caught you. Well, you know the rest.
It's still a story without an ending. What about now?
Well, I'll never have the strength to go away from you again.
And Laszlo?
Well, you'll help him now, won't you, Richard?
Yes.
He'll have his work, all the things he's been living
All
for.
except you.
I can't fight it anymore. I don't know what's right any longer. You'll have to think for both of us, Richard. For all of us.
I've already made up our minds, and I think I can arrange everything with Renault. Here's the setup, Louis. I'm selling out my place and leaving Casablanca on tonight's plane, the last plane.
What?
And I'm taking Ilza Lund with me. Ilza's Victor Laszlo's wife. Louis, I'll make a deal with you.
What is it?
I want to be sure that Laszlo doesn't escape this time. If you could get him on a real criminal charge, would that be a feather in your cap?
It most certainly would. Germany, she would be grateful.
Then be at my place a half hour before the plane leaves. I'll arrange for Laszlo to be there, thinking I'll sell him the letters of transit. When I hand them to him, that'll give you the criminal grounds for making the arrest.
Ricky, I'll miss you. Apparently, the only one in Casablanca that has even less scruples than I.
Thanks. Oh, and by the way, Louis, come for Laszlo alone. See, I'm taking no chances on a double cross, even from you.
Double cross? Why, Ricky?
You might get ideas about slapping me in the jug for selling those letters, you know. Well, don't forget, a half hour before plane time, alone.
Don't worry, Ricky. This is an honor I'll share with no one.
Monsieur Blaine, I don't know how to thank you.
There's no time for that. You won't have any trouble in Lisbon, will you?
No, that's all arranged.
Good. Well, here are the letters.
Monsieur Blaine,
Mr. Laszlo, you're under arrest on the charge of accessory to the murder of the couriers from whom those letters were stolen.
Now, just a minute. Nobody's going to be arrested, Louis. Not for a while yet.
What? Rick, put that gun down. Have you lost your mind?
Stay where you are, Louis. I wouldn't like to shoot you. But I will if you take one more step toward me. Keep your hands away from your pistol.
Well, I suppose you know what you're doing, but I wonder if you realize what this means, Rick.
Perfectly. In fact, Captain Renault will take you along as our hostage, so there won't be any trouble at the airport. There's only 10 minutes till the plane leaves. We have to hurry.
I'll go get the luggage aboard. Coming, Ilsa?
No, I'll wait here with Rick and the captain.
I'll be right back.
Well, those letters of transit are in blank, Louis. You fill in the names. That'll make it even more official.
Oh, you think of everything, Ricky.
The names to fill in are Mr. and Mrs. Victor Laszlo.
Mr. But why my name, Richard?
You're sure getting on that plane.
But what about you?
I'm staying here to keep Captain Renault company till the plane leaves.
No, Richard. What has happened to you last night?
Last night we said a great many things. Did you mean everything you said?
You know I did.
You said I'd have to do the thinking for all of us. Well, my thinking adds up to you getting on that plane with Victor.
No, but Richard.
I know what you're going to say, that you belong here with me.
Yes.
But if you stayed here, we'd both land in a concentration camp. Isn't that right, Louis?
I'm afraid that Major Strasser would insist.
You're only saying this to make me go.
I'm no good at being noble, Ilsa. I'm saying it because it's right.
But what about us?
We'll always have Paris. We didn't have it. We lost it. Till you came to Casablanca. We got it back last night.
When I said that I would never leave you.
Everything is in order. Are you ready, Ilsa?
Laszlo, there's something I'd like you to know before you leave.
I know, Monsieur Rick. Ilsa has told me all I need to know about you and herself. I don't ask you to explain anything.
Well, I'm going to anyway. Might make a difference to you later. Last night, Ilsa tried everything to get those letters. When nothing else worked, she did her best to pretend that she was still in love with me. That was all over long ago. For your sake, she tried to pretend it wasn't. And I tried to let her pretend. We couldn't even fool ourselves.
Richard.
Monsieur Blaine, welcome back in the fight. This time our side will win. Shall we board a plane, Ilsa?
Yes, Victor, I'm ready. God bless you, Richard.
Goodbye.
Well, I suppose you know this isn't going to be pleasant for either of us, Ricky. I have to arrest you, of course.
When the plane leaves, Louis.
Sooner, I'm afraid, Ricky. Here comes Major Strasser.
You better keep quiet, Louis. I'd hate to have to shoot you now.
Why did you ask me to come to the airport, Captain?
Well, I was afraid Victor Laszlo might be leaving on this plane.
Sort of a double cross, eh, Louis?
Of all the ridiculous ideas, Captain.
Possibly. Nevertheless, he's on the plane.
Well, why do you stand there? Why don't you stop him?
Ask Monsieur Rick.
Stay where you are, Strasser.
Herr Blaine, I would advise you not to interfere with an officer of the Third Reich.
I'm a true neutral, Strasser. I was willing to shoot Captain Renault, and I'm willing to shoot you.
But you'll shoot too late.
Oh. Nice shooting, Ricky. But I'm afraid my gendarmes heard those shots. Well, till after this affair dies down, Ricky, I think you'd better disappear from Casablanca. I can arrange your transportation to a fighting French garrison in Brazzaville.
All right, Louis. I could use a trip, but don't forget, you still owe me 10,000 francs for our bet on Laszlo's escape.
Oh, well, we'll need that to get to Brazzaville.
We'll need it?
Certainly. I can be as silly a sentimentalist as you.
You know, Louis, I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
Thanks to Warner Brothers for Casablanca, and our sincere appreciation to Ingrid Bergman, Paul Henreid, and Humphrey Bogart for appearing with the Lady Esther Screen Guild players tonight.
It was our pleasure, Mr. Bradley. We know how these programs benefit the Motion Picture Relief Fund, and we know, too, how important the Relief Fund is to our profession. We're happy to give our services. Now, before you hear about the next week's program, please listen to a word from one of our best-known beauty authorities, Lady Esther.
Thank you, Miss Bergman. When you hear a woman say in delight, why, that's sheer flattery, you can be sure she's received a compliment that delights her very soul. Now, it's not only sheer flattery when a person pays you a wonderful compliment, but it's flattery, too, when a new hat makes you look smarter and more intriguing, or when a face powder makes you seem a lot younger, a lot more interesting and attractive. You know, surveys show that women have found Lady Esther face powder to be the utmost in sheer flattery for their skin. Many of them say they prefer Lady Esther face powder because of the delicate smoothness of its texture. Others speak of the warmth and liveliness of the Lady Esther shades. But the smoothness of texture and the beauty of shades are both the result of one thing, the Lady Esther Twin Hurricane method. By this method, the color and powder particles are blown together with the fury and speed of hurricanes into a finer, smoother blend than ever was known before. A powder of such delicate texture, it clings to your skin like soft mist. A powder so truly blended that the shade looks clear, fresh, and alive on your skin. Try Lady Esther face powder, and when you look in your mirror, I know you'll exclaim with delight, why, this is sheer flattery.
Next week, the Lady Esther Screen Guild Players will present that great farce comedy, Nothing But the Truth, starring lovely Lucille Ball and that great protector of the truth, the man who never tells lies, Frank Morgan. Humphrey Bogart will soon be seen in Warner Brothers' production, Action in the North Atlantic. Ingrid Bergman, Humphrey Bogart, and Paul Henreid can currently be seen in the Warner Brothers picture, Casablanca. We wish to thank the 200 members of the Fighting French in our audience tonight who sang the Marseillaise. Music on tonight's program was arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Screen Guild Players are presented every Monday night at this time by Lady Esther. To save materials, buy the larger size of Lady Esther face cream. This is Truman Bradley speaking for Lady Esther, saying thank you and good night. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program, coming to you from New York City and starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Back in the dear dead days when folks put on long linen dusters to go scorching over the roads in a brand new horseless carriage, yes, way back then, delicious, malty-rich grape nuts were making a hit at American breakfast tables. And they've been making a hit ever since. Today, you can enjoy that one delicious flavor in two delicious forms. Grape nuts, crispy, crunchy kernels, and grape nuts flakes, delicate, toasty brown flakes. Both have a malty-rich, sweet-as-a-nut goodness that's absolutely distinctive. A flavor with punch and zest that makes breakfast a high spot of the day. And grape nuts and grape nuts flakes are both Basic 7 foods, or they supply all-around whole-grain nourishment. Our government wants us to eat more of such cereals, for they're plentiful, not rationed, and they help to take the place of scarcer foods. So for real energy-giving nourishment, plus rich, unusual flavor and texture, make it grape nuts or grape nuts flakes in the morning, every morning. And now, ladies and gentlemen, say, Mary, are you sure it's all right?
Certainly. Isn't it, Phil?
Sure. Go ahead, Don.
Okay. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the second broadcast of the season, we bring you the First Lady of Grape Nuts, Miss Mary Livingston.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Mary talking. And, Don, the reason I asked you to introduce me is because Jack's out in the hall talking to his new writers.
His writers?
Not so loud, Don. Not so loud. You know, people think I ad-lib this stuff here, you know. I'm one of them spontaneous men.
Oh, I'm sorry, Phil.
Say, Mary, how's Jackson since he got home?
Oh, Phil, it's simply awful. Since he got back from North Africa, that's all he talks about. He absolutely drives you nuts.
Are you kidding?
Kidding? You want to know something? Jack's a bigger ham now than he was before he left.
No, don't do that to me. I got a wife and baby. Maybe two.
No, it's the truth, fellas. This military stuff has really gotten into Jack's system. Gosh, how he'd love to be a general. What a guy.
I can't understand Jack wanting to be a soldier. Wasn't he in the Navy in the last war?
Yeah, but he was in the Army the war before that. and there's one thing I gotta tell you, kids. You'll never believe this.
What is it, Mary?
Yeah, tell us.
Oh, it's so fantastic.
Well, then go ahead, tell us. What is it?
Well, yesterday morning, while Jack was shaving, he cut his cheek.
Yeah?
And ever since then, he's been calling himself Old Blood and Guts. Oh, he's impossible.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
That's Jack now, out in the hall.
1, 2, 3, 4. What you doing, drilling?
Either that or counting his hair. Who knows?
Say, Mary, do you think I ought to go out and get Jack away from these boys?
No, I'll go. And I hope he's forgotten about his African campaign.
Hup, tup, trup, 4. Hup, tup, trup, 4. Hup, tup, trup, 4. Riders, halt! Present pencils.
A fine bunch of comedy writers. Recruits from the Allen program. Rookies, every one of you. Just look at you. Balzer, pull in your typewriter.
Yes, sir.
And Josephsburg, your pencil. Look at that point.
That's my head, sir.
I mean the one with the eraser on it. And Tackleberry, where's Howard?
He went AWOL to Red Skelton, sir.
He did, eh? Now, listen, men. This is no picnic, you know. You got a job to do, and I'm going to see that you do it. And you. Look at you with your hair hanging down on your face. I never had that trouble with Bill Morrow.
But, sir, wasn't he bald?
That's beside the point.
That's my head, sir.
And I had another writer with me for 8 years, Eddie Boulogne. Do you know where he is now?
In a sanitarium, sir?
Now, cut that out, Balzer. All right, men, you can go downstairs to your room now and write next week's program.
Yes, sir.
About face, forward, march. Hey, look out for that window! Well, I guess they're all right, darn it. Oh, boy, 35 weeks of this.
Well, it serves you right.
Oh, hello, Mary.
If you'd stop acting like a top sergeant in the movies, you wouldn't have so much trouble. Now, come on in, Jack. The program's half over.
Okay.
Well, here he is, fellas.
Hello, Jack. We've been waiting for you.
Hiya, Jackson.
At ease, man.
Shall we line up for inspection?
Not now. Play, Phil. You see, Mary, I have to discipline the boys. That's the only... because people will say we're in love, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Hey, Jackson, Mary tells us you've gone military since you got back from Africa. What's the idea?
What do you mean?
Well, she says the army life has gone to your head.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Ridiculous? Didn't you try to buy an officer's uniform with 2 pair of shoulders?
Mary, it was just a buck private's uniform. And I had a hard time finding one.
Well, let's go into a lot of trouble just to get in the movies for half price, Bub.
Phil, gags like that put you in Fred Allen's class, and he's not working. Right Anyway, as long as you brought it up, the part of the Army I'm interested in is the Air Corps.
There you are, fellas.
I really am. I'm interested in the Air Corps.
Last night he brought down 6 flies with a spray gun, so now he's an aide.
I brought down 7 and 3 probables. If you're getting out communiques, sister, get them right. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our... Come in. Yes?
Hello, Mr. Benny. Remember me from last week? I'm the cab driver that brought you into the airport.
Oh, yes, certainly. Yeah, your name is...
Crowley.
Yes, I remember. You have a brother over in North Africa.
Yeah, Joe's a corporal.
Yes. Oh, of course, certainly. Corporal Crowley, yeah.
I can't understand you not running into him. He was in Africa at the same time you were.
Well, look, buddy, I told you last week, I saw so many soldiers. I mean, how would I know your brother?
Well, a couple of months ago, we got into a debate with an MP and lost 3 front teeth.
Well, it just so happens that every soldier I saw had all his front teeth.
Then you probably seen Joe. He had a bridge put in.
Look, Mr. Crowley, I know how you feel. I mean, you've got a brother who's a corporal in the Army, and you're proud of him. I'm proud of him, too. I mean, but how could I pick out among thousands and thousands of men?
Well, his draft board did.
Look, Mr. Crowley, look, I know, but we've got a program to do. I'll talk to you later. Just take a chair and sit down over there, will you?
Okay.
Thank you. You know, Mary, he's a nice guy, and I can understand how he feels, but what can I do?
What's that?
My writers, they finally thought of a joke.
No, fellas, no! Oh!
One of them didn't like it.
He will next time.
You said it, huh? You know, Mary, guys like that, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Well, how are you, kid?
Fine, sir.
Dennis, you don't have to salute me in the studio.
Yes, sir.
And you don't have to call me sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Dennis, look, just act natural, you see, but don't overdo it,
Okay. Say, Mr. Benny, you must have a very funny program. As I was coming in, I heard people laughing and screaming.
Well, that wasn't the audience, Dennis. That was my writers.
Well, they're people, aren't they, Miss Livingston?
I'm not so sure about the one that's got his ears tied in a bow.
Mary, he has to tie them. There's a bobby pin shortage. Anyway...
Say, Mr. Benny,
Yeah?
Do you think you can get one of your writers to relieve me this evening?
Well,
relieve you of what, Dennis?
I'm on sentry duty in front of Mr. Benny's room every night.
Dennis, it's just until...
Isn't that awful?
Well, listen, kid, you don't have to stand there all night. When Jackson goes to sleep, why don't you beat it?
Oh, I don't dare. He's got his bed pushed up to the door, and he keeps peeking at me through the keyhole.
Dennis, stop exaggerating, will you? And let's have your song.
Okay.
Gee, you'd think that...
Cracks his knuckles a lot. Funny you didn't hear him.
Who?
My brother, Corporal Crowley.
Look, you told me about his knuckles last week. Now, look at Crowley. Won't you please... Hey, those writers are really on the beam. I'm going down and see what gags they've dreamed up. Excuse me, kid.
All right, Dennis. While Jack's gone, you might as well do your song.
Okay, Miss Livingston.
Oh, hold it a minute. I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Miss Livingston. This is Rochester.
Hello, Rochester. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. How are you, Miss Livingston?
Oh, I'm all right.
That's good. Can I speak to old Blood and Guts?
You mean Mr. Benny?
That's what they called him before he cut himself.
Rochester, has he been giving you that military stuff, too?
Has he? He won't let me out of the hotel room without a 3-day pass. You know what else, Miss Livingston?
What?
He made me sew 4 stars on his nightgown and a service stripe on his BVDs.
Well, that's the silliest thing I ever heard of.
So far.
Well, Rochester, Mr. Benny just stepped out, but I'll tell him you called.
Thanks, Miss Livingston. I'll be right over to pick him up. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Now, let's see. Where'd I put my helmet?
A service stripe on his BVDs.
Okay, kids. Hey, let's get on with the show.
Say, Jack, what were your writers laughing about? Did they think up some good gags for you?
No, they were listening to a record of Burns and Allen. Sing, Dennis. A fine bunch of guys I've got. Say, he does look funny with his ears tied in a bow at that, you know? He really does.
Dear, your tenderly smiling face. The days are bitter and gray and grim. Through nights when even the stars are dim. Sweet to know my heart can glow from just the warmth of our first embrace. Our worlds are lovely, a world by far. When how sweet you are. How sweet to know my heart can glow from just the warmth of our first embrace. The world of lovely, our when I remember how sweet you
Very good. That was How Sweet You Are from that sensational film, Thank Your Lucky Stars, presented by the famous Warner Brothers and made by that talented and lovable producer, Mark Hellinger, making a happy combination.
Jack, what are you worried about? You're signed for your next picture.
Oh, yes.
And sung by Dennis Day.
That's right. I'm sorry, kid. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Sung by Dennis Day. that lovable tenor with the golden voice.
Thanks.
And do you good folks know why Dennis has such a sweet and golden voice?
No. Why?
Because he eats grape nuts and grape nuts flakes, thereby enjoying one delicious flavor in two distinctive forms. Isn't that right, Dennis?
Yes. Grape nuts are so crunchy, and the flakes, they are so munchy, that I always eat a bunchy for my breakfast and my lunchy.
Dennis, how about dinner?
Thanks. Are you sure I won't be intruding?
No, you won't. And bring your own grape nuts. And now, folks, for our feature, come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Brown's the name, John Brown. I'm a reporter for the Associated Press. They sent me over here to get an interview.
Well, I'm always glad to see the gentlemen of the press. Great bunch of boys.
Don't give me that, chum. I hate this as much as you love it.
Well, Mr. Brown.
I want a story and you need publicity, so start talking.
Well, look, Mr. Brown.
I got to make a deadline and you want to see your puss in print.
Well, Mr. Brown.
Now tell me about your trip. Where did you go? What did you do?
Well, to tell you the truth, fellow, I don't want to brag.
But you will. You will.
No, Mr. Brown, I'm not bragging at all. I was in Central Africa, Cairo, the Persian Gulf.
Yes.
I was also in Sicily, Italy.
Were you in Tripoli?
Yes.
Casablanca?
What did you say, mister?
I said, were you in Casablanca?
Was I in Casablanca? Let me tell you a story, Mr. Brown. Come closer. This will be interesting. Very interesting. Casablanca in 1939. Across the Mediterranean to Oran. Then by train or camel or foot across the rim of Africa to Casablanca in French Morocco, where some men sell their souls for a passport, but others wait and wait and wait.
Casablanca, the crossroads of the world. The scene is Ricky Bogart's nightclub, where the high, the low, the fallen, and the mighty gather to see this man of mystery, Ricky.
Closing up for the night, Mr. Ricky. Better come on with me. You've had enough to drink.
No, Sam. I want to stay here and brood. I want to brood, Sam.
What are you brooding about?
You know what it is. It's her, Sam. Ingrid. When we split up in Paris, she left me. She left me, Sam. Left me a sad and broken down old man.
That's the way she found you, boy.
Oh, Ingrid. Ingrid. I thought I'd gotten you out of my mind. But you come back like a ghost, haunting me. Haunting me. But I won't take you back, see? I won't do it.
If Humphrey Bogart's listening, it doesn't get any better.
Sam, play that song for me again, will you?
What's the use, Mr. Ricky? It only brings back memories.
I don't care. Play it.
Say, my brother was in Casablanca. Maybe you saw him there.
Look, Crowley. Crowley, not now. I'm having trouble with a girl. Just sit down, Crowley. Sit down, pour yourself a drink, will you?
Okay, thanks.
Ingrid. Go ahead, Sam. Play that song. I want to hear it once more.
You must remember this. A kiss is still a kiss. A sigh is just...
That's it, Sam. Sing it, boy.
The fundamental things apply as time goes by.
As the time goes by. Sing it, boy. Sing.
And when two lovers woo, they still say I love you. Oh, cock-a-doodle-doo.
The fundamental things apply as time goes by.
As time goes by.
What a song. What a song, Sam. It tortures me. It tortures me, but I love it. Here, Crowley. Crowley, have another drink. Sing it, Sam. Sing it.
Moonlight and love songs never out of date.
Hearts full of passion, jealousy, and hate.
Woman needs man, and man must have his mate.
That no one can deny. Attaboy, Crowley. Say, Crowley, haven't you got a brother up here in... Haven't you got a brother up here in North Africa?
Yeah, how did you know?
I met his brother in New York. He's a cab driver.
Never heard of him.
Me neither. Sing it, Sam. Sing that song that keeps breaking my heart. Sing
You
it.
must remember this. A kiss is still a... Mr. Ricky! Mr. Ricky, look!
What is it, Sam?
Look in the doorway. It's her. It's her.
Ingrid. My Ingrid.
You must remember a kiss is still a kiss. A sigh is just a sigh.
Ingrid, my darling.
Ricky!
Ingrid, and you came back to me.
The fundamental things apply
as time goes by. And you, Mr. Brown, you asked me if I was ever in Casablanca. Play, Phil. Friends, I'd like to take just a moment to tell you something about the WACs. They're making a tremendous contribution to victory. I know their spirit and courage, their immense pride in their jobs, and they have a right to be proud. The trouble is, there aren't enough of them to do all the things that need doing. So won't you give some serious thought to joining up? The WAC uniform is a mark of rare distinction. It's the uniform of the greatest army in the world. Now, maybe you don't realize this, but there are 155 different kinds of jobs open right now in the WAC. Well, out of 155 jobs, you can certainly find one that will suit your own special abilities. So think it over. You can go to your local WAC recruiting station and get all the details. You know, every woman who joins the WACs helps to bring victory closer, helps to bring our American boys back home quicker. And that's something we all want to do.
Remember the old-fashioned way of learning the alphabet? A is for apple, B is for books. Well, today it's different. A is for adequate, B is for breakfast, and G is for grape nuts and grape nuts flakes. Two grand cereals for your adequate breakfast. You know, nutrition experts tell us breakfast is the most important meal of the day, and at that time, we should get at least 1/4 of our entire day's nourishment. And what's more, they say a cereal supplying whole grain nourishment is a must in the adequate breakfast. Well, you can't do better than choose grape nuts or grape nuts flakes. They taste so good, moldy, rich, and sweet as a nut. And grape nuts and grape nuts flakes both bring you whole grain food values. So there, in one swell, tempting treat, you're getting a wonderful start on your day's nourishment needs. Grape nuts and grape nuts flakes are thrifty, plentiful, not rationed. Better make them a breakfast time habit at your house. Grape nuts flakes.
We're a little late, so good night, folks. Thank you.
Hot grape nut sweet meal. There's a treat as is a treat. Try a bowl of this rousing, rich, hot brown cereal, and you'll say it's the best ever. Has a gloriously smooth, full-bodied texture. Has the rich goodness of roasted whole wheat. Has the grand whole grain nourishment. And grape nut sweet meal cooks to perfection in just 3 minutes. That's hot grape nut sweet meal.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI Los Angeles, Earl C. Anthony, Incorporated.